Paris. Book 5 in the Cutter Grogan Thrillers. By Ty Patterson. 1. Cutter Grogan slipped on his jeans and was reaching for his tea when the door burst open. Shooters! He dived to the floor desperately and heard the mirror shatter when a round struck it. My Glock's in its holster on the bed. Too far to get to it. The two attackers were masked. Could there be more of them? He didn't know. He didn't have much time to find out. The room wasn't big, and only the bed separated him from the killers who were near the hallway. The mattress shuddered from a burst of rounds. A feather floated down to him. They're using silenced weapons, but the sounds will still be heard. They don't have much time either. He grabbed the chair at the dressing table by its leg. I can lift it. He swung it one-handedly over the bed in the direction of the attackers and lunged towards the bedside table, where he grabbed the nightlamp and threw it in the same direction. With a roar, he threw himself over the mattress, caught a glimpse of the shooters ducking and body-slammed into them sideways. He lashed out with his leg and caught one of them in the chin. He clubbed the second one with an elbow punch and felt the sizzle of a bullet streak past his face. He caught hold of the gun hand, twisted it savagely, and forced the man's trigger finger to depress repeatedly over his shoulder at the second shooter. One down. The survivor clubbed him with a fist and reared up to bite him. Cutter jerked back, which gave room for the attacker to wriggle away and dart to the window. Can't let him get away. He heard shouts outside the room. Someone screamed. "Appelle la police!" he shouted and lunged at the shooter. His momentum carried both men over the windowsill, crashing through the glass and out of the room. He twisted in the air to get on top of the shooter, then braced himself for impact. An awning broke their fall. It enveloped them, but before he could free himself, there was a hard crack and they landed on the ground. Cutter struggled to get clear of the fabric, conscious that the shooter wasn't moving, and cursed when he found the man was dead. He broke his neck on that table we crashed into. He ripped the killer's mask away. Nope, don't recognize him. The growing clamor of voices reminded him he had fallen out of a chic hotel on the Rue de Rivoli, a short distance from the Louvre. And I'm shirtless. Désolé, madame, he apologized to the elderly woman who was seated at a nearby table. She raised an eyebrow and carried on conversing with her companion with sang-froid. Only in Paris, Cutter thought with a grin, and bent to search the body. Stop! Police cruisers screeched to a halt and officers surrounded him. 2. I'm not going anywhere, Cutter told the officers, raising his hands. He stepped backwards to make room for the cops to check the fallen body and pick up the killer's gun. More prowl cars rolled up. A command vehicle arrived and a senior officer strode to the scene to speak softly to one of the armed cops. The country had 2 national police forces, the Police Nationale and the Gendarmerie. The former was responsible for large urban areas, while the latter, which was part of the armed forces, policed small towns, rural areas, and significant establishments such as military bases and airports. Paris, being the capital city, had its own police force, the police prefecture, locally known as Le PP. All 3 forces are here, he guessed from their uniforms. None. He shook his head when an armed cop barked a question. I don't know the dude. There's one more in my hotel room. He pointed to the building above them. He's dead, too. Cutter sensed the ripple of shock that swept through the cops and the crowd of bystanders. The elderly woman and her companion, who were standing beside their table, shot him sharp glances. He made himself look non-threatening and shrugged mentally as the senior cop issued orders. This is going to take a while. It came to him then. Those shooters were gunning for me. They knew where to find me. He kicked the cop closest to him, who was bending down to retrieve the fallen handgun. Cutter slammed the edge of his palm against the officer's wrist and grabbed his HKG-36 expertly. He lunged sideways, caught the elder woman and jammed the rifle against her side. A cop yelled. Someone screamed. "Stand down!" Cutter snapped and brought his hostage in front as cover. "Or she dies." "If you shoot her, we'll kill you," the senior officer told him calmly. "Oui, I know. But are you willing to risk a dead civilian?" He risked a glance backwards. The concrete walkway opened into Rue d'Alger, which intersected with Rue de Rivoli. Several scared faces looked on from inside the neighboring restaurant, but no one was behind him. "Stay back," he snarled at the cops and edged towards the side street. "Do as I say, madame, and I will let you go. Do you have a car?" "Oui. Next to those bicycles on Rue d'Alger." "That Toyota?" He snatched a look. "Oui?" Cutter tracked back towards it swiftly, holding her in front of him. The cops followed him but kept their distance when he fired a shot into the air in warning. Several onlookers scattered. Some dived to the ground. TV vans rolled up. The senior officer issued commands. Sirens wailed in the distance. He tuned everything out. Getting away quickly mattered. Beads of sweat flew off his head when he nodded approvingly as his captive unlocked her vehicle with her fob. "Non," he said when she made to go to the driver's side. "Get in through the passenger door." He shoved her roughly inside the car, ducked inside swiftly, and jammed the gun on her before any cop could shoot. "Drive," he commanded. "Where to?" 19th arrondissement. She backed out, reversed, and drove down Rue d'Alger. "Try it!" Cutter challenged the cops through his open window. "Shoot me. You'll get me, but I'll kill her before I die. Do you want that on live TV? Don't follow us, or I'll shoot her." No bullets came his way. His hostage turned on Rue de Rivoli and accelerated down the broad street, which had been cleared by the police. He looked through the rear window to see the cops gesticulating furiously, but no vehicles shot towards them. "There will be choppers in the air. Every prowl car will have our description. They don't need to get close." He braced himself against the door when his captive hung a right. "Do you know the way?" "Oui," she replied calmly. He stared at her. Her silvery hair was neatly tied in a ponytail. An errant tendril swayed over her head, lines around her lips and eyes. The long sleeves of her dress had ridden up to reveal her aging forearms. Her nails were short, colorless, her fingers wrapped expertly around the wheel as she drove through Paris. "You have never seen an old woman before." Her gray eyes mocked him momentarily before they moved back to the road. "No tricks." He jabbed her in the ribs. "I mean it. I'll kill you if you drive to a police station. I know Paris very well." She snorted and responded by flooring the pedal. Why is she so calm? He turned back. "No followers. They'll come, though. Is she a cop?" He snatched her handbag, which was dangling off her right shoulder, and riffled through it. No police identification in it. 19th arrondissement is big. Where are you going? "Stop. Turn into that space next to where that Ford is coming out." She nosed into the bay without question, and he opened his door before the car rolled to a stop. "Call the police." He tossed the rifle on the back seat and lunged out of the still-moving car. He ran around its hood, reached inside the Ford's open window, and pulled the driver's door open. "Sorry, mon ami." He hauled the startled driver out by his collar. "I need your car. Report it to the police." Cutter was sliding behind the wheel when he felt a shadow next to him. "Move over," the elderly woman snapped. 3. "What? Move. You're not Parisian. You speak French like a native, so you might know Paris, but this is my city. I know every alley. I'll drive." "But do it," she said impatiently. "Do you want the police to find you? They won't be far behind." He climbed awkwardly over the armrests, and before he had buckled in, she had backed up. "Merci?" Cutter thanked the owner, who was gaping at them on the street. You'll find the vehicle somewhere in the city." He leaned back when his companion stomped on the gas and shot down towards Place Vendôme. He watched her compressed lips and narrowed eyes for a while. "I don't have the gun, but you can still hurt me. You're a young, strong man. I'm a frail, old woman. I know that. Spare me. Stop talking and let me concentrate." "Why are you doing this? The police will arrest you too." "Stop talking." No one following us yet. He could hear sirens, however. We have a 6 or 7 minute lead over the cops, but that Ford owner will call it in. The woman yanked the wheel hard to join Rue des Petits Champs and got onto Rue Louis le Grand immediately. She held up a finger in warning when he made to speak and drove into a small alley between two buildings. She stopped behind a dull white Citroën and hurried out. "Come!" She snapped her fingers impatiently, which got him to follow her. "Whose car is this?" he asked in confusion when she opened its door and slid inside. "Marie. She parks it here and never locks it." "Marie?" "The woman I was having coffee with. She won't report it as stolen. It's so old she wants someone to take the car away." Her face lightened up when she grinned. "It's in good condition, though, and runs smoothly." Cutter shrank instinctively when a prowl car passed them as they emerged from the alley and joined Rue Louis le Grand. "I'm shirtless." That description will have gone out to every cop. The cruiser didn't slow down, however, and its lights didn't flare when the elderly woman turned in the opposite direction. She weaved expertly through the city's dense traffic, overtaking riskily and honking liberally. "No cameras," she said, waving nonchalantly at his gasp when she ran through a red light. 19th arrondissement is a big district. Where do you want to go there?" "Rue Gaston Pinault." "Woman trouble?" She flicked her eyes at him. "Your girlfriend's husband sent those killers." "No, that can't be it. You disarmed that officer expertly. You are used to handling weapons. Who are you? What are you involved in?" "You're asking me that after helping me?" "You aren't a terrorist. You aren't a killer. You wouldn't have thrown your gun away and left me." "How did you know I am not from Paris?" "Why would you stay in a hotel if you were?" He didn't tell her he knew the city better than most long-term residents. She looked at him briefly when he remained silent. Her eyes lingered a little on the scars on his chest, but she didn't comment on them. She swore when a cab tried to cut in front of them, then put on a burst of speed and focused on her driving. They raced through the smaller streets. She was taking every advantage of breaks in traffic, sensing his urgency. Rue Gaston Pinault was narrow, lined with buildings on both sides. A few cars parked on the street, a motorbike, a few bicycles chained to stands. No traffic, no pedestrians. 36, Cutter told her as he read the door numbers. "That one." He pointed to a red brick building and jumped out of the car before she could stop. "Am I too late?" 4. Cutter raced down the sidewalk and skidded as he turned hard to climb the few steps to the building's entrance. Its door opened and a man burst out, motorcycle helmet in hand. He shoved past and hurried down without looking up or apologizing. "Hey!" Cutter yelled angrily as he staggered back from the shoulder thrust. He leapt towards the closing door and jammed a palm against it. "Don't want to press the buzzer for someone to let me in." A small entrance hallway inside. Cool, dark, a sitting room to the right, couches, magazines, an empty beer bottle on a coffee table. A bigger reception room to the left, more seats, flower vases. The place was tastefully decorated with a thick carpet beneath his feet. It was still. He couldn't hear any sounds. "Hello?" he called out. His belly clenched when no one replied. They could have gone out. He searched the two rooms again. No one present. He went down the hallway to a warmly lit kitchen. A refrigerator ticked in a corner. Empty plates, scattered knives and forks and breadcrumbs on the counter. A large mirror in which he saw his reflection, naked from the waist up, perspiring, grim-faced. He saw the shoes beneath the large, polished table. He bent down and sucked his breath sharply. Two men jammed beneath it, on their backs, holes in their heads. He saw a hint of fabric beyond them, got to his feet, and heaved the table to the side. The woman lay partly hidden behind a fallen chair, and the mound formed by the men. Her hair covered her face, but he could see her slashed throat. The neck of her dress was ripped. There were angry marks on her exposed chest, repeated on her forearms. Cigarette burns. Cutter checked the men to confirm they were dead and dragged their bodies away to get to the woman. Her body, half propped against the wall, rolled to the floor and the hair slid back from her face. Cutter felt as if he had been punched in the gut and was dimly aware of the moan that escaped him as he dropped to his knees. He knew her. He reached forward to feel her face. Her skin was soft and felt warm to his sweating palms. She died recently. It came to him then. The residence was a townhouse and not the block of apartments he had initially thought. The man on the steps could have been the killer, and there was someone behind him. 5. Cutter could partly see the mirror through the corner of his eyes. Jeans enclosed legs and sneakers. About 7 feet behind him. Clear passage between him and the stranger since he had moved the table out of the way and the chairs were to a side. He had his right palm on the floor. His body was drawn up tight from crouching. No time to turn around. He can shoot me from behind. It was physics, but it wasn't just that. It was Zen-like, requiring him to feel his body. It was a maneuver that called on the mental training and exercises Zeb Carter had taught him. Cutter jammed his palm tight to the floor. He emptied his mind and visualized his body weight flowing up through his torso and down his arm to the fingers on the wood surface, against which he propelled himself into the air, backwards, to slam into the newcomer. He felt the sizzle of silenced rounds puncture the air over his head, and then he was crashing into the man, bringing them both down onto the floor. First impressions: dark hair, dark eyes, stubble, no tats. The man grunted and tried to straighten his gun arm. Cutter latched onto his wrist and slammed it to the floor. He reached up to throat punch the stranger and got a knee high up in his belly. His breath escaped him and his hold relaxed momentarily. The shooter lashed out with his legs and slipped free. He got to his feet, rushed to the door, and turned around to bring his weapon up. Cutter threw himself at him. Their combined weight broke the door, and they spilled out of it and rolled down the steps, grappling desperately until they reached the sidewalk, where the stranger went limp. He broke his neck. Cutter looked up when a bike roared up. That other man. He was helmeted and was wheeling his machine around. Where's the shooter's gun? Cutter searched for a moment, gave up and sprinted at the mounted man. The bike wobbled momentarily as the rider straightened it, and that gave him the opportunity to dive at him. Cutter caught hold of the man's jacket and felt him turn around and bring a handgun up. He let go, fell and rolled as bullets struck the street, throwing up chips of concrete and stone, and then the rider was away. "Are you okay?" he panted as he jogged back to the elderly woman who was still sitting in the Citroen. She looked unperturbed, no fear or shock on her face. "Call the police," he told her, and hustled inside the house. He knelt next to the dead woman, held her hand, and sat there motionless until the cops arrived. 6. Cutter put his hands up when armed officers entered the kitchen. "I found them," he told the senior cop later when he arrived to take his statement. "There's a woman in a car outside." We're getting her statement. "Do you know who these men and woman are? How did you find them?" "I'll talk only to Etienne Dupuis." The officer stiffened at the name. "You know the provot?" "Etienne." Cutter deliberately used his first name. "I won't speak to anyone else." The officer's face flushed. His eyes narrowed. "Cuff him," he barked at one of his men. "For what?" the elderly woman challenged from the doorway. "I tried to stop her, but she didn't listen," a cop behind her said apologetically. I was with him all the time, the woman continued. He didn't kill these people. In fact, he tried to stop the killers. Madame, the senior officer began impatiently, Lucy Zogel, I would like to speak to Etienne Dupuy as well. He knows me well. The cop's face tightened. He nodded abruptly at one of his men. Take his prints and get them both to the provot. I'll inform him. Two officers led Cutter and Lucy to a prowl car and directed them to the rear seats. I'm sorry, Cutter said, gesturing helplessly to the woman. I involved you in all this. She looked at him appraisingly and shrugged. It's nothing. Are you hurt? He glanced down at the cuts and bruises on his chest and shook his head. No, none of the bullets came close. Are you a soldier or one of those specially trained police officers? Soldier. Used to be. What are you involved in? He looked at her for a long time and wondered how she remained calm. Anyone else would be shivering in fright and would have accepted the paramedics' help. I don't know, he answered as honestly as he could. She's a civilian. I can't involve her. Why did you join me? There was shooting. Anyone would have tried to escape as quickly as possible, but you… She held up her left hand and pushed back her sleeve to show him the faded green numerals inked on her forearm. Auschwitz. I was 5 when I was sent to the camp. I am the only survivor in my family. I have seen the worst of humanity. A few bullets. I wasn't going to run away from those. That police officer you disarmed, I was watching you. You could have hurt him, but you hit him carefully. You could have shot any of them with his gun, but you didn't. I knew you weren't evil. She pulled down her sleeve. Her gray eyes seemed to read deep inside him. I know what that looks like. He stared at her for a long time while Paris slid past the car windows, and the cops at the front looked at them curiously through the rearview mirror. She must be in her 80s. Lucy Zogel returned his look calmly, a faint smile on her lips. She had presence, and while her face and hands reflected her age, she wasn't frail. Who are you? What's your name? The car passed over the Seine into the Ile de la Cité, one of the 2 natural islands in the river. It navigated past buses carrying tourists to Notre Dame and rolled up in front of Le Pipi's headquarters on Rue de Lutèce. The door opened before Cutter could reply. Why are you shirtless? 7. The man who had asked the question came up only to Cutter's chin, but despite his short height, he radiated authority. The man hurried to Zogel's door and helped her out of the car and escorted her inside the building. What are you waiting for? He looked back impatiently. A red carpet? Cutter grinned and followed them inside. Several police officers nodded deferentially at the suited man and looked on curiously as Cutter, bare-chested and shoeless, joined them in the elevator that took them to the 4th floor. The suit hustled them to an office with spectacular views of the Seine and the Eiffel Tower in the distance. Why? He whirled on Cutter and jabbed him in the chest when Lucy Zogel was seated. Are you without a shirt and no shoes? Because your officers didn't offer me one. Le PP is a police organization, not a clothing outfit. You two know each other? Lucy Zogel interrupted their bickering. Madame Zogel. Lucy, Etienne, how many times have I told you? Lucy, meet Cutter Grogan. I have a feeling he hasn't introduced himself to you. Cutter Grogan, that sounds… American, yes, madame. You don't look it. You're French, you speak it like a Parisian. He speaks many languages, Lucy. He can pass for many nationalities. Cutter is one of my dearest friends, which is no excuse for coming into my city and shooting it up. Etienne Dupuy, provot of the police prefecture of Paris, one of the most respected cops in the country, yelled. His aide burst through the door at the commotion and scurried away with a mumbled apology at the senior officer's glare. I was the one shot at, Cutter replied mildly, aware that Zogel was looking on with a slight smile. I defended myself. 6 bodies, Dupuy roared. In my city. You have turned it into a war zone. Who are these people? Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me you were in Paris? Here. He pulled open a drawer furiously and brought out a white shirt, still in its store wrapping. He ripped away the paper covering and tossed it at Cutter, who caught it, unbuttoned it, and slipped it on. It's a tight fit, but it will do. And, Dupuy thumped his desk angrily, you took Lucy as hostage. Do you know who she is? Are you aware of the headlines? My boss is furious. His boss has been calling him every minute. I should arrest you. You should be in a cell right now with other criminals. The police prefecture was headed by the prefect, a civilian political appointee who reported to the Minister of the Interior. The provot, Etienne Dupuy, ran the police force and was responsible for every strategic and tactical decision in the organization, which had over 30,000 officers. I can imagine the calls he must be fielding, Cutter mused, as his friend leaned over his desk angrily. I have to worry about the city, my officers, terrorist attacks. When my people told me you were a guest at the hotel, I knew. I told my boss we should expect more bodies. What is going on, Cutter? Tell me. I can't. Gina instructed me to keep quiet if the mission went south, he thought bleakly. How is that officer, the one I disarmed? His ego is hurt, but other than a sore wrist, he is fine. I will have to explain to him, too, why you are sitting in my office, wearing my shirt, as if you are my friend and not a thug. Etienne, he asked softly, how long have we known each other? More than 10 years. Why, we met in Iraq. I was with Delta. You were with the French Special Forces. First RPIM, Dupuy said proudly. The 1st Marine Infantry Parachute Regiment was part of the French Army's Special Forces Command. We must have saved each other's lives several times when we fought together. Have you forgotten those days? None. But what does that have to do with what's happened? Because, Cutter said, faking anger, you never asked me once if I was hurt, if I was shot. It doesn't look like our friendship means much to you. Etienne Dupuy narrowed his eyes as he took his seat. He glanced at Zogel, who smothered her chuckle hastily, and turned back to his friend. I know what you are doing, he said with a snap of his fingers. You are trying to change the subject. The first thing I asked my officers was if you had been shot. They assured me you weren't. Don't try that emotional stuff on me. I know you very well. It won't work. What are you hiding? Do you know who those shooters were? Who was that woman in that house? We have the answers. Cutter whirled around in his swivel chair at the voice. 2 dark-haired women in immaculately cut suits and gleaming shoes entered the room. Who are you? The cop demanded. I tried to stop them, boss, the aide said apologetically as he came from behind the new arrivals, but they didn't listen. Who are you? Dupuy dismissed him with a nod. Peyton Quindica, monsieur. The first woman flashed her badge and replied in French, Special Agent in Charge, FBI, and this is Gina DeFiore, the second woman introduced herself, Assistant Special Agent in Charge. Dupuy stared at them for long moments and then threw up his hands. More Americans! 8. Lucy, Dupuy suggested when the FBI agents had seated themselves and coffees had been served. I'll arrange for a couple of my officers to take you home, or to a hospital if you wish to get checked out thoroughly. We'll find your car and arrange for it to be brought to you. Non. Zogel held up her finger imperiously. I am involved in this. I want to know what's going on. Cutter was surprised when his friend didn't protest. She must be someone powerful in the city. Quindica was more direct. Need to know, madame. Monsieur Dupuy is right. It's best if you take up his offer. The elderly woman cocked her head and smiled at the arrivals. Your FBI, oui? Bart Jameson is your boss? Please call him and ask him about me. No need for that, Dupuy interjected. "I can vouch for her. She has the highest security clearances and," he added with a grin, "she doesn't leak secrets." "Just who did you kidnap?" Di Fiore whispered at Cutter. "Beats me," he replied softly. "You missed me that bad that you followed me?" She snorted inelegantly and rolled her eyes. Dupuy cleared his throat before she could retort. "Explanations," the provot commanded. "Tell me everything and why the FBI are here. We can switch to English." "No need," Quindica smiled disarmingly. "We're among those rare Americans who speak a few foreign languages. French is one of them. I'll start, and then Cutter can tell us why there are so many dead bodies in Paris. You are aware of the recent evacuation from Afghanistan. Along with our soldiers and staff, we extracted local civilians and their families as well. Translators, mechanics, staff at our bases." Not all of them, Cutter thought bleakly. He knew Zeb was working on a covert mission to rescue those left behind and crossed his fingers mentally. "Your country," Quindica said, nodding at Dupuy, "evac'd your soldiers and civilian staff too." "We were one of the first," the senior officer agreed. "Our extraction went much smoother than yours." It was a sly dig. The SAC let his comment pass. "A few weeks ago, a woman approached our embassy in Paris and demanded to speak to the FBI. You know how such demands are handled. She got the brush off, was pointed to the website, but she was persistent. She kept returning and insisted on speaking to an agent. Our Paris legate, the legal attaché, relented finally. He decided to hear her out. The meeting was arranged 2 weeks ago. It was brief. The woman said she had knowledge of an incoming threat but wouldn't say any more. She said she would speak to only one person, Cutter Grogan. She used his name, described him, mentioned some of the scars on his chest, something only someone who knew him well would know. The case reached me." She grinned when Dupuy raised his eyebrows. "I am an SAC, but I have some seniority, monsieur." That's an understatement. Cutter suppressed a smile. Peyton Quindica was one of the smartest agents in the FBI, a fast-rising star who handled complex cases that often involved national security and spanned multiple countries. Di Fiore was a first-grade detective with NYPD on a long-term loan to the FBI. The two women were a team, not only in work, but in their personal lives as well. Bart gives them cases no one else can crack. "Etienne, please." Dupuy dispensed with the formalities. "Only if you call us by our first names, too. We arranged protection for her and got Cutter to come to Paris." "You did all this just on what she told you?" Zogel frowned. "I know how the FBI and other intelligence agencies work in America. Wouldn't you check her background, her story, ask for some proof?" "That evacuation, madame, Lucy," Quindica corrected herself with a smile, "wasn't without its issues. You know the worldwide coverage it attracted, the Taliban's reaction. They blocked passage to the airport. We had to negotiate a travel corridor. They checked people's identities. They killed civilians. Those were desperate times. Given all that, I decided it was worth getting Cutter to come to Paris. He wasn't far away. He was finishing up an assignment in a nearby country. We arranged protection for her." "You work with the FBI?" Zogel turned to him. "No, madame. I am kind of a private investigator. I have my own firm in New York." "They call him the Fixer," Dupuy chuckled. "He's quite famous in that city." "I don't understand." Her forehead creased. "You are a civilian, but you dropped whatever you were doing when Peyton called you?" "We are friends." He grinned at Di Fiore's grimace. "We have worked together when some of my cases overlapped with the FBI's. I would do this for any agency, and in any case, I was curious to meet her." "You knew her?" "Peyton and Gina didn't give me any name or description." He hid his wince when Di Fiore kicked his leg. "Can't call her by her first name." "We gave him the safe house details. Quindica explained. The names of the protection officers, and we liaised with them for Cutter's visit. Roxana Lohani, Cutter said softly. I recognized her the moment I saw her body. 9. Roxana, Cutter reminisced. Her husband Sherbahadur and their daughter Shaida. I knew them all. They were good friends. I came across them first in Kandud, a small village in the Wakhan corridor. It was a narrow strip in the northeast of Afghanistan that bordered Tajikistan, Pakistan, and China. The remote mountainous region had once been part of the Silk Route, a region barely touched by time, but not unaffected by terrorism, since the Taliban had arrived there too. Cutter entered the narrow alley, passing stone houses, picking his steps with care. His team was spread out, moving silently through the village to flush out terrorists. He climbed the steps to a house and snatched a glance through the window. It was empty. He went to the next house, stopped short, and raised his HK at a sound. A goat pushed through a bush and trotted away. He relaxed and eased his trigger finger and went to the next house. Village is supposed to be deserted, but can't be too careful. He heard the rustling sound at the fourth house. He cocked his head and crouched at its wall as he peered into the darkness beyond its half-open door. Can't see inside. A humming came to him. Something rattled. It could be a gunman hiding. He double-clicked his mic and pointed at the house when 2 soldiers appeared in the alley. They will cover me. He went hot and hard, crouch-running, his HK to his shoulder, his face tight to it as he burst through the door and lunged sideways. A girl playing on the muddy floor, turning around and screaming at his sight. Shaida, that goat was hers. There were many more, foraging around the village. They lived 5 miles away in Langar, towards the east. Kandud was where she brought their animals. She played in the deserted village while they grazed. We took her back to her family, where Roxana served hot tea and baked bread for us, while Sherbahadur briefed us on the region and where the Taliban were likely to be hiding. One of our Humvees had an engine problem. It wasn't turning. Roxana surprised all of us by identifying the issue. The oil pump was irregular. That was bold of her, Zogel commented. Helping men, American soldiers. They were Wakis. They followed a milder form of religion. Besides, Cutter smiled faintly in recollection. She wasn't lacking in courage. We were there for 90 minutes, and by then they were like family. We relocated them to Ishkashim, a market town where we had a small base. Sherbahadur became our translator and guide, while Roxana worked with our maintenance team. Shaida went to a local school. The Taliban attacked them when my tour was over. I was stateside when I heard about it. Sherbahadur was tortured and killed in front of his wife and daughter. They killed Shaida too and raped Roxana, but let her live, to teach other Afghans a lesson. No one moved in Dupuy's office. No one spoke. They listened silently as Cutter narrated the backstory. I met her during my second tour. She was still in Ishkashim. She still maintained vehicles and had a side business as a mechanic for civilian rides. Everyone knew of her. The terrorists threatened her occasionally, but she didn't back down. They taught me a lesson. Roxana poured tea into 2 mugs and sat next to him on the hillock outside the town as they watched the sunset. We were free people. No one ruled us. No one will control me. Cutter took in her profile. She was in her 30s. A life of hardship had etched lines around her lips and eyes, streaks of gray in her dark hair. She had lost weight. Her nails were cracked. Her palms were rough, but her eyes flashed fire. She tightened the dark robe around her and smiled when she turned to him. Come to America. I know people. I can get you to my country. You can start a new life there. This is my home. I won't run away from here. The Taliban haven't scared me. Sherbahadur and Shaida would want you to be safe. The Taliban won't forget. You are working too, and as a mechanic, that goes against their views of women. There may be a time when I have to leave. She tugged his sleeve and smiled impishly. You won't forget me then, will you? No. What? Di Fiore demanded when Cutter trailed away. I was in regular contact with her. We spoke for hours on the weekends. She knew everything about my fixing business. So? I should have seen the evacuation coming. I should have insisted on, you were in Ira. You were on another mission. Di Fiore checked herself from referring to the location of his previous assignment. Things were hot there, too. A phone call, Cutter said bitterly. I could have made time for that much. He ignored Quindica's hand on his shoulder, went to the window and looked blankly at the Eiffel Tower. How did she come here? Why didn't she get on one of our flights? We don't know, Dupuy replied softly. Until about 5 minutes ago, we didn't even know her name. Do you know those men? No. Cutter turned to face them and crossed his arms. The protection detail. They are our agents. A shadow crossed Quindica's face. Good men, experienced at this work. The men who attacked me in my hotel, Roxana's killing. You know what that means. She nodded bleakly. We have a leak in the FBI. 10. Lucy Zogel stood up at that. I don't need to know this. You'll let me know if you need me? Dupuy nodded. He went around his desk and led her to the door. Cutter Grogan. The elderly woman's eyes flicked to his now shirt-covered chest. You will tell me your story one day. It wasn't a request. Oui, madame. Who is she? Di Fiore burst out when the provot returned. How is she authorized to... Lucy Zogel is a concentration camp survivor, the deputy head of LPP explained. She runs a civilian intelligence network that spans Europe, attacks against Jews, hate speech. Her network started to look into those, but it has grown now and tracks any social disturbance. Remember the terrorist attacks in Paris a few years ago? Bataclan? Oui. Lucy's network gave us crucial intel that helped us take down those terrorists so quickly. She said she knew Bart Jameson, our boss. Yes, they are good friends. Her network has provided intelligence to MI5 and MI6, to the FBI, the CIA, and many other Western agencies. He grinned at his friend. If anything had happened to her, every police officer would have been hunting you. I let her go, Cutter protested. She joined me later on. I know. Dupuy sighed. What do we do about this mess on our hands? Have those shooters been identified? Not yet. The ones in the hotel, they aren't in our system. My officers are still working on that man you killed at Rue Gaston Pinot. The plate number you gave for that bike, it's fake. I am sure we'll find that vehicle abandoned somewhere. Roxana was dead when you found her? Quindica asked Cutter. Yeah, tortured, he replied savagely. He took a deep breath and raised a hand to apologize for his anger. This leak at your end, that's why you're here? Correct. We were in London for a meeting with MI5 when we heard about you. It's all over the news, Di Fiore smirked. You are the most famous person in the Western world right now. The hotel identified you, your backstory, your work as the fixer. It's all out there. Yeah, all that, Quindica drawled. That got us to cut our meeting short and get here. Etienne, we should set up a JTF, Joint Task Force, pool our intel together and work on this quickly. Led by LPP. Of course, but other agencies will have to be involved on both our sides. We, terrorists infiltrating some of the evacuees. That must be what Roxana wanted to inform Cutter about. In the exodus of people, there must have been a few impersonators who got on the extraction flights using false papers. That's our guess, too. But we have nothing. She is dead. If those men Cutter killed aren't in your system, we have zilch. They are pros. Cutter recollected the man he had seen exiting the Gaston Pinot building. That dude wasn't worried about exposing his face. He knew he wouldn't be in any law agency system. We'll have to reach out to the Afghan community, Dupuy declared. The people Roxana flew with. Perhaps she said something to them. Cutter didn't reply. It was bright and sunny outside. An aircraft flew high over the Eiffel Tower, a white trail behind it. Grogan? Grogan? Di Fiore punched him in the shoulder. I know that look on your face. What's on your mind? There is another way. 11. No way, Di Fiore thundered when Cutter finished explaining. You are out of here. We booked you on a New York flight tomorrow. Your work is done. We'll take it up from here. Roxana Lohani was my friend, he snarled. If you think I'm going to sit back and let her killers go free, we'll find them. They won't get away. How? Intelligence work, she snapped back. That's how it works. She asked for me. She knew other soldiers in Afghanistan. I wasn't her only friend, but it was my name she used. That's your guilt speaking. You're too close to this. Step down. Go home. Like hell I will. His idea has merit, Dupuy said, breaking the deadlock. The detective whirled on him. Etienne, you don't know Grogan like I do. He has no respect for authority, laws. He doesn't follow orders. He's like a bull. He'll charge at anything and everything in the hope that something shakes loose. It works, Cutter said with a grin and got a venomous glare in return. I'm with Etienne, Quindica pitched in. It won't hurt to go with Cutter's idea. You too. Di Fiore threw up her hands theatrically. I give up. Admit it, Cutter taunted her. It's a good move. Have you thought of what it will do to you? She spat at him. You'll be a target for these killers. Yeah, I am aware of that. It won't be the first time. She glowered at him for a long time, her anger dissipating slowly. We all came close to dying in Iraq. This is Paris. If you don't do exactly what we say, I'll shoot you myself. Cutter watched the news conference from his hotel room an hour later. Etienne Dupuy, flanked by Quindica and Di Fiore, facing hundreds of journalists in the media room at Le PP's headquarters. The provot started off by summarizing the events of the day and the progress the investigation had made, which wasn't much. He expressed his condolences at the deaths of the FBI agents and announced the formation of the JTF. We are facing an unknown threat, he announced solemnly, and need to pool our intelligence capabilities to find those killers and stop what they are planning. He stepped aside for Quindica to make a short statement, and the two then took questions. Who is Cutter Grogan, and what's his role? A CNN reporter yelled. Why did he take Miss Zogel hostage? Another journalist called out. Is he under arrest? Dupuy and Quindica answered every one of them. That Mr. Grogan was a civilian who was working with the FBI. They explained he was in town to meet Roxana when he was attacked, and that led him to believe she was in danger. Which is why he acted the way he did, Dupuy said. He was the last person to speak to Roxana. The room exploded at that. She was alive. What did she say? Did she know the killers? Quindica waited patiently until they had finished and then leaned forward. It's an ongoing investigation. We can't comment on it. 12. Travis Poole watched the same press conference from his apartment in Austerlitz, the 13th arrondissement. Veins in his forearms bulged and tats glistened as he used his thumb to flick open the beer bottle's cap. He took a long swig, reached into the cooler and tossed bottles to his team members, Ricky Gonzalez, Todd Hudson, and Thierry Grenier. They don't know anything, the Frenchman said, wiping his lips. They're guessing. He fell silent when Poole raised a finger and leaned forward. He was the last person to speak to Roxana, he said, repeating the FBI SAC's words. You heard that. He pressed the TV's remote button to turn it off and faced the men. Grogan spoke with Lohani? Not possible. Grenier shook his head. I worked on her. She died on me. Bondi was with me. He saw it too. He's dead, Gonzalez replied bitterly. Grogan killed him on those steps. They're lying, Grenier insisted. Lohani couldn't have said anything. Heck, she could barely speak when I was done with her. The only name she mentioned was Grogan's. She didn't say anything else. It could be a trap, Hudson suggested. Putting misinformation out there to get us to act. Yeah, Poole's stubble rasped when he rubbed his jaw. But what if Thierry is wrong? Hold up. He stopped Grenier with a look when the Frenchman made to protest. It could happen. You and Bondi were in a hurry to get away. You knew Grogan was getting there. The neighbors could have heard your shots when you took out the CPOs or Lohani's screams. Let's assume Lohani was alive. In which case Grogan knows about us, Gonzalez said softly. That's not a given. Hudson shook his head. Thierry says she couldn't even speak. Even if she was alive, she wouldn't have been able to say anything. Oui, Grenier agreed. There was something like admiration in his voice. She was tough. I thought she would give in at the sight of the knife or the first burn, but she held out till the very end and only said Grogan's name. No, she couldn't have spoken. We can't take the risk. We have to know what Grogan knows. You know how good he is, Gonzalez warned. He's taken out 3 of our men. 1, Eves, our friend, Hudson corrected him. The 2 at his hotel were contractors. They were good, though. We hired them because they came well recommended. We? Grogan saw us, Poole began. Twice only, Gonzalez interrupted him. Both times at Lohani's shop in Stan. That was several years ago. We weren't wearing any distinctive clothing. There's no way he would have remembered us. We can't take the risk, Poole insisted. Our backers won't want loose ends. You've heard their calls. He frowned as he paced and then snapped his fingers. Use the Afghans. Get them to find someone who has no link to us. Gonzalez grinned. Smart, he said softly. They can't give us away if they're captured. And it will reinforce what they are suspecting. Hudson chuckled. That this is about terrorism. His smile faded as he turned to the team leader. Won't Eve be identified by our former employer's people? Everyone who knew him is dead, and others who might suspect him are in hiding. Remember how that company imploded? Everyone who worked there will be suspected of criminal activity. Nope, Poole declared. His file has been deleted in every system. No one will know who he is. Rami Abbasi nodded when Grenier and Hudson briefed him in a Persian cafe near Parc de Choisy. Lohani was a few seats away in the plane, he said softly in Dari. I should have killed her right there. The aircraft was packed. In the crowd and hustle, I could have strangled her and everyone would have thought she suffocated or died of some medical condition. We didn't know she would go to the American embassy. Hell, Gonzalez snorted. We didn't know she was on that flight out of Kabul. And if we had known, Hudson added, she was just another Afghan to us at that time. Don't use your men. Find someone else. Good people, but if they are caught... I'll find someone. The product is safe? Yes, all 10 of us are guarding it in that furniture warehouse. That was a good idea, Gonzalez complimented him. Stuffing the bags in the couches. Abbasi smiled broadly. It gave the men some work to do. There is a neighboring warehouse and one of the workers there liked one of the sofas we have. He sat on it a few times but didn't suspect what was inside. You told him you were Afghans? No, we're using our false identities. Some of us are Moroccans, some Algerians. He has seen only me. The rest of my men stayed in the shadows. Good. Hudson scribbled an address on a paper napkin and showed it to Abbasi. The American is staying in that hotel. There will be police presence around it. Tell the men to be careful. Once we know his routine, we'll grab him. I'll arrange surveillance tonight. Don't leave the hotel. Don't go to the restaurant. Order room service." Cutter cupped his phone between his shoulder and neck and sprawled on the bed. He flicked through TV channels idly as Di Fiore barked orders at him. "You think this is my first rodeo?" he asked when she had finished. "No, but I'm hoping you won't screw up this one. Dupuy has plainclothes officers on the streets around your hotel. There are several in the lobby, too. We have taken over the hotel's CCTV system. We have eyes on everyone who enters the hotel or its vicinity." "I get it." Cutter faked a yawn. "I won't leave my room until you greenlight me." He ended the call, went to the window and peered through the part in the curtains. The police presence was obvious, with several prowl cars parked on Rue de Rivoli. There will be more on the side street as well. A few cops waved traffic through, not letting it slow down or bunch outside the hotel. Several TV crews were on the street, interviewing random onlookers and live relaying to their studios. He had been whisked swiftly through the hotel on his return, with a circle of officers around him. The manager had changed his room to a new suite on the 8th floor, with the adjoining rooms deliberately left empty. No cops in the hallway outside. Neither the hotel nor the cops wanted to attract attention to his room. He returned to his bed and waited for darkness to fall. "He's not going to listen, is he?" Di Fiore made a face. "Nope." Quindica smiled. She adjusted her laptop on the table and beckoned to her partner to join her. "Sir, you might have seen all that's gone down," she said when Bart Jameson appeared on the video call. "Cutter is at it again." "We can't blame him this time," Di Fiore replied. "He was defending himself in the hotel, and as for the hostage-taking, that was smart thinking on his part." She grinned when the director of the FBI raised his eyebrows and Quindica looked sideways at her. "But don't tell him I was defending him." "What have you got?" Jameson turned serious. "Nothing, sir." The SAC grimaced. "More French agencies have joined our task force. DGSE, DGSI, more alphabet soup ones, but Etienne is still leading it." "I'm not surprised. He's a good man. Great track record. We have a similar setup here too. CIA, NSA, FBI. We've all come together. I have a briefing with the President and National Security Advisor in an hour." "Sir, we will be staying back in Paris until we close this." "I expected nothing else. President Morgan is aware you are leading this investigation. Whatever you need is yours. We have to find out if terrorists boarded those aircraft." "Sir, I'm moving my entire task force to Paris to work with the Paris prefecture." "Do it." "You aren't asking why, sir." "I know the reason. I will be dispatching my agents to interview all the Afghans who came on board all the flights, especially those who knew Roxana. I need more people, sir." "You'll get them. We're monitoring chatter, but so far we haven't found any signs of an incoming attack." Di Fiore held up her crossed fingers, at which Jameson nodded. "Yeah, let's hope whatever Roxana wanted to tell Cutter wasn't to do with terrorism." Quindica started another call when the director disappeared from their screen. "Betty," she told the Mexican-American agent who came on video, "take 3, 4, however many agents you need, and find out who knew about Cutter Grogan's meeting with Roxana. No, scratch that. Go back in time. Who knew about her approach to our French embassy? Start from there and turn their lives inside out. I want to find who the rat is and nail their ass to the wall." "Gotcha," Betty Hernandez said laconically. "You folks enjoying your time there?" "Enjoying isn't the word I would use," Di Fiore snorted. "You're in Paris, France, not Paris, Texas. I and my husband would trade places with you in a jiffy." She winked and signed off. Di Fiore went to the window and looked out into the darkness that was blanketing the city. In the distance, the Eiffel Tower glowed. I told Peyton how I much loved her, there, on its viewing platform. It was summer then, too. Quindica read her thoughts. We should go again. Do all the touristy stuff. We will. Di Fiore entwined their fingers. Once this is behind us. What? The SAC asked her reflection in the window when her smile faded. Cutter. She used his first name only when they were alone. I don't know what damage he'll do tonight. 13. We were wondering when you would call us. Beth Peterson smirked on the video call. Cutter, are you all right? Megan frowned over Beth's shoulder. Yeah, he replied. No round hit me. What do you need? Beth asked impatiently. I can't call you to just talk? She rolled her eyes. When have you done that? I need to leave my room. You want us to fly down to Paris, open the door and escort you out? He grinned at her sarcasm. CCTV. Cops are monitoring the hotel's cameras. I need to get out without their knowing. Why? I need to know who's checking out my hotel. I am sure the French police and all the intelligence agencies out there can do that. What can you do that they can't? There's a snitch in the FBI. There could be informers in LAPP too. We'll hack into the system and set the cameras in your hallway to loop. We'll let you know when it's done, Megan briefed him. The window won't be long, however. Yeah, an hour at about 2 a.m. should be enough. Won't the police know, though? Di Fiore and Quindica will likely have FBI teams monitor the feeds, too. The sisters went silent for a moment, and then Beth said condescendingly, We could explain, but it would go over your head. The difference in IQ between you and us is— I get it, he said hurriedly. Those men who died, could you run their images through your databases? You can do that as well. We trained you on using Werner. Werner, the agency's AI system that was the heart of their intelligence gathering and analysis. It had hundreds of legal and illegal hooks into federal, state, and international databases. I fell out of a hotel window, was shot at. Enough of the sob story. We're way ahead of you. None of those men have any criminal records. No driver's licenses either. Nothing. It's as if they don't exist. You know what that means, Megan said soberly. They weren't your Joe Average killers. Cutter nodded. Whoever is behind them has some juice. 14. Didn't Thierry and Todd ask us to use Afghans? Rasul Siddiqui drove through Paris, sticking to the speed limit, following all the rules. Abbasi nodded from the front passenger seat. I decided to do it ourselves. The Afghans will stand out. They don't know Paris like we do. Finding someone who can drive or who has access to vehicles and can speak French will be impossible. Besides, only a few escape from that camp they have been put up in. We know you, boss. Faiz Hamid smiled from the back seat. All those are excuses. We could always find Afghans who are already living in Paris to carry out this surveillance. There is another reason you want us to do this ourselves. What is it? What's so important that you are going against the white men's orders? Abbasi wasn't surprised at Hamid's intuition. He and his men had worked together for a long time. They were a team. They could read one another well. This man Grogan is dangerous. Travis might be able to capture him, and if that happens, great. But I want to see him for myself. I want to know what we might be facing if our friends fail. That's not the real reason, is it? Siddiqui grinned. No, Abbasi acknowledged. You all know why we're really here. In Paris. We can kill two birds with one stone. We can check out the security on Rue de Rivoli and at the same time watch for the American. We have to be very careful. We should not show our faces. We should park far from the hotel. Yes, we discussed this, Siddiqui cut in impatiently. He glanced sideways at their leader. What if Grogan doesn't show up? What if he stays in the hotel? He will, Abbasi replied with quiet confidence. You saw him on those news clips. He's a tiger. He won't stay caged for long." Cutter was between awake and asleep, a restful state where his body was relaxed and his mind empty. He could go to alert in an instant and did just that when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the message and got out of bed, went to his closet and brought out his Glock in its Kydex shoulder holster. It had been in a secure locker in the second arrondissement, where he had retrieved it on arrival. He had several such weapons caches in large cities around the world. He slipped on his gun and taped his phone to his chest, with the camera facing to the front. He brought out a dark hoodie, drew it over his head and adjusted it to fall correctly. He cut a small hole in its front for the camera, inserted earbuds, drew the hood over his head and left his room. He took the service elevator which went down to the kitchen. A single chef who glanced up and recognized him when he drew the hood back. Cutter put a finger to his lips and produced a €100 bill that disappeared in the hotel employee's pocket. Cutter stepped out into Rue d'Alger and walked with his head down to Rue de Rivoli. Paris didn't sleep. It snoozed. There was light traffic, occasional cars, delivery trucks, a dog walker. None of them slowed at the hotel or turned to look. The novelty has worn off. He passed prowl cars in which cops were on their phones or sipping coffee. The television vans were dark, no crew visible. Cutter took a right on Rivoli and went along the line of parked vehicles with his head bent down. He turned at the intersection with Rue de Castiglione and crossed the street to the sidewalk that paralleled Tuileries Garden. He walked back, crossing his hotel on the left. No one confronted him. He didn't attract a second glance. He knew it was all deceptive. Dupuy's officers will have cameras watching every second. They could be in any of these dark-windowed vehicles on the street. He went down to the Champs-Élysées Park and turned back with his hood down. It was on his return that he felt them, eyes on his back. 15. Cutter bent down as if to retie his shoelaces and went into a warm-up routine when he straightened, as if preparing to jog. That man. He wasn't there when I walked down. The stranger had his phone in front of his face and was studying its screen intently. Can't make him out from this distance. He's got dark clothing and a hoodie, too. Is he alone? Where did he come from? Cutter snatched glances as he stretched and rotated. Phone man seemed to be alone. He could have come from any of the parked vehicles. I didn't hear a car door. That didn't mean much. He could have closed it silently. Is he hostile? There was only one way to find out. Cutter broke into a light jog away from the man. He went several yards before spinning on his heel. Phone man was following him. Siddiqui panicked when Grogan charged at him. He was experienced, battle-hardened, but something in the way the American ran at him unnerved him. He remembered Abbasi's words. He is a tiger. Siddiqui couldn't outrun the man. Grogan was tall, fit, and narrowing the distance quickly. He couldn't risk being captured. Tuileries Garden was surrounded by a tall metal railing, topped by sharp points. Between sections were concrete posts with ornamental vases on top. Siddiqui grabbed one of the metal bars and hauled himself up with difficulty. He cut his palm on one of the sharp points but ignored the stinging pain and raced across the garden. Can't let him get away. He'll have some answers. Cutter leapt high on the nearest concrete post, levered off it and vaulted over the railing. He landed on the green lawn and sprinted towards the receding figure. The stranger darted between flower beds, heading towards the Arc de Triomphe. Cutter gained on him. 20 feet. 18. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to go faster. A second man came from behind a shoulder-high, perfectly shaped bush and slammed into him. Cutter staggered and fell, caught a sharp elbow to his waist and slapped away the incoming eye gouge. He reared up to attack and fell back when the assailant kicked him high on the thigh. He flailed wildly and caught the man's jacket, but the attacker punched his hand and raced away. They've gotten away. Cutter watched the two men recede in the distance and turned at the sound of pounding steps. "Alert the police at that end of the garden," he told the approaching police. One of the officers looked at him, cursed softly, and spoke into his radio. "How did you get out of the hotel?" he said, swearing after he had finished issuing orders. "Etienne, DeFiore, and Peyton will give me hell for this." 16. Attack was the best form of defense, Cutter decided. He didn't wait for them to accuse him. Half an hour later, in a police van on Rivoli, two officers on screens, a grumpy Dupuy, a savage-looking DeFiore, and a cold-eyed Quindica. The three of them facing him across a small table, the smell of coffee and anger thick in the air. "Without me out there, you wouldn't even know about those two men. Did your fancy setup spot them?" Cutter pointed at the screens. "We asked you not to leave the hotel," Quindica said through clenched teeth. "I had to get fresh air." "At 2 a.m.? Dupuy growled. "You planned this." "Nope, I couldn't sleep, but you didn't answer my question. Your surveillance didn't spot them, did they?" "They came from the garden," the provot said defensively. "Did you identify them?" "No. You know they got away at the Louvre. A car picked them up and drove away before any patrol car could get to them." "You got them on camera?" "No." DeFiore slammed her palm on the table. The officers at the screens jumped at the sound and turned back to their feeds at Dupuy's look. "They could have been carrying guns. They could have shot you." "I know. It was a calculated risk. I was counting on them knowing there would be police presence. They wouldn't shoot just like that. They wouldn't have gotten away." "Describe them," Dupuy said after a long silence. "I've told you several times. It was dark. I didn't get a close look at them either. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark clothing, that's all I got. They could be Afghans. They could be deeply tanned like me. They could be someone from the Mediterranean region. I don't know who they are. I didn't recognize either of them, I'm sure of that." "It proves our suspicion," the provot sighed, "that they want Cutter. I think they wanted to grab and question him, which is why they didn't use guns." "Any progress on the investigation?" Their silence was his reply. "When will Rukhsana's body be released?" "In a couple of days," Dupuy replied. He patted his jacket pocket and brought out a slip of paper. "My officers found this in her bag. It's in Waki. I don't speak it, but I think it's for you." Cutter unfolded the heavily creased paper, which looked like it had been torn from a notebook. "I learned the language from her," he said under his breath. "Enough for conversation and light reading." The message wasn't long. "Brother, I hope to meet you soon. I have lots to tell you." "That's it?" DeFiore frowned when he read it aloud. "Yeah, she must have meant to write a letter and post it, but didn't get around to it." They nodded at his explanation. Dupuy glanced at his watch and got to his feet heavily. "Try to stay out of trouble for a few hours. Let us all get some sleep." Cutter took in Quindica's and DeFiore's expressionless faces and guessed what they were thinking. That we have made no progress in over 12 hours. That first man I was chasing, he jumped over the fence. "We are aware of it," the detective snarled. "He cut his palm on it. You might find some blood on the railing." 17. "Why did you run?" Abbasi glared at Siddiqui when they were back in the warehouse. "If you had stood there, he would have gone past you and not suspected you." "I should have been in his place," Hamid said. "Be quiet," the team leader silenced him. "I don't know," Abbasi said, shamefaced. "Something in the way he came at me. I panicked. If I hadn't attacked him, he would have caught you." "Yes, I don't think he got a good look at me. It was dark and I had my hoodie." "Even if he did, it doesn't matter. No one can identify us. The people on the plane know us under different names, and we escaped the camp as soon as we arrived. No one knows we are here. The workers in the neighboring warehouse don't know we live here." Abbasi looked around the inside of the storage space and made out the rest of his team in their sleeping bags on the floor. The warehouse had a kitchen and a bathroom, which was all they needed for their stay. "What will you tell Travis?" Siddiqui asked nervously. "That the Afghans we hired were incompetent. We killed them to make sure there were no loose ends. Which reminds me, find some Afghan criminals and kill them before we meet Travis. Relax," he told his men. "I have it under control. This night didn't turn out the way we wanted, but we got the confirmation we were looking for. Cutter Grogan needs to be killed. He's too dangerous." "We'll go after him," Hamid asked hopefully. "No, not unless he's a threat to us. Right now, all he knows is someone was watching him. Let Travis deal with him. What do you think about Rivoli?" "There is more security there," Siddiqui replied, "because of what happened, but otherwise it will suit our purposes. It is a busy street, usually, which will help us escape when we finish what we have planned. But is that the location we are targeting?" "We need to check others also, and then I will decide." "It was short notice, Travis." Abbasi made a face. "I had to go with the men I found. They came recommended from my network, but they weren't good enough for the job." "We need to take care of them," Poole declared. "I have done that." The Afghan turned his phone around to show its screen and swiped through 3 photographs. "Rasul, Faiz and I dealt with them. They won't be trouble." Poole glanced at the dead men, their throats slashed, and smiled briefly. "Where did you dump the bodies?" "We left their bodies in their apartment, in the Goot door." The American's smile grew broader. "In the North African district. Yeah, no one will talk there. The police will think it's a gang killing. Good job, Rami. We'll have to deal with Grogan, but let me think about it. Our American friends want to inspect the product." "They are coming to Paris." "No, it's too risky. We'll have to arrange a video call for them." "How will they know what we have isn't fake?" "They won't. They'll want to see the product physically, but this is the first step. We'll be ready." Poole watched Abbasi disappear into the crowd after their meeting and made his way to the nearest metro stop. Rami is smart. He thinks several steps ahead. He rotated his shoulders to loosen them and thought of Grogan. Todd can take him out. He's an ace sniper. However, that would require shadowing their target to know his routine. Nope. That will expose us. Besides, it will draw attention to ourselves at a time when our backers and buyers are nervous. He got into the train and smiled pleasantly at a young child in a baby carrier. He was a stone-cold killer, but that didn't mean he didn't have manners. 18. Dupuy tapped his fingers on the leather seat as his car made its way to the North African district in the 18th arrondissement. "Talk to me," he ordered the detectives when he entered the small apartment overlooking an open-air market. "Nothing much to tell, sir," the ranking officer briefed him quickly. "A neighbor found the door half open and knocked on it. When no one answered, she pushed it open and found the bodies. They are Afghans. From the refugee camps. Oui, Kamran Wali, Nisar Mohammed, and Parvez Yusuf. They are—" "Were they the ones who attacked Grogan?" Dupuy whirled and sighed exasperatedly at the sight of Di Fiore and Quindica. He frowned when his friend came from behind them. "What's he doing here?" "He was entering the apartment when we arrived." "How did you know about these deaths?" "Task force, Etienne, remember?" Quindica grinned. "We heard the chatter among the cops." "And you?" Dupuy glowered at Cutter. "You're not the only friend I have in Le PP." The provot sighed again when his friend offered no further explanation. "He's like that," Quindica said sympathetically. "Oui, a pain in the bottom." "Are they the ones?" Di Fiore demanded. "They could be," Cutter responded before Dupuy could. "All 3 have builds like the men who attacked me. Like I said." "Yeah, we know," the NYPD detective said irritably. "You didn't see them up close." "Aren't you friends?" the provot asked them suspiciously. We are not. She loves me, but won't show it. I don't want to know, Dupuy said hastily. Those two men on Rivoli got away in an escape car. These three could be them, Cutter nodded. But, he looked at his friend, they could be innocent too. No one knows anything about them, the senior detective said, reading from his notes. They were renting this apartment for a few months, always paid in cash, created no trouble, but no one knows where they worked. They came and went at odd times. That blood smear on the railing? We'll get on it right away, Dupuy nodded. If there's a match, then you know what this means. Someone is cleaning up. 1 p.m. A bistro in the 2nd arrondissement. Cutter with Quindica and Di Fiore. Thomas Marrier and Amaury Chenard, Di Fiore read out from her notebook as she bit into her lunch. Those were the two men at the hotel. Meg said none of the men were identified. They weren't in any system. Who are they? He asked expressionlessly. Assassins. DGSI has a file on them. They were suspected of killing a Moroccan diplomat, but otherwise have operated beneath the radar. The man at the Gaston Pinot house? Unidentified. No prints, hair, or DNA there. Quindica's phone rang. She answered it and replied in monosyllables. Etienne, she explained after hanging up. The blood test was inconclusive. The sample from the railing was contaminated with bird poop, chemicals on the railing. It couldn't be analyzed. His officers went to get another sample, but the light rain we had earlier had washed it away. Chemicals? That metal fence was newly cleaned by the city, hosed down by some kind of detergent and then painted. Yeah, she looked at his disappointed face. We are out of luck there. Etienne had news on the dead Afghans as well. They were criminals. One asylum seeker came forward and said one of them raped her. She didn't report it to the police because she didn't want to complicate her case. Another woman who has a stall in the open-air market said the three men robbed her. A few other people have given statements. Rape, assault, theft, but no one filed complaints. They attacked illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, Cutter guessed. Yeah. There's no way to know if they were the same men who attacked you. There's one way to find out. He played with his knife and fork as he thought about it. The man owes me. His underground network is extensive. He might know. I don't like what you're thinking. Di Fiore squinted at him. And don't deny it. You're an open book to us. Cutter couldn't help grinning. He looked around the small restaurant where no one seemed to be paying attention to them. It looked like Parisians had forgotten the events of the previous day. I have a few contacts, he said. I'll ask them. Give us their details. They won't talk to cops. You'll let us know what you find, Quindica asked him. Yeah? You never told us how you got out of the hotel. The cameras on your floor were on a loop. I didn't, he agreed. He paid for their meal and left. How many? Di Fiore asked. How many what? How many men will he kill before dinner time? Quindica clicked her tongue in exasperation. Really? 2 at the least, I'm guessing, Di Fiore said unrepentantly. 19. Cutter went to an electronics store and bought a set of LED lights, a large battery pack, and several feet of electrical wire. His next stop was at a luggage store where he bought a money belt. He returned to his hotel and got to work. He messaged Megan when he had finished and got a call in return. What? Beth demanded when she came on video. Her sister was behind her. Gina and Beth. They seemed to have read the same manual, How to Be Dismissive of Cutter Grogan. So, we're funny? The younger twin demanded. Seeing us makes you laugh? No, he replied hastily and wiped the smile from his face. I need some help. That's obvious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have called. What do you want? Thomas Marrier and Amaury Chenard. How come they have been identified? Yeah, that surprised us too, Megan nodded. Their files appeared in the DGSI system overnight, and as soon as they did, their photographs got matched and automatic notifications went out. That's how Dupuy's team found out about them. Can you find out who inserted their files? An analyst who died a few years ago. Pick your jaw off the floor, Beth smirked. Whoever did it had access to not just the FBI, but also the French intelligence agencies. Be careful. Cutter took their advice. He left his hotel in the evening and backtracked several times to confirm he wasn't being tailed. He went to a bookshop in the 6th arrondissement and found Lucy Zogel reading in an intimate corner. She was alone and seemed well-known, judging by the way the staff smiled at her. I wasn't sure if you recognized that I sent that message. Thank you for driving me in Paris. I'll be in the rare bookshop in the 6th district this evening, she said, quoting him. Who else would have sent it? Are you in trouble? No, other than someone trying to kill me. Why the need for this? She indicated the bookstore. I need to get into a nightclub. She burst out laughing. It's been a few decades since I went to those places, Cutter. You should find a younger companion. None. He smiled. I don't need someone to go with me. There is one particular venue I need to get inside, but they have a strict guest list. Your network. I wondered if you have doormen and bouncers in it. I could try bribing them, but I'm not sure that would work. What's its name? Where is it? Paris Nightingale, in the 18th arrondissement. She eyed him speculatively as she brought out her phone and had a low-voiced conversation. When do you go? She broke off. Tonight, after 9 p.m. She murmured into the phone, thanked the person at the other end of the call, and hung up. You are in luck, she said, turning back to him. Francis Roux will be at the door tonight. He will be with other security men, but if you approach him privately and mention me, he will be able to get you inside. Criminal gangs use that club as a meeting place. We? I'm aware of who owns it. Francis has nothing to do with them. He's one of us. How do you know of it? DGSI has a file on it which I can access because of Werner. I have contacts. You seem to have many of them. Now, she said, shutting the book she was reading, tell me what is going on. I can't. Is it related to Roxana Lohani? Yes, madame. I told you to call me by my first name. It doesn't come naturally to me. Etienne said you would be like this. Go. Bring justice to Roxana. My version of it is different from Etienne's. I know, she said simply. The Paris Nightingale was on Rue Custine. A flag featuring the bird against the city's outline was the only marking on its door. 3 suited men stood around casually, making small talk. A car drove up as Cutter watched from across the street, and a heavy-set man emerged from it. The arrival walked to the club and went through the door. They know him. A Hummer rolled up 15 minutes later, and a flashily dressed man got out, accompanied by 2 women. They, too, entered without a fuss. Cutter got his opportunity a short while later. One of the security men broke off for a smoke, while the other drifted a few steps away to take a call. He crossed the street swiftly and approached the lone doorman. We have a mutual friend, he told Roux. She likes books. She or someone in her organization must have told you about me. The security man's eyes flicked over him. He nodded imperceptibly. Is Akhtar Majidi inside? Go. Roux's lips barely moved. He stood aside, opened the door, and gestured with his head. Heavy beats and throbbing music hit Cutter when he went through a second door. A hostess flashed a smile at him and offered him a drink. He took it and made to sip as he checked out the interior. The entrance opened directly into the dining area. Most of the tables were occupied. Beyond it was a small dance floor and a stage on which a singer crooned. A live band was behind her. To the right was a crowded bar. The servers were busy and waitstaff hustled between tables. 7 security men, Cutter counted. All of them looked competent and were wired with earbuds and wrist mics. He watched one of them disappear to the right of the bar and vanish in the dim lighting. He followed the man down a carpeted hallway to the men's bathroom. He walked past, noting the way the music seemed to fade, soundproofing. He took in the ceiling-to-floor curtains along the wall and followed a bend in the hallway. A smaller bar came into view, less crowded, a few men and women at the bar and 2 security men guarding access to it. "The bathrooms are behind you, monsieur," one of them said, flashing a smile. "I know," Cutter said and kept going. "This is a private area." The men came together and blocked his passage. "Go to the main bar, sir. You can order drinks and food." "I want to speak to Akhtar Majidi." Their faces remained pleasant. "We don't know who that is," the first guard said. "Tell him I want to buy stingers." They stared at him in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Cutter opened his jacket to show his money belt, on which was mounted the battery pack and flashing lights. "If you don't take me to him, I will set this bomb off. 20. The guards backed away a couple of steps. They looked at each other. One reached for his phone, but his hand fell away when Cutter fingered the battery pack. "You will be the first to die." "You will die too," the man blustered. "Do you think I care? Take me to Majidi. He does not meet strangers. Are you negotiating with me? I am counting down. Wait, come with us. I'll follow you. No tricks. Don't warn the people at the bar. No one can help you. I can trigger the bomb in a second." The men walked nervously to a door where a large bouncer stood. "He has a meeting with the boss." The big man eyed them for a moment and opened the door. Cutter followed the guards inside the room. Thick carpeting, dim lighting from chandeliers, tasteful art pieces on the walls, 3 men playing cards around a circular table, a rolling cart with the remains of their meal on it, a counter behind the large man loaded with wine bottles. "I gave orders not to be disturbed," the big man said, looking up in irritation. "This man—" "Hello, Akhtar Majidi." Cutter smiled humorlessly. "Remember me. Your men didn't have a choice. This," he showed his belt, "persuaded them." The 2 card players squawked in fear. They made to rise and sat back heavily when Cutter motioned at them. "Grogan," Majidi said expressionlessly, "I didn't know you could speak French. You didn't know I could speak Dari or Pashto either. Afghanistan was a long time ago." "It was. Look at you now. You boss one of the biggest criminal outfits in Europe." "I am a businessman. I have never been arrested." Cutter grinned. "That's what all the crooks say. Drugs, weapons, kidnapping for ransom. Is there anything you don't deal in? Yeah, women. You don't do prostitution." A muscle twitched on Majidi's cheek. His eyes were pools of darkness, revealing nothing. There were beads of sweat on his guests' foreheads, but they didn't move either. "Are you going to set that off?" "This?" Cutter removed the belt and held it up. "Lights and a battery. It isn't a bomb. You need to get better security people. No one searched me at the door, and your guards," he cocked his head at the 2 men, "should have seen that there was no explosive." One heavy stiffened at that. His hand flashed to his waist. The other man spun on his heel. Cutter had anticipated their reaction. He caught hold of spinning man by the shoulder and shoved him into the second guard. He grabbed a ceramic plate from the cart and slammed its hard edge into the first thug's temple and broke it on the second guard's forehead. They fell to the ground in a heap and didn't move. The door burst open. Burly man rushed in and skidded to a stop when Cutter jammed a ceramic shard against his throat. No one moved for 10 seconds. The bouncer's harsh breathing filled the room. "Go," Majidi ordered Burly Man. "This man won't hurt me." "Boss." "Go." The bouncer left the room and shut the door behind him. Cutter searched the unconscious men, removed their handguns, and tossed one of them in a corner. "A Glock," he said, inspecting the one in his hand. I use the same model. What do you want, Grogan? Your help. Why should I do that? You are alive because of me. Those Afghan soldiers with me that day in Baldacci would have shot you to pieces. They were under orders to capture or kill any drug runners. You resisted arrest. I convinced them to let you go. You were young. Your life was ahead of you. You could change your life. Cutter looked around the room. From a small-time drug-running operation in Afghanistan to this, that is change. I helped you in return. I tipped you off on the Taliban's hideouts. You did. It's settled. What I owe you has been repaid. Are you refusing to help me? Yes. One day you could be getting inside your armored Mercedes. That's your ride, isn't it? You see someone in the rearview mirror. You turn around, but not quick enough for you or your guards to help. That someone stabs you in the chest and disappears into the crowd. You fall to the sidewalk, bleeding, dying, and your last conscious thought is, that was Cutter Grogan. Or you're coming out of this nightclub one evening and a sniper splatters your head on the wall. Me. I could go on. There are hundreds of ways I can kill you and you'll never see me coming. You don't want me as an enemy. Are you threatening me? Yeah, Majidi, if that wasn't clear to you. Are you a police officer? I am a civilian. Do you know what I can do to you? Cutter grinned and held up the Glock. 15 minutes ago, you were playing cards thinking you were protected by your men. What can you do to me? What do you want? Cutter brought out 3 photographs and spread them on the table. Kamran Wali, Nisar Mohammed, and Parvez Yusuf, 3 Afghan criminals found dead in the 18th arrondissement. He brought out 2 more images, Thomas Marrier and Amaury Chenard. You must have heard of what happened on Rivoli. These were the men who attacked me. This one, he produced a last photograph, is unidentified. He or his companion, or both of them, killed a woman in Gaston Pinot, and someone attacked me on Rivoli again, very late at night. I want to know who's behind all these. Go to the cops. They are investigating. You might have seen the press conferences. You are connected to the underground, however. I am a businessman. You can say that all you want. It doesn't make any difference. You are a criminal. Find out who is behind these attacks and let me know. Majidi picked up the photographs of the Afghans and checked them out. That's where his network is strongest, in the Afghan and Pakistan community. What do I get in return? Staying alive. One less enemy. He scribbled his number on a paper towel and tossed it at Majidi. That's where you can reach me. He got to his feet, considered for a moment, and looked at the Afghan. Why don't you traffic in women? I am not a criminal. Yeah, I got that. Rokshana Lohani. Her name is all over the media. She was from your country. A Waki. Do this for her. Find those men and get back to me. Burly man was waiting for him past the men's bathroom. The hallway was empty, and when Cutter rounded the bend, the bouncer attacked him with a baseball bat. Cutter took the blow high on the right shoulder. He grunted from the impact and staggered. He felt the thug swing and charged into him, taking the incoming bat on his chest and body slammed the heavy against the wall. He head-butted Burly man, breaking his nose, throat-punched him, grabbed his hair and smashed his head against the wall several times until the thug went limp and slid to the floor. Cutter stepped back, panting, and checked that the man was unconscious. He straightened his clothing and became aware of eyes on him. Akhtar Majidi, his guests, guards, and several patrons from the bar were staring at him. You need better protection, Cutter said. He wiped his hands and left. Am I in trouble? Rue whispered as he left. No, you might get a promotion. However, Majidi is short a few guards. 21. Akhtar Majidi paced in the living room of his Saint Germain house. It was a white-walled building fenced with tough-looking security personnel throughout the house. CCTV, motion sensors, pressure pads, intruder alarms, infrared devices. It had the works, yet he felt threatened. What if that had been a real bomb? He had yelled at the nightclub's guards before sacking several of them. He uncapped a bottle of water and took a long drink as his head of security assured him the house was safe. He dismissed the man with a finger waggle and threw himself on a couch. Cutter Grogan. He grimaced. The American had cut through his layers of security as if they had been non-existent. If he can reach me like that alone, he could kill me anytime. He had arrived in Paris with nothing, as an asylum seeker. He had started his drug-running business using his network in Afghanistan for supply, and his smarts and ruthlessness had taken him to where he was now. Europol, DGSI, LPP. Everyone knew who he was but couldn't prove it. He had been questioned several times but hadn't been arrested even once. Grogan could crash and burn his criminal empire. He swore and brought out the dead men's photographs. "Bashir!" he yelled. His head of security appeared. Majidi gave him the dead Afghans' photographs. "They're on the news. Find out who might have killed them." "The police." "Ask in our network, within our community. Do I have to tell you how to do your job?" Bashir Ghani took the images and withdrew silently. Majidi drank from the bottle, wiped his lips, and cursed Cutter Grogan. The subject of his thoughts was back in his hotel room, at his laptop, cursing too, as he typed commands and got Werner to search LPP's records. Cutter didn't know if the AI software had legal hooks into the police prefecture systems, nor did he care. "I need to know if Dupuy's people have made any progress." He was sure his friend wouldn't update him on any developments. As for Di Fiore and Quindica, he made a face. "They won't tell me either." Werner came back with an information dump. Police reports, witness statements, video clips, photographs, all pointing to a big fat zero. Other than identifying the dead Afghans and French assassins, there had been no progress. The FBI had no better information for him. All those cops and agents, the involvement of all the agencies, and this is what they've got to show for it, he thought sourly. He stiffened a moment later. "My phone. I recorded the attackers on it." He hadn't told the FBI team nor Dupuy about it, and in the van had casually hidden the hole in his hoodie by crossing his arms across his chest. "I trust the three of them, but not their organizations." He hooked his phone to his laptop, copied the video, and played it. The man on the Tuileries Garden sidewalk, features concealed by his hoodie, but it looked like he was dark-haired and was clean-shaven. That description fits hundreds of millions of men. He continued watching, noting the way the man had jumped over the railing. He sucked his breath sharply when the man turned back. His hood had slipped back to show his face. Dark eyes, average features, no tats, scars, or any distinguishing marks. "I have a face." Cutter's fist pumped the air. The rest of the video was a blur. His phone hadn't captured the man who had come from behind the bush. Got only his chest. He returned to Garden Man and was studying him when his door burst open. 22. Cutter slammed his laptop shut with his right hand, snatched his Glock from the table and dived out of his chair to land on the carpet, with only his head showing over the bed and his gun trained on the arrivals. Di Fiore, Quindica, and Dupuy. "Whoa!" the SAC exclaimed. "That's a great way to get shot," he grunted as he got to his feet and replaced his weapon. It was Gina's idea. "I knew he had trigger discipline," the detective retorted. "How did you get the key to my room?" Etienne asked the manager. Dupuy threw his hands up when Cutter glowered at him. "Your friends were very persuasive." "I could have been with someone." Di Fiore chuckled at him in astonishment. "The last time you went on a date was when dinosaurs roamed the earth." Cutter's lips twitched in a smile involuntarily. "Why are you here?" There was some disturbance at the Paris Nightingale, a nightclub, about 90 minutes ago. Customers reported a brawl. He kept a blank face when the three of them looked at him searchingly. Philippe Mathieu, director of RG, is a friend of mine. Dupuis picked up the explanation. RG is what we call the DGSI informally. He has a team watching the nightclub. You were there. Brawl, nightclub. It had to be you. Di Fiore completed the equation. What were you doing there? Talking to one of my contacts. Who is that? This is my city, Cutter, Dupuis said angrily. Who did? Akhtar Majidi. The provot sucked his breath sharply. You know him? Yes. I saved his life in Afghanistan. You know one of the biggest criminals in Europe? It's not as if we are friends, Etienne, Cutter said mildly. I haven't had any dealings with him after that one incident in Stan. He looked at their disbelieving faces and broke it down swiftly. The past, and what he had asked of Majidi. Why would he help you? Quindica asked curiously. If he doesn't, Di Fiore answered sardonically, Grogan will bring down his organization. What are you thinking? Cutter noticed Dupuis' expression. Majidi employs several Afghans. It's one reason he's very successful. He recruits from the community, which is tight-knit. What if he's behind this? I thought of that. Nope. He has a rule. He doesn't hurt women. He doesn't traffic or profit off them. You can't be sure of that. I am, but you can investigate him and see where you get. Why did you close your laptop when we entered? Di Fiore glanced at it suspiciously. I was setting up a dating profile, he answered sarcastically. She's capable of snatching it and checking it out. He grinned inwardly when she looked at him dubiously. Is that why you came here? To ask me why I was in the Nightingale? We found this. Dupuis held out his phone and played a video clip on it. It was taken at night and showed a man entering a building and returning after several minutes. His face was exposed briefly to the camera as he adjusted his hood. It's blurry. Can't make out who he is. Our technicians are working on it. Dupuis nodded. But they don't have much to go on, other than that clip, and aren't confident they can sharpen it enough to show his face clearly. Who is it? What's that building? Wait, that's where Kamran Wali and his friends lived, Quindica completed. Their apartment is in that building. You think he's the killer? We? The pre-vote replayed the video. The timeline fits. They were killed early in the morning after you were attacked. That man was in that building long enough to have finished them. We interviewed every resident and no one knows who that man is. We got lucky. A convenience store across the street has one of its cameras pointing at this building, and that's how we got this clip. Do you recognize him? No. You're lying, Di Fiore burst out. You are hiding something from us. Cutter. Quindica frowned at him. What are you holding back? He studied them for a moment. FBI has a leak. We are aware of that. My task force is operating from New York just for that reason. The director is working on finding the snitch. Your agents could be the leaks. They aren't, she replied calmly. I can vouch for every one of them. Your side has a leak as well. Cutter turned to his friend. Dupuis' eyes flared in anger. You and I go way back. You are one of my closest friends, but even you cannot make such accusations. Thomas Marrier and Amaury Chenard. What of them? The provot raged. Those men didn't exist in your systems yesterday. What are you talking about? I shared their files with Gina and Peyton. That was today. Lay PP, DGSE, DGSI, and every Western intelligence agency didn't know who they were yesterday. Their files were planted using a dead analyst's credentials. What? Dupuis' anger turned to bewilderment. He turned to Di Fiore and Quindica. Are you sure? The detective asked. Yeah. You believe him? The provot asked, surprised. Cutter, what's going on? I can't tell him about Zeb or the agency. My work as a fixer has made me some powerful friends, intelligence agencies, shadowy ones no one has heard of, not just American, but all over the world. I checked with them. They didn't know who Marier and Chenard were. The Frenchman threw his hands up in the air. You want me to believe that? Yes. Dupuy stared at him for a long time. Just who are you, Cutter? I am your friend. Etienne, Quindica said softly. I believe him. So do I, De Fiore chimed in. We've worked with him several times. The people he knows, they're on our side. Their intelligence capabilities are the best. If they told Cutter these men weren't known to anyone, then it has to be true. That file came to us from DGSI. The provot rubbed his jaw. Whoever is behind these killings has someone deep and powerful inside. Or, De Fiore added, they have access to people's logins and might be even able to hack into the agency system without being detected. I trust my team, Dupuy said stubbornly. In any case, the investigating officers are hand-picked by me and do not collaborate with anyone. Nothing should change, Cutter told him. Your people should continue working as they were. Otherwise, these killers will know we are aware of them. Once I find them. The Frenchman bunched his fists. There's more, De Fiore said sharply. What else are you hiding? I recorded the man, 23. Recorded? The one you chased in the garden. How did you do that? Did you get both of them? Cutter held up his hand to silence their questions and opened his laptop. He turned its screen to face them and played the video. He stepped away as the three of them crowded around his screen and watched in silence. De Fiore whirled on him, her face tight. How did you record this? He went to his closet and held up the hoodie to show them the hole. I taped the phone to my chest. And you didn't think of telling us, she flared. I had forgotten all about it, he admitted. It was just before you arrived that I remembered. Don't do that, De Fiore said angrily at Quindica's smile. It will only encourage him. He wouldn't have told us if we hadn't come here. The SAC put on an expressionless face and retreated when the detective and the provot played the video again and compared the man to the one on Dupuy's phone. It could be him, the provot whispered. Yeah. Cutter nodded. Your video is blurry and mine isn't great either, but there are similarities. If they are the same, De Fiore thought aloud, then Wali, Mohammed, and Yusuf weren't the ones in the Tuileries garden. Their deaths could be unconnected, Dupuy said slowly, but what are the chances of 3 Afghans following you and 3 others turning up dead in less than 24 hours? The men tailing me could be anyone, Cutter said, pointing to his screen. There's no way to tell who that dude is from your video or mine. He grinned when his friend made to protest. But it's safe to assume they are Afghans. Why would someone kill them? Quindica bit her lip as she looked out of the window. They might be from the same gang and were silenced because they knew too much. De Fiore frowned. Or didn't like what they were involved in. We can speculate all we want. We won't know unless we capture the men out there. You recognize that man? Nope. Cutter shook his head. Never seen him in my life. We'll run the videos through facial recognition and see what we get. I'll do the same at my end. My officers will cross-check these videos with the evacuees database. We should be able to identify him if he was on any of those flights, and we can then work out who he was friendly with. That could lead us to the other men. We won't go public with this CCTV video, though. If these mystery people know we have it, let them wonder why we aren't disclosing it. Etienne slipped his phone into his pocket. Did anyone escape after arriving? Cutter asked him. A lot. The provot made a face. Escape isn't the right word. They aren't put up in prisons. They are free to move around while their papers are being processed. Several men and women dropped out of sight. They might have gone to friends or families. Tracking them down is a challenge. We have killers out there, possible terrorists, and we have no idea where they are." "But they know," Quintica said soberly, "where we are in our investigations." Cutter knew what they were thinking when they turned to him. Let's hope Majidi gets somewhere. 24. Akhtar Majidi was in the nightclub at lunchtime closing a drug deal when Bashir Ghani came to him. "5 Ks to the Russians," he said triumphantly, "at a good price. They didn't haggle much. There is so much demand out there they know we can get other customers. They couldn't afford to let go of our product." "Congratulations, boss." Ghani sipped at the drink the bartender placed before him and wiped his lips. "I might have something about those dead men. You remember that arms dealer from Pakistan, Murtuza Usman?" "Him?" Majidi snorted contemptuously. "He's small time. He sells AKs and automatic rifles and thinks he's the greatest dealer out there. I can procure Abrams tanks, but we aren't in that business. He said he might know something about those men." "Pshaw! You know how he is. He's lying. He wants to make a quick buck. He said he knows those dead men are connected to an American." Majidi looked up. He hadn't told Ghani about Grogan. The police hadn't said there was a link between the dead men and what had gone down on Rivoli. "He wants something in return." "Yes, he knows people who know about the killing. He can arrange a meeting for us." "What's his demand?" "That apartment on the Champs-Élysées that we took over." "No." Majidi checked that the bartender couldn't overhear and lowered his voice. "Have you forgotten how we got it? The businessman who owned it. We had to force him to sign it over to us, and then we killed him. There's no way we are giving it away. Usman is small fry, but he does take customers away from us." "I know that. What are you getting at?" "Agree to his demands. Meet these people. Meet Usman afterwards to hand him the papers to that apartment. We will kill him when he comes to us." Majidi drank his tea as he thought about it. The Pakistani dealer was on several gangs' hit lists. No one had been able to get to him, however. He was on the move constantly, from one safe house to another. He met his customers in secret locations and was well protected. "I like how you think, Bashir." He grinned broadly. "Set it up." "He will double-cross you," Abbasi said when Usman hung up his phone. "Everyone knows Majidi is a snake." The dealer nodded and drummed his fingers on his desk. They were in his armored limo, which was being driven around Paris. He and the Afghan in the rear seats, 3 of his guards ahead, and the driver. "I'm aware of that, but if I can get hold of that apartment, it's worth millions." "Do what you have to do. I am interested in the American. I want him. Set it up with Majidi that your sources will speak only with the American. That's when I'll take him out." "Be careful," Usman warned him. "I don't know what you are involved in, but that American seems to be dangerous." Abbasi brought out a thick wad of dollars and handed them over to Usman, who slipped them inside his jacket. He got out of the limo when it rolled to a stop and headed to the metro stop. Murtuza Usman was one of the many sources he had cultivated in Paris's criminal network. "He doesn't know who I really am and what I am up to. His information is good. But was it time to take the Pakistani out?" He decided to consult Poole, 25. Poole was with his entire team, Hudson, Gonzalez, and Grenier, when Abbasi arrived with Siddiqui and Hamid. "Relax," he told the Afghan when he looked around the crowded restaurant. "I booked the table under a fake company name, a team bonding exercise." He hugged the men and gestured to them to take their seats. "The police and the FBI are going around in circles," he said softly, briefing them. "I threw them a bone. Gave them Marier and Chenard's files." "You?" "Not me in person, of course," he assured Hamid. "One of our contacts in Paris did that." "Was that wise? That trail will lead them nowhere. There's nothing to link Marier and Chenard to us. Grogan is still in his hotel room. He has nothing either." "That's not correct," Abbasi said, stirring in his seat. "He has been active." Poole's jaw clenched when the Afghan briefed him about Majidi. Gonzalez swore softly while Grenier cursed in French. "I can take him out," Abbasi said, "when he comes to this meeting." "You can't be sure of that," Hudson challenged him. "I have watched him on TV several times. I looked him up on the internet. He's not the kind of person to back away from a meeting. He wants Lohani's killers badly." He shook his head regretfully. "I should have killed her in Afghanistan. I told you I thought she recognized me." "We have discussed this," Poole interrupted him. "Yeah, in hindsight we should have finished her there, but we assumed she was helpless, alone, and didn't think she would get onto an evac flight. We wanted to keep the body count low." "Leave Grogan to me," he said after a while. "You'll take him out?" "I'll talk to him first." "Talk?" Siddiqui said dubiously. "What will you tell him? Why would he listen to you?" "That he should stand down." "Why would he do that?" "We have to explore that option. Killing should be our last resort. Grogan has powerful friends. If you researched him, you would know that." "We have powerful backers, too." "We do, but we should use them sparingly and shouldn't risk exposing them. Our entire operation will crash and burn if they desert us." "Travis is right." Abbasi patted Siddiqui's shoulder. "Let him make the attempt. What do we lose with one call? But if Grogan turns him down—" "And chances are high that he will," Poole said, nodding, "in which case we go with your plan. But we'll take him out. Hudson, Gonzalez, Grenier, and me. You and your team stay in the background." At that, Abbasi raised his cup of tea in a toast. 26. Di Fiore rubbed her belly in satisfaction and brushed Quindica's shoulder. It had been a frustrating day with little progress made. Facial recognition hadn't turned up anything. The man on the CCTV camera and on Grogan's video wasn't on the evacuees database. She and the SAC had accompanied Dupuy's officers to interview several Afghan evacuees, but no one had remembered seeing the man. None of them knew the whereabouts of those who had left the camps. On top of that, the two had joined Dupuy in a meeting with French and American agencies to discuss progress and assess the terrorist threat. It hadn't gone well, with senior politicians on both sides urging them to do more. Grogan inviting them for dinner had been a welcome relief. He had taken them to a restaurant in the Latin Quarter and entertained them with stories from his past. She looked at him as he walked ahead, streetlights catching his profile. "You think the evacuees database was tampered with?" "Yeah." He nodded. "We know by now these dudes have powerful connections. The killers got on those flights with false identities, and once they left the camp, their records were deleted. We've reached the same conclusion. Etienne, too. He's done what we have with the task force. He's separated his investigative team, people he trusts, and put them in a separate location. That won't help much. There are many agencies involved. We don't know how many of them are infiltrated." "Yeah." She kicked in the air in frustration. "Are Beth and Megan in Paris? And don't deny they're the ones who looped your hotel cameras." "I don't know." He grinned. "It's not as if they tell me where they are." "When are you going to introduce us to them?" "You have met them, twice. The first time they were masked. The second was in Iraq. There was a lot going on then." "It will happen when it happens." He shrugged. "They like you too." "Why wouldn't they?" she said, smirking. "We're as smart as them, and we all have you as our punching bag." He threw up his hands in surrender and was turning back to reply when his phone rang. He looked at it and frowned. "What is it?" She took it from him when he didn't reply, with Quindica looking over her shoulder. Number withheld. "It could be Beth, Zeb, or any of them." "No. They don't hide their numbers. They know I don't take such calls." It could be anyone. Very few people know my personal number. Take it. Put it on speaker. Cutter Grogan, 27. The voice was metallic and without inflection. It sounded male. Whoever's calling is using a voice distorter, DeFiore guessed. Do I know you? The man kept quiet for several seconds. How did you get my number? Back off. Why don't you meet me in person and say that? You are in deep waters. Drop your investigation. Go home. DeFiore watched Grogan frown deeply as he stared into the darkness. They were in an alley with little light and no traffic. You killed Roxana. You won't get any more warning. Warning? DeFiore had seen Grogan get angry. She had seen him rage. She had witnessed him kill. She saw his face tighten, his jaw clamp, hard angles and edges on him, and knew the beast inside him was rousing. Here's my promise to you, not a warning. I'll find you, no matter where you are, however powerful you are, and you wouldn't want anything to happen to your friends, Special Agent in Charge Peyton Quindica and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Gina DeFiore. For a moment the detective thought Grogan would crush the phone on his palm, and then she felt the darkness in him pass. He surprised her by laughing. You don't know them. If you did, you wouldn't threaten them. Hide, you punk, and stay hidden for as long as you can. You are a dead man walking. DeFiore exclaimed in surprise when Grogan hung up. He surveyed the street, the parked cars and the windows in the neighboring buildings. He stood tall, unmoving, only his eyes flicking continuously until they had checked out their surroundings. He might be in one of the cars on this street. Possible. We can get him. He'll take us out before we get close to him. He said it easily, as if the threat wasn't real, spun on his heel and resumed walking down the street. Do you know him? Quindica asked softly. Grogan shrugged. You heard him. His voice wasn't recognizable. He could be someone from my past or has powerful friends from whom he got my number. He turned to them. You two shouldn't be on your own again. Have a CPO team with you. Close protection officers? DeFiore scoffed. We can take care of ourselves. This isn't the first time we've been hunted. What's on your mind? She asked when he didn't respond. He was in the military. He could have been a contractor. He might have even served in Afghanistan. Why do you say that? There was no reason for him to call. I know folks from the Army who would do that, to give a heads up, a professional courtesy. Or he could have called to give it a try, Quindica replied sardonically. If you backed off, it worked. If you didn't, what did he lose? Uh-huh. DeFiore fist-bumped him when they reached the agent's hotel and watched him fade into the darkness as he headed to Rue de Rivoli. That was a mistake, Quindica said quietly. Dude shouldn't have called. If Cutter was riled up before, he's raging now. 28. Cutter returned to his hotel, showered, and fired up his laptop. He brought up the list, people he had served with, come across on various missions, clients and contacts during his work as a fixer, even friends and folks he had met just once went onto it. He had been maintaining it for years and updated it after every mission. He ignored Zeb and the names of his crew at the top, disregarded his close friends, and started on the research. A few of the contacts were dead. He could rule out several others by researching them, and for some, he had to make calls. He yawned and stretched a couple of hours later and brewed a drink in the room's coffee maker. He went to the window and sipped it, gazing out on the lights of Paris. He rinsed his cup, returned to his laptop, and worked late into the night. Travis Poole drove back to his apartment in the 13th arrondissement. Locating Grogan had been easy. His contact in the DGSI had given him DeFiore's and Quindica's number, and after locating them, he had driven to the Latin Quarter. He had made the call from his vehicle, with his eyes on them. His HK-416 was at his feet, and his Sig Sauer lay close at hand. Grogan doesn't know how lucky he is. I could have killed all three of them. I warned him. It didn't work, he briefed Hudson, Gonzalez, and Grenier. He brought out his phone and made a call to Abbasi. Set it up. Do it, Rami Abbasi told Murtuza Usman the next day. Majidi should tell Grogan that the informer will tell everything, but only in person and for a lot of money. How much? $10,000. That's too low. Go for $50,000. Abbasi shrugged his shoulders in a whatever gesture. Grogan will be dead before money changes hands. Usman, too. He has to go. He can identify me. The information reached Bashir Ghani, who hurried to Akhtar Majidi. The crime boss was groaning under a masseuse's fingers when the head of security arrived. Usman said the informer is ready to meet. He wants a lot of money, however, $50,000. That dealer wants that much? Not him, the informer. Usman wants the apartment. I know the rat. Majidi grimaced as the woman dug her knuckles into his back. He will take a cut of that money too, but that's Grogan's problem. Inform the American and tell Usman he needs to be there in person. We'll take out the Pakistani. You know the warehouse we have on the outskirts of the city, on the edge of Montrouge. We'll meet there. Usman might want to meet somewhere. He will. Majidi smiled wickedly. He is greedy. He can't see beyond the apartment. Cutter arrived at the Paris Nightingale and was ushered in by Rue, who nodded imperceptibly. Majidi, who was at the bar, looked up when he entered and pointed to a corner table. The club hadn't opened yet and, other than the waitstaff and the crime boss's men, was empty. He doesn't want to risk a meeting in a room. Cutter stifled his grin and sat opposite the man. There's somebody, Majidi's rings flashed in the light as he waved expansively, who knows what you're looking for. Who's that? I don't know. I heard this from someone else. You trust this other person? Trust? The criminal barked a laugh. Never, but he has something I have and will not lie. Who is this person? Your contact? Majidi didn't reply. How do you know I haven't planted explosives in this nightclub? The crime leader licked his lips nervously. My people checked. No. Did they detect my belt last time? Cutter brought out his phone and made a show of playing with the screen. One button press is all it will take to… Murtuza Usman. He's the one I know. Cutter cocked his head. Nope, don't know him. What does he do? He's a businessman, like you, which means he's a criminal too. I don't care who he is, as long as he knows who's behind those killings. Usman knows the informer. That man wants a lot of money. How much? $50,000. Cutter raised his eyebrows. No doubt some of that will come to you. That's not how I work, Majidi protested. Save it. Give me his details. No, this informer doesn't trust anyone. He will meet in person only. Set it up. For today. I don't know if he will move that fast. Tell Usman the offer won't be on the table tomorrow. Cutter got to his feet and pocketed his phone. I wasn't bluffing this time about explosives. Ask Rue to check your trash bin at the back, outside. Ask him to be very careful. Rue? Why him? Because he has military experience unlike the rest of your men. He will know what to do. How do you know that? Don't you think I haven't looked up every one of your men? Cutter went out of the bar and slipped on his shades. Informer wants to meet in person, which means it's a trap. 29. Why do you have to be there? Rami Abbasi asked Usman in the evening in the armored limo, which was circling the heart of the city. I have business with him. What kind of business? That's between me and him. If it interferes with my meeting, I will kill you, Abbasi told him coldly. Majidi wants to set up the meeting tonight in a warehouse in Montrouge. No, I'll decide where and when. He said Grogan won't negotiate. It will happen there tonight or won't happen at all. What if he comes with police? We'll have people all around. We'll know who turns up. We can plan our getaway routes. It could be a trap. You wanted this meeting. On my terms. Do you think Majidi or this man, Grogan, are that stupid to come to a place of your choice? Of course they will be armed and have men, but so will we. Once we are there, you decide how you want to play it. I will conduct my business with Majidi and leave. Travis Poole glanced at his watch and brought up a map of Montrouge on his laptop. It's 4 p.m. now. Meeting is at 11. That gives us a good 7 hours to set it up our way. I, along with Hudson, Gonzalez, and Grenier, Rami, you and your men. The 14 of us should be more than enough. We'll set up a perimeter, have snipers. We'll let Majidi arrive and we'll know if Grogan comes up alone or brings the police with him. They might come later, once we are there. Hire some men. Poole smiled wolfishly. They should drive around the major entry roads to that warehouse, and once Grogan arrives, they should cause accidents, big ones that block traffic. That will slow down the police vehicles. It will stop us too. Not if we are in ambulances, outfitted as paramedics and health professionals. He grinned at the look of respect in Abazi's eyes. This isn't my first rodeo in an urban environment. We'll get Grogan, but you need to stay in the background. We'll take him out. Cutter got the message at 9 p.m. A warehouse in Montrouge. Be there at 11 p.m. Come alone, with the money. He looked up the address on a map application and considered the exfil routes. He swung out of bed instantly and grabbed his gym bag, pulled a ball cap low over his head and exited the hotel through the service elevator. He flagged a cab and gave the driver the address to a storage locker near the Gare de Lyon. He returned with a stuffed bag that he placed carefully at his feet and asked the driver to proceed to Montrouge. Is this your vehicle, or do you drive for someone? Mine, monsieur, the North African driver said, introducing himself as Pierre. His smile gleamed in the dark. I worked hard to buy it outright. He launched into his story of how he had arrived from Morocco with nothing and had become an independent cab driver in 5 years. Cutter brought out a roll of bills and thrust it at him. This is all yours if you do as I say, and I need more drivers like you, those who own their taxis. I won't get involved in anything illegal. The driver pulled over to the side and eyed the money. You are not. I am buying your car and your time. If you count those bills, you'll see that's more than enough money to buy a new vehicle and start again. What if I go to the police? Do that, Cutter advised him, but only after you complete my tasks and find something illegal has happened. What do you want me to do? Deliver a phone to that warehouse. That's all? And the other drivers? I want them to circle the warehouse and walk away. Leave their cars behind? What happens to them? They explode. 30. It took a lot of convincing, but the driver finally agreed to Cutter's offer. You are a good negotiator. Cutter smiled wryly as he handed over more notes. Now, get your friends. Half an hour later, 5 more taxis gathered in a deserted street in a business park in Montrouge. Go, drink a beer or coffee and return in 45 minutes. Cutter told the drivers after paying them. You are not worried we will return with the police, monsieur? Pierre lifted an eyebrow. No. I'm sure all of you have had dealings with them. I'm guessing you aren't their fans. That may be the case, another driver growled. But we are not terrorists. We won't be involved in any killing. No one will die because of your cars. Call the PP if it makes you feel better, but only after 11 p.m. Pierre stopped their whispered discussion with a sharp word. We will go to the police if we find out people have died. You should. They will, once they find out what happened. He scratched his chin and felt the fake beard he had applied. The description they give will be nothing like how I look. Cutter had disguised himself in his room to look like a heavy-set man with dark eyes, piercing nose, and silvery hair. Cutter got to work once they had left. 10 p.m. I don't need to be on time. He cut strips of C4 from a slab and inserted detonators into them. He wired them to cell phones and batteries and attached a bomb to the undercarriage of each of the 5 cabs. He was swigging water from his bottle when the drivers returned. Here. He brought up a map of the warehouse and its surrounding streets. Park your vehicles around that building. It has side entrances and a front and rear exit. 1 taxi near each of them. The 5th can be either at the front or the back. You might get stopped when entering the industrial park. Tell them you are there to pick up a company official in one of the buildings. Walk away after leaving your cars. Don't talk to anyone. Pierre, wait for my call. Once you get it, drive to the warehouse and leave your car at the front exit with the engine running so that it will attract attention. If anyone comes to you, ask them to take the phone in the front. Which phone? This one. Cutter handed him a device. Now go. Cutter left the explosives bag hidden beneath a pickup truck that looked like it was abandoned and set off at a fast jog at 10:30 p.m. His gym bag strapped tightly to his back, his jacket zipped up to just below his chest for easy access to his shoulder holster, his Spyderco in his combat trousers pocket. He checked his phone occasionally for directions to Montrouge, with the map of the warehouse and its surroundings imprinted in his mind. The rendezvous building was in an industrial park with several similar structures and office buildings. The area will be empty this time of the night. None of the companies there have overnight operations. He knew there would be a perimeter set up and guards watching every incoming vehicle. They'll let the taxis through, though. They'll have no reason to disbelieve those drivers. Cutter slowed when he approached the industrial park and, instead of going to its entrance, took a detour to a large residential building next to it. It was a 15-story construction that towered over its surroundings. Its driveway was flanked by parking spaces and led to an open lobby with elevators. They could be operated by swipe cards but also had buttons for all the apartments. He pressed several of them and tried the pizza trick. Never fails, he thought, grinning to himself when a resident buzzed in response and the light turned on. He pulled his cap low over his head when he exited on the 14th floor hallway and searched for the stairs. Those should lead to the roof. The doors were padlocked, but the cutters in his bag made short work of them. He held his breath when they creaked open, but no one emerged from the apartments. Cutter shut the doors behind him and wedged the broken lock beneath to jam them. He took a moment to check out the roof, a concrete surface with patches of damp and cracks in it. There was no litter, other than bird droppings. Doesn't look like anyone comes here. There was a large water tank in the center and next to it the central heating unit, with cladded pipes disappearing through ducts. He walked around the parapet and fist-pumped mentally when he spotted the rainwater drain pipe going all the way down the building. He had spotted them in several photographs on the internet. That will be my getaway. The industrial park was to the south of the building, readily identified by the floodlights illuminating it. Cutter brought out his binos and scanned the complex. That's the warehouse, at the back and near the compound wall. Usman, or whoever's behind this, chose it well. Shooters can get away by scaling that wall. The approach route to the warehouse went to its entrance and looped around it to join at the front. I can't see the entrance to the industrial park. That didn't matter, however, so long as he had the rendezvous in view. Cutter assembled his Barrett swiftly and attached a loophole scope, along with bores, the manufacturer's ranging system. 800 yards, downward angle, barely any wind. Well lit. I can take those shots. He scoped the warehouse and smiled in the darkness at the sight of the cabs, 2 at the front and 2 at the right. Pierre, he called the cab driver. Go, 31. Usman shifted nervously as he waited with Siddiqui. He glowered at Akhtar Majidi, who was with his men several feet away. "Where is he?" he snarled. "It's way past 11 p.m. Have you set a trap?" "Why would I do that?" the nightclub owner growled. "I have no interest in the informer. Is that him with you?" The arms dealer didn't reply. He edged closer to his security men, who were armed and ready to cut loose on Majidi at his signal. He glanced at the briefcase in the Afghan's hand and swore inwardly. The plan had been to get the apartment's papers and then kill the criminal. Grogan's no-show had wrecked everything. "Oui?" he said harshly when his phone rang. "Send one of your men outside," Abbasi ordered. "A taxi has rolled up to the front." "Is the American in it?" "No. The driver has left too." "What?" Usman lowered his voice when he felt everyone's eyes on him. "Why are all those taxis here? Why can't you investigate?" "Because we can't show ourselves, Usman. Use your head. Grogan could be watching. Those other drivers left before we could stop them. The one that has rolled up just now. Its driver ran away too, but he has left the engine running. Send someone to check out the cab. Don't send Siddiqui. He has to remain indoors." Usman made to reply and then realized Abbasi had hung up. He swallowed his anger and summoned one of his guards. "There's a cab outside with its engine running. Check it out." Poole watched the warehouse through a crack in the door. "Usman is sending someone." Abbasi joined him and trained his beanos at the rendezvous. "We should have stopped these taxis at the entrance." "That would have given us away. Grogan is smart. He's surely watching the warehouse from somewhere." "It's way past 11. You think he'll show up?" "He will when it's safe. He wants the information and is willing to walk into a trap for it." "You know him well." "I know about him," Poole corrected him. "I have read his file." He glanced behind him to check that Gonzalez, Hudson, and Grenier were in position. All of them geared up in paramedic uniforms, M4S in their hands, ready to swarm out and capture Grogan. Abbasi's men were there too, but they wouldn't expose themselves. "They'll give covering fire if we need it." The building they were in was an abandoned factory, an empty shell. Their ambulances were lined up for a quick getaway. The factory was to the left in front of the warehouse, and their position inside gave them a good view of the main and side entrance. "He'll come," Poole said confidently. Cutter watched Pierre roll up to the warehouse and leave the cab. No one stopped him. Exhaust rose up from the taxi and vanished in the air. Is no one there? He tried to see through the building's windows, but the angles weren't right. He scanned the nearby structures and couldn't detect any movement. His phone buzzed. Akhtar Majidi. He ignored it. Usman must have asked him if I intend to show up. He wondered if the criminal was in the warehouse and cast the thought away. I didn't ask him to be there. He scanned the industrial park but didn't detect any vehicles. He shrugged. If he's there, it's his problem. I didn't ask for his presence. He grew alert when a shadow crossed a window. The front shutter rolled up briefly, and a man came out from beneath it. Usman squinted when his man came hurrying back. "What is it?" Majidi yelled. "What's the delay?" "The delay is because of you. Your man hasn't turned up. Now be quiet." The arms dealer looked questioningly at his hitter, who opened his palm. "What's that?" "A phone." "I can see that. Why are you—" "It was in the taxi. 32. "It's a phone," Abbasi relayed to Poole. They had watched Usman's man check the cab, lean inside, and return to the warehouse. "It's got a message on it. Call this number." Poole gestured in the air, at which Gonzalez, Hudson, and Grenier split up. They scanned the outside areas from every window and returned, shaking their heads. "It's Grogan. It's got to be." "Does he know we're here?" Abbasi reached for his automatic rifle involuntarily. "No, or else he would have called the police on us. Tell Usman to make the call." Cutter's phone rang. He thumbed it and took the call on his collar mic. "Are you the informer?" he asked. "What? No. I have nothing to say to you." He hung up. The phone rang a moment later. "Wait," the caller said hurriedly. "Are you Grogan? Who are you?" "I can't tell you that." He hung up and grinned when his device buzzed a third time. "Murtuza Usman," the speaker burst out. "I am the one who organized this meeting. I have the informer with me. Where are you? I instructed you to come at 11. It's way—" "Send the informer to the gate of the park." "No, that's not what—" "Send him or the meeting is off." "What about the money? The deal was for 50—" "The money is in a briefcase at the gate, but you'll get it only when the informer gets there." "How can I trust you? You might kill the man. You might have LaPP with you." "Can I trust you? You might have shooters inside that warehouse, ready to kill me as soon as I enter it. I need to think." 15 minutes. No more." "Grogan doesn't know there's no informer inside," Poole guessed when Abbasi finished briefing him. "We have Rasul pretending to be that person, but even Usman is unaware of that. He'll get away. We have no leverage on him." The American nodded, disappointed. "Get in the ambulances. Prepare for exfil. Rami, those people you hired, ask them to carry out their accidents." "What do I tell Usman?" "Get him to stall Grogan." "How will he or Majidi get away? The American might fire on them." "Is that our problem?" "No, you're right." "Stall?" Usman whisper-shouted at Abbasi. "Why? Why don't we send your man to the gate and get the money in return?" "Do as I say." "Rami," the arms dealer said furiously, "I don't take orders from you. It was me who set this up for you." He grimaced angrily when he saw Majidi staring at him. "I need those apartment papers. I want that money. I'm not going to walk away empty-handed from this place." His anger grew when Abbasi ended the call abruptly. "You!" He whirled to his team and pointed at a hitter. "Go to the gate. There will be a briefcase there. Bring it back." The man came through the side entrance. He was armed and walked warily, checking out the neighboring buildings. Cutter watched him go past Pierre's taxi and head to the gate. "Usman's got him to bring the briefcase," he thought, smirking. "Can't let him find there's nothing there." He fired into the road ahead of the heavy. The man jumped in surprise and fled back to the warehouse. "What happened?" Usman shouted at the returning thug. "Someone shot at me, into the ground." "This is your doing," the arms dealer screamed at Majidi. "You set a trap for us. The cops are here." "I did not—" Usman dialed furiously and called Grogan. "Why did you shoot? Don't you want the information?" "Send the man." "Not without the money." Cutter had had enough. He triggered the car bombs. 33. The warehouse shook with the blasts of the 5 explosives. Windows shattered. Usman threw himself to the floor and looked wildly around. "You—" He pointed at Majidi and reached blindly for his handgun. "Don't shoot!" the nightclub owner yelled and retreated hastily, but his warning was drowned out in the sounds of rifle shots as the arms dealer's men opened fire. Poole threw himself to the floor when the cars exploded. "Take cover! Prepare for assault!" His men and Abbasi's team moved efficiently as they trained their weapons on every window and door. The American cocked his head when the sounds of firing came to them. "It's Majidi and Usman. The fools are shooting at each other. Let's go." "Rasul is in there," Abbasi protested. "Ask him to get out the back, climb the wall and get away. We'll pick him up outside." "What?" Siddiqui yelled in his phone. "I can't hear you." He crawled rapidly towards a side wall as the firing intensified. He ducked when concrete chips from a round splattered his face. He glanced behind him and saw several men on the floor. Usman was down too. Is he dead? He couldn't risk finding out. "Rami? Where are you?" He didn't get an answer. Siddiqui's nerve broke. He crouched and ran toward the side entrance. Cutter watched as the front shutter rolled up and several armed men rushed out. His finger tightened on the trigger and then eased when he recognized Majidi. The nightclub owner's guards hustled him around a burning car and escorted him towards the exit. He turned his attention to the warehouse interior, where he could see flashes. He held off shooting. Those could be Usman's men. I don't want them. The rest of the industrial park remained quiet, as was the tower he was on top of. Residents will have called the cops. Those explosions were loud enough to have been heard several blocks away, which meant he had to exfil soon. He was pocketing his phone when the man streaked out of the side entrance. Cutter stilled and scoped him. Was it? It was. That's the man I chased. He feathered the trigger and sent a .50 cal round into the night. It crashed in front of the man and brought him to a sudden halt. Twillery's garden man looked wildly about, fired blindly with his M4 and ran towards the rear. Can't let him escape. Cutter aimed for one of his legs and shot. He winced when the heavy bullet tore into the man's thigh and sent him sprawling to the ground. A flash of movement caught his eye. Headlights lit up and vehicles streaked through the gaps between buildings. Those were ambulances. He scoped the buildings, trying to track them, but they had gone out of sight. They could have hidden in any of the other buildings in the park. The men in it. They were the trap for me. He scanned the site carefully but didn't see the vehicles again. They got away. Cutter fired several rounds at the warehouse to keep Usman inside and checked out the fallen man. He's not moving. That round shouldn't have killed him. He heard sirens in the distance and decided to wait for the police, but an approaching chopper made him change his mind. Got to escape. Can't let Dupuy's men arrest me. He broke down the Barrett swiftly and stowed its components in his gym bag. He strapped it to his bag and went to the drain pipe. He hoped Twillery's garden man was alive as he slithered down and got away into the night. 34. Slow down, Rami Abbasi yelled as they got close to the exit. Why? Poole shouted. We've got to get away. I got several missed calls from Rasul. I need to know where he is. Didn't you message him to escape from? I did. I didn't get a response. Before Poole could respond, Abbasi opened the passenger door and dive rolled out. The American swore for a moment. Keep driving, he told Gonzalez curtly. Don't wait for us. I'll call you when we're out. He jumped out of the ambulance as well and waved on the second vehicle, which was carrying some of Abbasi's men, ducked and ran to the nearest building, where the Afghan had found cover. We've got to be quick, he whispered. You can hear the sirens. I think there's a chopper out there too. Grogan might still be covering the warehouse with his rifle. Possible, but he can't see us. He would have shot at us if he could. In any case, we'll have to risk it to get to Rasul, and Usman and Majidi's men will be there. They might still be shooting it out between themselves. He took the lead, using the buildings as cover, zigging and zagging when they were in the open until they came to the manufacturing unit they had hidden in. Abbasi peered around its wall. The taxi's still burning. I can see movement inside. That should be all those shooters. We can't see Rasul from this angle. We'll have to go from the front. On my count to 3. Poole and the Afghan burst into a sprint, weaving unevenly, firing randomly into the open entrance to the warehouse. A few random shots came their way, but they were all from inside. Has Grogan gone? He flattened himself against the side of the warehouse to cover Abbasi, who hurried to Siddiqui. Is he? The roar of anger and anguish was his answer. Poole hustled over and crouched over the fallen man. He noticed the ugly thigh wound, big caliber round, but that alone couldn't have killed him. He scanned Siddiqui's body and found the answer. He fell on his chin. That must have broken his neck. We were brothers. We fought together. Poole draped an arm around Abbasi and hauled him up. We can't stay here. I can hear movement inside the warehouse. Those shooters can fire on us. They won't care who we are. Police will come too. We have to leave his body here. We have no choice." He drew the man unresistingly to the rear wall and helped him scale it. The American took a long look behind, at the warehouse and at the various buildings. He took in the residential tower, which rose high in the sky. Its roof would make for great shooting. Grogan could have been there. He shook his head and cursed the way the night had turned out, vaulted the wall and joined Abbasi. The two men hid their rifles by the sides of their bodies and walked swiftly away from the industrial park. There, Poole jerked his head toward an alley that looked deserted. In its darkness, they removed their paramedic uniforms, wrapped their weapons in them, and stuffed them in a trash can. "Let's go," he said, catching Abbasi by the forearm. He led him out into the street where they eased into a stroll. A police cruiser raced past with its siren blaring and lights flashing. The two men in their casual wear attracted no attention. They jammed their hands into their pockets to hide their gloves and escaped into the night. 35. Cutter timed it in his mind as he ran through Paris's streets, back to his hotel. Cops will get to the warehouse in 10, maybe 15 minutes. They'll arrest Usman and his men if they're still there, who might tell them what went down. A few seconds to find Siddiqui's body, and then the call will go to Etienne. I'll get the call half an hour later. He had finished showering when his phone buzzed. "Get your butt over here," De Fiore snapped. "Where's here?" "I've messaged you the address. An industrial park in Montrouge." He glanced at his watch. 1 a.m. Much later than I guessed. What delayed them? "That's not the Paris side I want to see. Get over here. De Fiore, you need to lighten up. You need to smile and lull." He sighed when the call ended. He slipped into his jeans, a tee and a jacket, and walked out of the hotel. "Where were you all night?" De Fiore snarled at him when he ducked under the police tape and joined the detective in Quindica. "In a bar on Rue d'Alger with some friends." He had burned the outfit he had worn and his disguise and dropped the ashes in a sewer. The gym bag was back in the locker. That place doesn't have CCTV, which is why I use it. "What's up?" He took in the cops, the ambulances, and spotted Dupuy crouching over a body. The provot seemed to sense his gaze. He looked up and beckoned. "Who's that?" Cutter sucked his breath sharply when he recognized the dead man. "That's the Tuileries Garden man, the one in your CCTV video." He was shot by a heavy-caliber bullet, an M82 round." "A Barrett?" "Yeah." Quindica joined him. "But that's not what killed him. He fell on his face and broke his neck." Cutter put on a shocked expression, aware of their eyes on him. "Who fired at him? Who are those dudes?" He nodded his head at two hitters who were being escorted into police vans. "Those are Murtuza Usman's men." "Only two survived? Where is he?" "Who is he?" "An arms dealer of Pakistani origin." "Arms dealer? This man I chased is involved in that? What's going on? Did you question him?" "He's dead. Those two are the only survivors." "Barrett man killed him too?" "No. There was a shootout inside the warehouse." De Fiore broke it down for him quickly, her dark eyes piercing him as if trying to read his thoughts. "Usman's men didn't say who they were meeting?" "No," she said disgustedly. "They are way down the food chain. They were there to protect their boss. They didn't recognize who the other group was in the warehouse. It looks like Usman had set up a deal and both parties were waiting for someone to arrive. What they got was a cab with a phone in it, 5 taxis that exploded, at which point these gangsters started firing at each other. Oh yeah, Tuileries Garden man was with them, but he escaped and was shot outside." "Did anyone reach out to you?" Quindica asked him. "Me? No. Why?" "This could have been a trap for you. The man you chased could have been here as bait. Or it could have been an arms deal or a drug deal gone wrong." Cutter stilled the moment the words left him. Could that be it? What? De Fiore barked at him. Afghans. Drugs. You said Usman was an arms dealer. Did he move powder too? Is that what Roxana wanted to see me about? That my man was a drug runner? They looked at the body and at each other. It's possible. Dupuy frowned. But if it was nothing more than drugs, why would Roxana ask for you specifically? And why would this man and his accomplices watch you? Cutter thought furiously for several moments and then gave up. They haven't linked me to what went down. That wasn't much consolation, however. We still have nothing. Any witnesses? That tower over there. Surely some residents saw what went down. No one saw anything. All this happened around 11:30 and was over in a few minutes. Officers are still inquiring, however. Those getaway ambulances. Anyone who saw them might have thought nothing of them. How come you called me that late? He looked at De Fiore. If this went down at 11:30, several accidents on key roads, that delayed us. Accidents? He asked sharply. What time did they happen? She shrugged and looked at Dupuy, whose eyes narrowed. I'll have to check, but my guess is around the same time as these blasts, or could be a few moments earlier too. How many of them were there? 6. They choked all traffic. Our vehicles and ambulances had a tough time getting through. Question those drivers. Interrogate them. Check their backgrounds. You think it's how I would get away, Cutter said grimly, if I were behind this. Those accidents would slow you down and buy me time to escape. The exfil ambulances were going in the opposite direction. Traffic wouldn't have built up in their lanes. The provot broke away from them and made several low-voiced calls. It will be done, he said when he joined them. But I don't expect any leads. These people are smart. They would have anticipated those drivers would be investigated. You might be able to identify him. Cutter looked at the dead man. Working on it. Dupuy sighed heavily. But I wouldn't bank on it. He might not be in the system. Cutter snapped several photographs of Tuileries Garden Man on his phone. I'll circulate this within my network, those who served in Afghanistan. We might get lucky. Watch your back, Quindica warned him. The men with him are still out there. You believe him? De Fiore watched Grogan leave the scene. Heck no, Quindica exclaimed. He knows exactly what went down here. What are you talking about? Dupuy frowned. Cutter said he was with friends. You've known him longer than us, Etienne. He never told us what he got from Majidi. For all we know, this was a trap set for Cutter, but he outsmarted them and shot that man. A Barrett, De Fiore chimed in. Grogan's an expert shooter and prefers that gun. That's all you have to go on? The provot threw his hands up. Speculation? You can check his alibi. I will. You are right, I know him very well. I am sure he will have friends who will vouch for him, and this bar will have him on its cameras. You seem to be enjoying that he's pulling a fast one on us, De Fiore said sharply. Dupuy's smile faded. I have dead bodies in Paris. Citizens think a terrorist attack is imminent. Ministers want answers immediately. DGSI has a leak. Yours has too. My department might have rats as well. We have made little progress. The way I see it, madame, Cutter seems to be getting somewhere. So long as I don't have proof that he's breaking the law, I'll be grateful for any answers he comes up with. Madame, ouch! De Fiore winced inwardly at the word. He's furious, and rightly so. I'm sorry, Etienne. She squeezed his forearm. I didn't mean to criticize you, it's just that I can't bear to see Grogan smirk when he wraps this up. Cutter doesn't do that, Quindica said quietly. He's never boasted about how he's helped us. I know, she sighed, but I want to prove at least once that he's done shady stuff. He's too good for that, Dupuy grinned. I know. De Fiore threw her hands up helplessly. 36. Travis Poole drove up to the warehouse in the 13th arrondissement in the morning and parked behind a line of vehicles. He adjusted his shades and nodded briefly when his team joined him. "Coast is clear," Grenier whispered. "Other units in here haven't opened up yet." "Cameras?" "They're on loop." They had hacked into the security systems of the neighboring buildings a long time ago and taken control of what they recorded. Poole knocked on the shutters in the code he had agreed to with Abbasi. He and his men ducked beneath it when it rolled up a few feet. "Rami." He hugged the Afghan and inspected him critically. The man's eyes were red and his clothes were wrinkled, but he showed no other signs of grief. "We have made our peace," he told Poole. "Rasul was a fighter. He knew the risks." His eyes glittered. "But I want Grogan. He has to pay for our brother's death." "Rami, how long have we known each other?" "Years. But what's that? We have broken the law. We have killed people. I have looked the other way when you and your men raped women. We are all here for a common mission. Let us finish it. The buyers want to inspect the product over video. After that, they'll want to check it out personally. Once we complete the transaction, then you can go after Grogan." "You don't get it, Travis," Abbasi glowered. "Lohani suspected what we were up to. That's why she wanted to speak to the American." "I haven't forgotten. But going after him is a distraction right now. We know how the police and the FBI's investigations are progressing. They know nothing about us. You have my word. Once we sell the product, we will have some time before the next deal. You can go after Grogan in that window. Don't forget what we have set out to do. Be the biggest supplier in Europe." "It's easy for you to say. Grogan doesn't know about you." "Trust me, Rami." Poole held his shoulders and looked deeply into his eyes. "Let us complete this deal, and we'll work together to find him. We are a team. Let's focus on our immediate objective." He sighed inwardly in relief when Abbasi nodded. "But," the Afghan held a finger up in warning, "we don't start another deal until Grogan is taken care of." "We won't," Poole promised. "I have plans for him." Abbasi fingered the knife at his belt. He controlled himself visibly and led his visitors to a large leather couch. Poole knelt and peered underneath it. He ran his hand over the cloth covering at the bottom and shook his head in admiration. He got to his feet and checked out the other furniture in the warehouse. Upholstered sofas, chairs, and custom-made beds. "There's almost $5 million of product right here, under the noses of the police." He grinned, then fist-bumped all the assembled men. "We got it here from Baldacci. We set up the supply chain to get us the best powder in the Western world. And now, we'll have the biggest sale we have ever had. This is only the start. Our goal is to become the biggest opium and heroin supplier in Europe." Abbasi smiled. "It was smart of you, Travis, to set up those labs in Tajikistan, out of reach of the Taliban." "It wasn't just me. Our teams came together. We couldn't have done it without you organizing the supply side, with your contacts with the farmers and corrupt leaders, or without Gonzalez, Hudson, and Grenier working to establish the logistics." "Yves, too," Grenier said quietly. "Yes, we lost a friend in him, and in Rasul, too." Poole's eyes narrowed. "Grogan doesn't know it, but he is living on borrowed time." 37. Abbasi rolled down the shutter when the Americans left and turned to see his men regarding him. "He doesn't suspect," he smiled. "Why would he?" Hamid snorted. "He didn't know what we were really up to in Afghanistan. Why would he think any different now?" "Show me." Mohammed Hanif, one of the lieutenants, spread a map out on a couch. "Eiffel Tower, Arc de Triomphe, Louvre. We have checked out all those popular places. It can be done. There are armed police and security guards at all those places at all times, not just at the venues but on the nearby streets too. However," he said, shrugging, "we can carry it out." "The metro too." Hamid brought out a map of the subway system. Line 13. It's the longest and the busiest one. We can take that out too. Good. Abazi nodded. How are your preparations coming along? We should be ready in a few days. A soldier glanced at the inside room. Don't let Travis or any of them go there. They don't come here when you aren't around, but we won't. It took so long. Abbasi ran his fingers over the map. So many years of working, planning. We got lucky too, Hamid said, chuckling when we met Travis. Yes, without him, we wouldn't be here. Lohani almost stopped us, the soldier burst out. Yes, she recognized me, of course, but what Travis doesn't know is that she overheard us as well. It's unfortunate that she was the only competent mechanic in the region, and we had to go to her when our vehicle broke down. It doesn't matter now. She's dead. Our secret is safe. Did you mean it? Hanif asked him. That we go after Grogan after the sale? Yes. What about this mission? The lieutenant pointed at the maps. Vengeance comes first. Abazi clenched his fist. And then the killing. 38. The Paris Nightingale was open for deliveries when Cutter arrived at 11. A food truck backed up to its side entrance and the driver jumped out to open the tailgate. Is he in? He asked Rue, who was at the door. Just arrived. You are always at the door? I go in when it's busy. Cutter went inside the quiet club, past cleaners who were sweeping the floor to the bartender who pointed to the private rooms. Akhtar Majidi looked up and glowered at him when he entered. What are you doing here? Cutter checked out the second man with him, who swiftly covered several sheets of paper, placed them in a file, and sat back. He's your accountant? My head of security. Has he got a name? I thought you had researched my people. Bashir Ghani. Cutter grinned. Suspected of killing a nightclub owner in Germany. No charges were brought, however. He's either good or has great connections. Or, the security man replied expressionlessly, I am innocent. I am yet to come across a criminal who admits they break the law. Why are you here? Majidi asked irritably. What went down last night? How do I know? The gangster said angrily. I was there at the meeting. Usman was there too. You never turned up. Instead, some taxis blew up. That scum, that arms dealer, he started firing at that. My men shot him to pieces and we escaped. That's all I know. You? Cutter caught his jabbing finger and twisted it. Don't move, he ordered Ghani above Majidi's howl of pain. You went there, he told the gangster after releasing him, for whatever business you had with Usman. I didn't ask you to be there. The nightclub owner breathed harshly. He glared at Ghani as if urging him to act, but the security head didn't move. Tell me everything that went down, every word you overheard. I told you. Majidi subsided at Cutter's threatening move and narrated the events. This man with Usman, is he the one who's on TV? The dead man? Oui. There was no one else there? That scum had his guards, but this other man seemed to be by himself. Did Usman call him by any name? I didn't hear it if he did. Were you there? He asked Ghani. No. Can you ask your men if they heard anything? The head of security didn't move until Majidi nodded. He left the room silently and closed the door behind him. You said Usman seemed to be taking orders from someone. Yes, Majidi cut him off. There was a lot of shouting going on. I wasn't paying attention. I thought he said Ram, but it could be some other word. Ram? Cutter grimaced. That could mean anything. I told you what I heard. Did you see anyone when you were escaping? No. I was surrounded by my men. We went to the gate where my car was waiting and left. You didn't drive inside the industrial park? No. That was Usman's condition. No vehicles inside. Ghani returned and shook his head. No one heard any names. Even if they did, they won't tell, Cutter mused. They don't want to get involved. I can tell the police you killed Usman. Go ahead. Majidi crossed his arms on his belly. I was in the nightclub when the shooting happened. There are several witnesses who saw me. It will be your word against mine. He's smart. Cutter studied him. He must have lined up alibis immediately. Shake down your network. Get me a name for that dead man. I am done helping you. Usman is out of your way because of me. If I hadn't come to you, that wouldn't have happened. Besides, Cutter smiled coldly. I don't like you. I might wake up one day and decide to kill you. You help me, you just might live. That's an empty threat, Ghani burst out when Grogan had left the room. It isn't, Majidi replied bleakly. I know him from Afghanistan. I have kept track of him. Don't underestimate him. Cutter Grogan is the most dangerous man I have ever met. 39. There he is, Poole exulted when he spotted Grogan at the entrance to the industrial park. I knew he would come to check out the scene in the daylight. There are lots of cops, Hudson replied uneasily. We can't risk taking him down here. We'll be fine. Don't forget, the three of us are in different trucks and uniforms. I'm in an appliance repair vehicle, you in a takeout joints ride. Theory is disguised as an office supplier. We can't grab him here. We won't, Poole explained patiently. It looks like he has come on foot. That's played into our hands. The approach roads to this park aren't busy. In fact, after what happened last night, they're deserted. We'll grab him when he's leaving. We've done several of those in Iraq and Afghanistan. He didn't walk into our trap before. Yeah, that's why we'll go to him. Cutter joined the onlookers at the warehouse and watched the white-coated forensic team at work. Etienne isn't here. There's no one who'll let me get closer. He checked out the neighboring buildings. No police presence there. Doesn't look like anyone reported the ambulances. He started at the back of the industrial park, an office where a few staff looked at him curiously when he peered through their windows. Nope, no place for ambulances to be hidden. There's a parking lot, but those vehicles wouldn't be out in the open. The next one was an auto paint and detailing shop. A Mustang was being given a ceramic coat behind see-through plastic drapes. That isn't big enough for ambulances. There were at least two of them. A large building to the left in front of the warehouse, a deserted parking lot, a few cracked windows. Cutter gloved up and looked through a glass pane. It's empty. Some kind of manufacturing unit. He went around the building, testing the windows and the exits, and found that the shutters at the front rolled up easily, noiselessly, as if they have been oiled. Cutter raised it just enough to duck inside and stood still. Concrete floor with a layer of dust. An overhead crane that had rusted in position. Heavy machinery on each side of a central passageway. A pair of rails that ran down the length of the unit with a trolley at the far end. He went deeper inside without disturbing the dirt on the floor and inspected it. Tracks. How recent are they? He circled them and went toward the trolley where the markings disappeared. 2 ambulances could have hidden here. He went to the windows to the right and looked out. Great view to the warehouse and its left side. The wrecked remains of 2 taxis, one at the front and the other at its side entrance, were taped off with a couple of police officers guarding them. I would have been squarely in their sights if I had gone to Usman. No clothing fibers, no shoe marks, nothing, he thought disgustedly after 45 minutes of searching. A forensic team might find something. He wouldn't bet on it, though. These dudes are pros. Cutter slipped out of the unit and rolled down the shutter behind him. He checked out the other buildings but didn't find any that could have housed the getaway vehicles. What about cameras? He wondered, as he spotted several CCTV devices on nearby buildings. He made a mental note to ask Beth, and after a last glance at the park, headed to the exit. He's coming, Poole relayed as he backed his van away from the entrance. "Leave yours and get into mine." He parked behind a pickup, opened a newspaper, and pretended to read. He nodded to himself when he heard the sliding door open and close, and 3 thumps sounded against the partition to the cab. He picked up the balaclava on the passenger seat and watched Grogan exit the park. "No traffic," Poole called out softly. "No police outside." He fired up his ride and nosed out. Grogan was walking head down as if deep in thought. A line of cars stood parked on the road ahead of him. He didn't take to the sidewalk, but instead walked alongside them on the street. "Gotcha," Poole said triumphantly and floored the gas. 40. Need to check out Usman's contacts. Cutter made a mental list as he went past the cars, his hand brushing their gleaming doors. He heard a vehicle come to life behind him. Didn't pay it any attention. Etienne will already be on it, but will he share? He heard the engine racing and moved closer to the parked cars to give it more room to pass. A white van came into his peripheral vision. Its driver. He's masked. Animal instincts kicked in before his brain had finished processing what his eyes had transmitted. The vehicle edged past, its sliding door open. A man reached out to grab him. 2 more figures in the van staying inside. No weapon. Attack took over from defense. His feet spread out and skidded on tarmac as if it was grass, which brought his upper body down beneath the outstretched hands. He caught the wrists and pulled savagely, yanking the attacker out of the moving vehicle, twisting so that the man's torso was almost horizontal, and smashed his head brutally into the car's window behind him. Cutter dived to the ground when a masked head peered out of the departing van. No shots came his way. He lunged upright when the man he had captured began to struggle and finger-jabbed him in the throat. He pulled the man's head forward and tore his mask away. Gray eyes, clean-shaven, dark hair, styled neatly. No visible tattoos. The man grunted harshly and reared forward to headbutt him. Cutter sprang back, heard an engine racing, looked up to see the van reversing swiftly, with rifle barrels emerging from the open door. Rounds peppered the side of the car as he vaulted over its side. He snatched a glance. The driver was looking straight at him, blue eyes visible through the holes in his balaclava, expressionless. The man brought out a handgun. Cutter ducked, heard a single round, followed by a barrage of shots that struck the car he was behind, which rocked on its shocks. He heard the van racing away, and when he emerged cautiously, it rounded a bend and disappeared from sight. He looked at the man he had captured and his shoulders slumped in defeat. They shot him up beyond recognition. 41. Only Travis Poole's tightly clenched hands on the wheel indicated his rage. He had discarded his mask as soon as they turned the corner, keeping his face impassive, his eyes expressionless. He jammed the van in an alley, shrugged out of his outer clothing, and headed out. Gonzalez and Hudson joined him, and the 3 men proceeded to the Alicia metro station. Poole broke the silence when they went down the stairs. "You remember that time in Helmand?" "Yeah," Gonzalez spoke from the side of his mouth. "Talib had circled us." Thierry charged out, screaming and yelling, tossing grenades as if they were peanuts. He didn't care that he could be shot. And he was. He got a round in his ribs, but if it hadn't been for him that day, we wouldn't be here. Hudson nodded. "Yves and Thierry, Grogan has made it personal." They fist-bumped discreetly and followed Poole into the train. Cutter leaned against the car and slid down to the road. He didn't look up when prowl cars raced up and officers surrounded him. He didn't respond to their questions but stood up when they commanded him to. "Get the provot," was all he said. He looked up when Etienne Dupuy entered, flanked by Di Fiore and Quindica. A small interview room in the Lay PP station on Rue Guillot in Montrouge, half an hour later. A glass of water in front of him on a table scarred from use, filled with crude lettering. fluorescent lighting above, casting harsh shadows. The provot nodded at the officer who had escorted them and waited until they were alone. "Explain." Cutter chuckled tiredly. "What? You haven't cursed me? Will it help? Will it stop you getting into trouble? I didn't start anything." "You were there." Di Fiore glared at him. "Which means you were the shooter the other night. Prove it." "I don't have—" Dupuy slammed his palm on the table. "Enough. Start talking." Cutter narrated the attack several times until he had addressed all their questions. "Get me an artist," Cutter told Dupuy when they had exhausted their queries. "A what?" "An artist. Someone who can draw." The prevot's eyes flickered in understanding. He held up a finger to still Di Fiore's outburst, went to the door and rapped out an order. The artist arrived 20 minutes later, whistling softly. If he was put off by the strained silence in the room, he didn't show it. He opened his screen, set up his digital frame and cocked his head at Cutter. "Begin." "That's close, but not there yet," Cutter pronounced an hour later. "Mon ami, I've drawn exactly like you described." The artist shrugged. "He did, but it still doesn't feel right." "You did good." He thanked the man and looked at Dupuy, who read his glance, got to his feet and led the artist out. "Your screen," Cutter gestured at Di Fiore. "Or yours," he addressed Quindica. The detective's lips tightened, but she handed her tablet over. Cutter opened a browser window and logged into Werner. "It will erase its history once I close the tab. Di Fiore won't be able to find out what I accessed." "Your phone," he asked her, and dialed a number when she slid it across. "I am not alone," he told Beth when the call connected and before she could answer. A moment's silence, and when she replied, her voice was mechanical sounding, altered by the distorter she was using. "How can I help?" "I need to run a drawing, an artist's impression of a suspect through that fancy software," he said, aware of Di Fiore and Quindica trading a glance. "To tweak it." "Load it up." He used the tablet's camera to take a picture of the drawing and loaded it up on a file. "I've got control. Don't do anything." He turned the screen around to face his visitors when Beth hid the address bar. "They won't know what software she's using." "The overall features are correct. It's just something missing that I couldn't explain to the artist." She didn't respond. The screen threw up variations of the drawing, a different hairstyle in one, a cleft in the chin in another, a dimple in the cheek in a third, hollower cheeks in a fourth. "Stop!" Cutter burst out after several moments. "That's the one!" "You need me for anything else?" "No." Cutter slid the phone across to Di Fiore, with his eyes still on the screen. "You recognize him?" Dupuy examined the image. Cutter didn't reply for a long moment and then nodded. "It could be the man who got away on the bike at Roxana's safe house." His words sucked the air out of the room. "You're sure?" Quindica squeezed his shoulder tightly. "No. I saw him briefly then, but the face looks familiar." "Why did they kill him?" Quindica's brow furrowed. Cutter thought about the driver, the way his blue eyes had stared back. "They couldn't risk rescuing this man. I had my Glock out. I had cover. I could have taken them out." "What kind of men would kill one of their own?" Di Fiore breathed softly. "The kind who will stop at nothing." 42. Cutter was still at the police station 2 hours later with his friends. The only change in the room was the presence of a flask of coffee and mugs. "No prints," Dupuy confirmed as he poured refills. "No dental records either. DNA isn't in our system. No way of identifying him. We found the van in an alley. False number plates, no fibers inside, nothing we can work on." "That was quick work," Di Fiore complimented him. "We had to." The provot made a face. Parisians don't like it when guns go off in the streets. Did you find anything at the park? No, Cutter lied smoothly. Have you questioned Usman's people? We are doing that, but no one is talking. What about the other party in the warehouse? Who shot him? No luck there either. Those accidents on the outer roads, that was a good call. The taxi drivers were paid to crash. None. He held his hand up when they straightened. No luck with descriptions. They all said they were approached by a dark-haired person with a beard. Guess how many people that description fits? They didn't ask why. Quindica frowned. They didn't report this to the police. Why would they? They were paid 20,000 euros each. Did the man have gray or blue eyes? Cutter asked. No, dark eyes. Dupuy took a sip and looked at him thoughtfully. This dead man wasn't wearing contacts. Chances are the driver wasn't either. You said there were 2 more men in the van at the back. Yeah, but I only glimpsed them. Things were happening fast. They masked themselves from you, but didn't disguise their eyes, which might mean you might have seen them momentarily. Yeah, these must be people from your past, Di Fiore added. I don't know of anyone who would take me out in Paris. I went through my list of people who might want me dead and drew a blank. There was silence for a moment, broken finally by Dupuy. We have software like that. You could have asked me. It would have taken too long. That person on the call, you trust them. It wasn't a question. Nevertheless, Cutter nodded. Oui. Quindica shot to her feet so fast that her chair toppled back. She righted it and clenched her jaws. We have to get a breakthrough. Someone, somewhere has seen something, might know all these dead men. No one responded. They knew you would go to the park, Di Fiore said, squeezing her partner's shoulder. They were waiting for you. Yeah, Cutter nodded. Why did you go there? The provot asked him with hooded eyes. I wanted to get a feel for the place. Did you see that residential tower overlooking the park? Yeah. That's where the Barrett shooter was. We found marks where he rested the gun. Forensics find anything? Fiber traces on a drain pipe. That must have been how he got away. From his gloves, which are no doubt burned or in a sewage canal. He? There are great women shooters too. Non, the provot said emphatically. I am sure it was a male sniper. He knows it was me, but he won't accuse me outright, not without proof. Go. Dupuy sighed when it was clear they had run out of ideas. He rotated his shoulders tiredly. I'll sort out the paperwork and get some protection for you at the hotel. Don't. Do you know what you're talking about? His friend flared. This isn't a game. I know. Let them come after me. That's the only chance we have to get to them. What is it? Di Fiore turned on him as they were walking away from the station. What do you mean? Cutter put on an innocent expression. You looked at me and Peyton when you told Etienne you had found nothing at the park. I know you. What are you hiding? A source told me there were ambulances there, getaway vehicles. There's an abandoned factory to the left of the warehouse. There are vehicle tracks inside. That's where the rest of the shooters were hiding. Di Fiore and Quindica stared at him, stunned. Source? The detective's eyes sharpened when she had processed his information. Is your informer sure? Quindica asked, with a trace of amusement. Yeah. You didn't tell Etienne because he would have had to investigate Grogan's source, Di Fiore smirked. Ambulances, Cutter repeated. We'll get Etienne to check this place out. His officers will question passers-by and residents about those vehicles. The SAC nodded. They are likely to be abandoned too, but someone might have seen them. How will you tell him? Why, she smiled wickedly, that an informer told us. 43. Roslin Lebrun got the breakthrough early in the afternoon. He was called the Leopard, the French name for the big cat, on account of the natural gold circles around his irises. That look, his sphinx-like demeanor and his style of questioning had broken many criminals. Laurent Salmons held out as long as he could before cracking under the Lepaird's gaze. Lebrun scribbled the names down, repeated them to make sure he had gotten it right, and shot out of the room. He went to the control room and tapped the shoulder of an officer, who copied the recording of the interrogation on a flash drive and erased the original. The detective hustled up the stairs with the drive, knocked on the prevot's door, and entered at his ouïe. De Fiore turned around to see a tall man enter, a dark suit, a red tie, an easy grace to his walk, and the most striking pair of eyes she had ever seen. "Meet Rosan Lebrun," Dupuis said, making the introductions. "One of the best detectives on the force. Roz, you might have heard of our FBI friends, Special Agent in Charge Peyton Quindica and ASAC Gina De Fiore." "Good to see you, mesdames," he said, with a slight bow of his head. "They are leading the American side of the task force," the provot told him. "They are security cleared." "You need to see this, Etienne." The detective went to a monitor and inserted a flash drive in it. He pressed a button on the remote and stepped back when the video rolled. "That's one of Usman's shooters," De Fiore thought, recognizing the man instantly. "One of the survivors. Lebrun's interrogating him." She watched the officer question the criminal expertly, but the shooter stuck to his monosyllabic answers, at which Lebrun lapsed into silence, keeping his eyes on the man. Minutes passed. Sweat broke out on the shooter's forehead. He shifted uneasily and tried to look away, but the detective's gaze seemed to pin him down. "Usman called him Siddiqui," he burst out after several moments. "That's the only name I heard, and when the shooting broke out, this man, Siddiqui, was yelling in his phone, 'Ram.' It could be a name, it could be a place, it could be anything. I didn't pay attention after that. I was trying to shoot back and escape." "We have a name," De Fiore exulted when the recording ended. "Great work, Ross," Dupuis complimented his detective. "We have teams interviewing the Afghan arrivals. Join them and take over. I'll inform the team leads that you're in charge. Find out who knew Siddiqui, where he came from in Afghanistan. As you know, his records are fake." "Oui, Etienne," the officer said with a nod. He bobbed his head at the Americans and left. "We call him the Leopard." "I can guess why." "That second name," De Fiore thought aloud. "Ram. The list of arrivals might have that name on record. Roz will check that out. He won't miss any details. Do we tell Cutter?" "Not yet," De Fiore said, smirking. "In any case, I'm sure he will be checking out his sources." Cutter was in a bar in the 17th arrondissement with 4 men. "Julien Sabre," he fist-bumped the former French Special Forces operators. "Navid, Farouk, you both are looking good." He hugged the Afghan translators he had worked with. "You are famous, mon ami," Julien replied, grinning at him. "You are all over TV. I am surprised no one recognized you in this bar." "Trust me." Cutter rubbed his shoulder ruefully. "This isn't the fame I was looking for. Your police, your ministers. I'm sure they'll be happy when I leave the country." "What's this about a terrorist attack?" Farouk lowered his voice. "I know as much as you do. I am not clued into the investigations." "Don't give us that," Sabre snorted. "You seem to be held in high regard by our provot." "That's for the TV cameras." Cutter waved airily. "How are your families?" Which led to reminiscing about the past, people they had served with and friends they had lost. Navid swirled his juice in his glass and took a swallow. "You didn't come here to talk about Helmand and Badakhshan, did you?" Cutter grinned at him. "You were the smartest of them all." He got a punch in the shoulder from Farouk. His grin faded. "I knew Roxana Lohani." "We had heard of her," Julien said softly. "She was the only woman mechanic in Afghanistan as far as I know." "Oui." Saber nodded soberly and raised his glass. They joined him in a silent toast, and after finishing their drinks, Cutter put the photograph on the table. "That's the dead man from Montrouge. The police haven't made that image public yet. He came on one of the French evacuation flights. I want to know who he is." "I've never seen him," Saber said, studying the picture. "Can you tell us more?" "Not more than what's on TV. Etienne Dupuis swore me to confidentiality." "I haven't seen him before either." Navid shook his head. "You want us to make inquiries?" "Discreetly, very discreetly." Rami Abbasi had a human perimeter alarm system, a network of trusted people who kept him informed of any developments. The network pinged when Navid and Farouk's inquiries reached it, and that ping came to Abbasi. 44. Travis Poole led the video inspection. Gonzalez held the video camera while Hudson ripped the couches and held the packets in the air. "That has a street value of $5 million, Poole commented, as his friends opened up more sofas and displayed their contents. "You took your time getting them to Paris," a watcher grunted. "There were 3 of them, their faces hidden in shadow. Their identities were known to the Americans, however. Heck, we served under them," Poole thought, smiling to himself. He checked discreetly that Abbasi and his men were well out of the frame. The buyers knew his crew had Afghan help, but he didn't want them on camera. "And," a second watcher commented sourly, "you brought too much attention to yourself." "We didn't do that deliberately. I have explained this before. That woman—" "Save it. The risk to us has increased. Europe and the U.S. are on high alert for terrorist attacks because of you. We have had to intervene on your behalf and erase several records on both sides of the Atlantic. Our goodwill bank has been depleted. Plus, we had to pay people." "The price has to come down," the third buyer spoke up. $5 million will not—" "We agreed to that," Poole burst out. "We have been doing business for a long time." "We have, but not in this quantity and not with so much risk. We have paid you an advance of $1 million in good faith, but the deal price should come down. We have other buyers." "Really?" the man scoffed. "Who will touch your product once they know the circumstances?" Poole bit his lip as he traded glances with Hudson and Gonzalez. 4.75. "Not good enough. $4 million is what we can offer." "You talk of risk," Hudson drawled, "but I don't see you taking any. The French police are on the hunt for us. Grogan is out there, and if you know him, he isn't the kind to give up. The FBI have a JTF with the law enforcement over here. Heck, all the alphabet soup agencies are hunting for us. What risks have you taken?" "We lost friends," Gonzalez reminded them. "Good people we served with. Who worked under you?" 4.75, Poole concluded. "Not a dollar below that." The watchers were silent for a moment, and then one of them nodded. "Deal. This is the final price," Poole warned. "We will not bring it down any further." "Yes, but we have a condition. You will deliver the product to an address where we will get it inspected physically, and then the balance will be paid." "That's not what we agreed," Gonzalez exploded. "Those are the terms. Our buyers are trusting us to deliver good quality. That's a lot of powder you have over there. We need to be sure we're getting our money's worth." "No," Poole started. "We can't risk moving about with this quantity. We have to lie low." He sensed movement and shifted to see Abbasi making a hand gesture. "He's okay with it. Why?" "That's the deal, Travis," a buyer barked. "Take it or leave it." Poole pretended to think about it and then nodded. "Send me the address details and who will come for the inspection. We will allow one person only, unarmed with no phones." "We know the drill. We'll be in touch." "That went better than I expected," Gonzalez said later, rubbing his jaw. "Yeah," Poole replied absently. "We were expecting them to bargain harder. They might have if they'd known our minimum was $4 million. Moving around in Paris, Hudson said, chewing his gum, will be risky. Abbasi okayed it. I wouldn't have gone along with it otherwise. The Americans turned to the Afghan, who stepped forward from the shadows. What is it? Poole read his expression. There's this man, Farouk Qayyim. He was a translator with the French forces in Helmand. He reached out to his people with Rasool's photograph. Poole stilled. The police haven't released that to the public. Yes, which means Grogan must have given it to them. There's more. The police know Rasool's second name. We have to leave. Hudson snapped his fingers. We can't, Poole objected. Not until our buyers let us know the address. Speed it up. Tell them they should inspect it today. The buyers responded immediately. Their reply made Poole swear. Tomorrow, Gonzalez said angrily. Why can't they arrange it for today? It's not in our hands. Poole clamped his teeth tight. Let's hope Grogan or the police don't get here before then. 45. What were you doing there? Di Fiore suppressed a smile at Lebrun's interrogation technique. The leopard was impassive, his eyes almost unblinking as he watched the young couple across the table in the interrogation room. We were fooling around, Sophie said, fidgeting nervously with the bracelet on her wrist. Fooling around. By that you mean stealing an unlocked car, driving it around Paris with your boyfriend. We returned it to where it was parked, she mumbled. And in any case, we are here with information. She raised her head spiritedly. You might be here because you know Le PP might find out what you did. You want to talk your way out of the trouble that follows. Non, she fired. Roman didn't want to come, but I persuaded him. If we hadn't come here, you would know nothing. Lebrun didn't move. He let the silence build until Sophie and Roman broke. He's good. Di Fiore looked at Quindica, who nodded imperceptibly, reading her thoughts. He's using his eyes and his body language to put pressure on them. It was me who was driving, the young man spoke up. Sophie had nothing to do with it. I drove the car around Tuileries Garden and the Arc de Triomphe. We stopped there and were necking. He looked down in embarrassment. Our windows were open, Sophie cut in. That's when we saw these two men come running. A car pulled up and one of the men shouted a command at him. They got in and it pulled away. What did he say? It was Lebrun's interrogation, but Di Fiore couldn't help herself. It sounded like, go to the warehouse. He spoke in French? No, in Dari. You two young adults in Paris steal a car, drive around, fool around, see some men running, and coincidentally you know Dari? Lebrun asked sarcastically. I know a little. Sophie tossed her hair back. I volunteer at the shelters where the Afghanis are put up. I spend 3 hours each day there, teaching them French, helping them get used to our city and country. Where? The one near Charles de Gaulle. The detective pulled out his phone and spoke softly without taking his eyes off her. He ended the call and nodded at Di Fiore. Do you love Roman? The NYPD detective asked her in the Afghani language. Sophie looked at her in surprise and smiled briefly. I like him a lot, she replied in the same language. It's early days. She's not lying about her knowledge of Dari. She gave the leopard a thumbs up beneath the table. The French detective brought out Siddiqui's photograph and slid it across the table at the couple. They winced at the image of the dead man. That could be one of the men, Sophie murmured. Are you sure? No, she flared. It was nighttime and it happened quickly, but our car was not far behind theirs. He was the closest to us and he looked in our direction for a moment. I'm not certain, but it looks like him. Didn't they have hoodies? Not over their heads. Lebrun made them retell their account several times, asking different questions, but the couple's story didn't change. This is your first experience with Le PP, he warned as he got to his feet, opened the door and nodded at an officer to lead them away. Let there not be worse experiences, he warned them. So, he jammed his fingers into his pockets and turned to Di Fiore and Quindica, his golden eyes glittering. A warehouse. 46. Werner was hooked into the Paris prefecture's systems. Cutter didn't know how Beth and Megan had gained access and wondered if they had hacked illegally. Doesn't matter, he shrugged mentally, as long as I can read their progress. The AI software hooked into the FBI's database too, and he could see Quindica and Di Fiore's reports to Jameson. They didn't tell me they had identified Tuileries garden man. His lips quirked as he shaved in his hotel. It must have been Gina's suggestion. Siddiqui. The name didn't mean anything to him. La PP have only a name. No address, nothing else. Ram, the word Usman's man overheard, could be any word. He washed his face, patted it dry, and went to the window. Evening sun bathed the city in an orange glow, making it luminescent. He admired the view for a moment before checking out Rue de Rivoli. The media attention had dried up, and while there was still a solitary TV van outside the hotel, the throng of journalists had disappeared. He went to his laptop when it pinged and whistled softly when Werner brought up Sophie and Roman's interrogation. He watched the recording and read the transcript as well, grinned at Di Fiore's diary. When did she learn it? Siddiqui. Warehouse. He leaned back and crossed his arms behind his neck. Makes sense. That's where they would store the powder if they are drug traffickers. There was no lack of such facilities in Paris, however. Gotta narrow it down. I would rent a place in the outer arrondissements, he figured. Away from the center, which in any city had the greatest police presence. A place that went off the market a few days or a week after Roxana's flight landed. He knew he was making several assumptions. That the warehouse was rented and not owned outright. That it would have been taken after the killers arrived in Paris. They could have rented it way before as well, if they have an established network in the city. But I've got to start somewhere. He got Werner to run a search. All those warehouses that were on the market before the flight's arrival and were subsequently off-market. The JTF was working on the same angle, but it had more people. The list of addresses was broken down and distributed to individual callers who began dialing. The more I think about it, Dmitri grunted as he loaded a crate in the back of the van and wiped his forehead, the surer I am. There's something shady in that neighboring warehouse. Don't start, Petrov said wearily. You're watching too many movies. They are Algerians and Moroccans. You have seen Hikam around. That's it. Have you seen anyone else? Didn't we see some people in the back room when we tested out their couches? We only saw their shadows. They didn't come forward. That's all you've got? Petrov shook his head in disgust. I heard Hikam speak in some other language a few nights ago. He didn't know I was around. I was peeing against the side of the... How many times I've told you to stop doing that? Use the bathroom. Aaron was in it. You couldn't wait till he left. I was in a hurry. That's not important. Dmitri waved impatiently. He was on his phone in front of their warehouse and speaking in this language. So what? Petrov fumed. They're from a different country. You and I speak in Russian occasionally. But we speak French mostly. I don't like it. Hikim and his men aren't like the other people here. They don't mingle with us. They don't laugh. They don't make jokes. They don't seem to send out their furniture or receive any new pieces. They had some visitors earlier today, but I didn't see who they were. If you spent this much time on your job, you would have got a bonus by now. I'm telling you, Petrov, something isn't right. Look over there. Dmitri pushed the crate in the back of the van and nodded at the warehouse next door. What do you see? Nothing, you fool. The shutters are closed. Exactly. The business day isn't over. Every other place in this park is still open, but that one is closed. I don't want to hear any more. Petrov stuffed his fingers in his ears and walked away in a huff. Abbasi watched them through a crack between the shutter and wall. He didn't know what the men were talking about, but from Dimitri's glances it wasn't hard to guess. He turned when he felt men approach, Hamid and Hanif. "We should leave," the second man whispered. "We will, as soon as Travis gets the instructions." "Why haven't the police released Rasul's photograph?" "You know why. They want to see whether anyone comes forward. They don't want us to know we know. It's an old cat-and-mouse game." "They are getting closer," Hamid warned. "They've started questioning people who came from Afghanistan. We were careful, but someone, somewhere would have seen us." "Those men," Hanif said, nodding at Dmitri and Petrov, They saw only me," Abbasi cut him off. "All of you, including Rasul, were in the other room when they came to our warehouse. I might have to take care of them, though." He didn't tell his friends he had bugged the neighboring buildings and listened to every recording. Dmitri is the only one who talks about us, but he hasn't spoken to the police. He doesn't know anything. No one takes him seriously. He took a deep breath and turned away. Yes, he would have to make a decision on the Russians, soon. Dmitri was closest to the phone when it rang. "Oui?" he asked when he picked it up. "I am Lieutenant Valerie Broussard of the police prefecture." The woman read off her badge number. "This is a routine inquiry, monsieur, to keep our city safe. What kind of establishment are you?" "A warehouse, madame. We stock manufacturing supplies. Distributors keep their excess stock with us." "How many staff do you have?" Dmitri felt Petrov's eyes on him but ignored his friend. He felt important. He had received a call from Le PP. He puffed out his chest and answered all her questions. "Siddiqui, madame." "No, I haven't heard that name. But," he dropped his voice, "there's this warehouse next door to us. I feel something is off." "Like what?" "I can't put my finger to it. They store furniture, but they don't seem to move it around. The workers are from Morocco and Algeria, but—" He frowned at Petrov, who was approaching, and whispered, "I don't think they speak Arabic." "Who's this?" His friend snatched the phone from his hand and shoved him away. "Valerie Broussard from the police prefecture, monsieur. Who am I speaking to?" "You are Le PP. We have nothing to say to you. You can come here to ask us any questions if you have to." "What are you doing?" Petrov snarled after hanging up. "They called me," Dmitri protested. "You fool! Don't you know some of our workers are illegal immigrants? Do you want the police to arrest all of us? Pray that they don't follow up on your conversation." "I didn't do anything," Dmitri mumbled and went back to loading crates. Abbasi could listen to both sides of the call, since he had bugged the phone as well. He went to the shutter and peered out into the falling dark. Neither Petrov or Dmitri were in sight, and no other worker. "Hamid," he called out softly. "Yes?" "Be armed. Be ready to escape." "Why? What happened?" "Do as I say." His phone rang. It was Poole. Abbasi listened and nodded once. "We'll be ready. You should come down too. We have a problem." 47. Valerie Broussard relayed the call to Lebrun, who insisted on hearing the recording. He was joined by Di Fiore, Quindica, and Dupuis, who had come to him for a briefing. The five of them gathered in the detective's cramped office, bunched around Broussard's laptop, which replayed the call. "It could be noise," the leopard said with a shrug when it ended. "Our calling team has heard about illegal immigrants, fights, sexual assault. Send a patrol car." "Oui." He nodded at Dupuis' suggestion. "That's what we do with all such calls." Werner flagged the recording and pinged Cutter, who listened to it, glanced at his watch and decided to check it out. Rue Eugène Freycinet. He made a mental note. Near the Seine. But first, he needed wheels. He headed to the nearest Kawasaki showroom. Travis climbed out of the truck and signaled for Gonzalez to back it up to the warehouse. "We are meeting the buyers in Beauvais, at the private airport terminal there," he whispered to Abbasi, who approached them. "That's more than an hour away, outside the city." "We don't have a choice. The buyers will send their representatives there, who will check our product and, if they are satisfied, take it off our hands." "They'll pay us?" "Yeah, at the airport." "Let's get it done. You see that warehouse next to us?" "Yeah." "I bugged it and the others around our place. There's a worker, Dimitri. He's a troublemaker." Abbasi explained quickly as the two men walked to their storage facility. "How many of them are there?" "4. Petrov is the team leader. Dimitri and the others report to him. They sleep inside at night, like us." Poole unconsciously fingered the thigh to which his knife was strapped. "We'll take care of them once we load." "That's what I figured." The two men joined the rest of the crew and helped to move the furniture from the warehouse to the truck. "Come away from there," Petrov growled at Dimitri, who was watching from a gap in the shutters. "Do you realize they can see your shadow from our inside lights? You are taking your obsession too far." "They seem to be leaving." "I would, if I had to work next to a creepy person like you," another worker chuckled, which raised a laugh. Dimitri ignored them. He didn't care that he was the subject of their jokes. He knew he was right. There was something wrong in the neighboring warehouse. "Who do I tell, though?" Petrov had forbidden him to make any calls and had ordered him to stay away from the phone. Maybe the police will investigate it, he hoped. He shrank back when he saw two men approach. Poole knocked on the shutter with a gloved fist and smiled widely when it rolled up. "Can we folks use your bathroom? Ours is clogged." This dude must be Petrov. There's Dimitri near the phone. The other two workers were in their sleeping bags in a clear space on the floor. He knew how he looked. Blonde hair, blue eyes, flashing grin. He was trustworthy. He ducked underneath the opening when Petrov stepped back and gestured at the back door. Poole jammed his left heel against the shutter and slammed it down effortlessly. His left hand flicked to his thigh and came out with his 6-inch blade. It arced in the air and slashed Petrov's throat. He caught the man by the shoulder, jabbed his blade several more times, and dropped him to the floor. He had acted so casually, so swiftly, that none of the workers reacted for a long moment until Dimitri shrieked and lunged for the phone. "Take him," Poole told Abbasi and went to the nearest sleeping worker, who was struggling to get out of his bag. He kicked the man in the face, dropped his knee on his chest, and punctured his throat. A scream came from behind him, muffled quickly. Rami finishing Dimitri. Poole spun on his heel and drop-kicked the fourth worker, who was attempting to run to the bathroom. He blocked the man's weak punches and jabbed him in the neck, the knife moving in a blur. "Let's go." He wiped his blade on the shuddering man's chest and got to his feet. "They will be dead in a few minutes." "Rami." He raised his voice when Abbasi didn't turn. The Afghan was grunting as he slashed at Dimitri's chest. "Travis, we need to kill them." "We don't have time. He is dying. The ones I attacked are gone." He caught hold of Abbasi's forearm and dragged him away from Dimitri. He needs to control his killing urge. He checked out the inside of the warehouse one last time, rolled up its shutter a few feet and ducked outside, with Abbasi behind him. Dimitri wasn't dead, but he knew he wouldn't live long. He tried to shout, but he choked on his own blood and only a low, inarticulate sound escaped him. He clawed at the floor, trying to drag himself to the phone, but the effort was too much. He gave up and flopped on the hard concrete, waiting for the welcoming dark to envelop him. 48. Cutter yielded to a van emerging from the warehouse park and further slowed to allow a large truck to exit before he wheeled inside. The Kawasaki Ninja ZX thrummed between his thighs. 200 horsepower of controlled beast as he navigated past storage pallets and forklifts and headed to the back of the park. That's the one Dmitri warned about, right ahead. A signboard proclaimed it was a furniture storage place. The one to its left is where the Russian works. He wheeled to the far left and parked behind a van. He removed his helmet, slipped on a mask, and hurried to the furniture warehouse, ghosting from shadow to shadow until he came to its side. No sounds from inside. The park was still. Fluorescent lights illuminated the approaches, but there was no movement. Faint sounds of traffic from outside. Cutter bent down and felt the bottom of the shutter with gloved fingers. It's locked. He searched in the darkness for windows but didn't find any. He was making to go to the back when he heard it. A gurgling sound so low that he wasn't sure if he had imagined it. Must be an animal. He took a step and heard it again. He pivoted on his heel and went to Dmitri's warehouse. It seems to have come from there. He checked his surroundings and didn't detect any other human presence. Got to ask Beth to erase my presence from CCTV footage. He crouched, wedged his fingers beneath the shutter, heaved and rolled inside with his Glock straight ahead in one smooth, fluid move. The warehouse was well lit. 4 bodies on the floor. One was within touching distance on its back, staring at the ceiling sightlessly. Cutter took the scene in expertly, scanning the warehouse in sections, motionless on the floor, ready for offense or defense. He didn't detect a threat. He checked out the warehouse, the back room, and the bathroom before returning to the main storage area. Knife work, he guessed as he inspected the dead men. He sucked his breath sharply when the 4th man made a gurgling sound. He's alive! Cutter bent over him and checked his wounds. His throat was cut, but it was his belly and chest that were grievously wounded. He won't last long, he thought bitterly. He brought out his phone and dialed 17, the emergency number for the police in France. "You need to come immediately," he said, disguising his voice, "to the warehouse park on Rue Eugène Freycinet." He gave the address. "Several men are dead. One is seriously injured." He hung up before the operator could question him. "They won't be able to track my phone or read its number." The twins had installed fancy software that ensured only Werner knew where the device was. "Can you hear me?" he asked the dying man. "Blink for yes." The man blinked. "Are you Dmitri?" he guessed. Blink. "Who did this to you? The men from next door?" Blink. The man's nails scrabbled on the floor. He made to get up and fell back. Blood bubbled out of his belly and neck. Cutter put his head close to his face. Rami. Rami? He did this to you? Blink. Thierry, Travis. Rami and Travis. 2 men did all of this. Blink. Dmitri's nails moved as if beckoning him. Cutter put his ear close to his lips. True, CK, re, D, imp, tie, fur. He raised his head when the man didn't complete his words and clenched his fist. Dmitri was dead. 49. Cutter whirled at the sound of sirens. Police! Can't go through the front. He couldn't risk going through the rear exit either. Officers might close that off too. He looked up at the ceiling and spotted the skylights. He darted to the steel pillars at the side walls and climbed swiftly. He grabbed hold of a metal beam and walked in the air as shouts came to him and a shutter opened. "They've gone to the furniture warehouse." Etienne's team must have sent out a prowl car to check out Dmitri's call. He had reached the area beneath the skylight when he heard more sirens and gunning engines. "That's the response to my call." The window was latched by a simple bolt mechanism which squeaked when he levered it with one hand. He hoped it wouldn't be heard above the sounds of the police and hoisted himself up through the narrow opening just as armed officers burst into the warehouse. Cutter shut the window gently and lay panting as he watched the scene down below. He was on the downward curve of the sloping roof, away from the front, his feet jammed against a line of solar panels. The roof was metal, but had enough dirt and debris to roughen up its surface and prevent him from slipping. He didn't move as cops made way for the medics, who bent over each of the bodies and shook their heads. A senior officer arrived, spoke low into a phone, and straightened when the warehouse lit up with headlights. Etienne Dupuy arrived, flanked by Di Fiore and Quindica. The newcomers listened to the officer's report and checked out the scene. Why did Rami and Travis kill Dimitri and his friends? He shook his head unconsciously. Why would they draw attention with these murders? Unless... He jerked up suddenly and swore when he slipped an inch. He found his footing against the panels and regained his position. Unless they knew about Dimitri's call, which meant they had bugged the Russians' warehouse. Cutter brought out his phone, typed a message, and sent it. 50. Search for a red furniture truck. Di Fiore stared at the message for several moments until she comprehended it. She nudged Quindica's side with her elbow and held the screen so that her partner could read it discreetly. Cutter sent it? Who else could it be? He must be here, watching from somewhere. The SAC broke away, made a low-voiced call, and returned to her side. I informed our team. They'll tell the French cops we got an anonymous call from a passerby about the truck. That should get Etienne's people to search traffic camera feeds. Di Fiore nodded, made a show of glancing at her watch, and thumbs upped in the air. She checked out the darkness through the open shutter but didn't feel any gaze. He's too good to let his presence be felt. Her phone vibrated in her hand. Rami, Travis. Quindica sensed her freeze and drifted to her side. The SAC gasped at the names. That's who killed these men? Yes, came the reply when Di Fiore sent the question. Were you there? Did you see it? Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you call us? He won't reply, the detective said softly when her phone remained silent. He can't admit he was there. It must have been him who called the emergency number. Etienne said they couldn't track the caller, and his number didn't come up on the screen. Yeah. Di Fiore pocketed her device and looked up when Dupuy called out. That's Dimitri, the provot said, nodding grimly at a body. One of the officers is training to be a criminal profiler. She says he was killed differently. The others were murdered almost clinically. He spoke through clenched teeth. But Dimitri was killed by someone with a lot of rage. 51. Travis Poole had planned for the truck to be noticed. He directed Gonzalez to Station F, a business park, and towards the post office. His team and Abbasi's men climbed out quickly and transferred the furniture to 2 vans. Cameras? The Afghan watched the loading along with him. Poole held up an electronic circuit encased in transparent plastic. I went around all the buildings and fried them with this EMP blaster. We all are wearing hoodies and gloves. That helps as well. The exchange took half an hour, after which they split up. Abbasi joined him in the lead van, while the remaining Afghan fighters went in the second. They took different routes to Beauvais and weren't challenged by police on the 90-minute drive. Why would we be? Poole smirked. His van was labeled as a grocer's vehicle, while the other had a baker's logo on its side. The airport, though known as Paris-Beauvais Airport, was in the second city, in the municipality of Tilly. It was the 10th busiest in the country, thanks to the low-cost airlines using it. Poole guided them to the terminal used by charter aircraft. Yeah. He nodded when Gonzalez held up his HK and looked at him. We should be armed, but hide them under our jackets. He pulled his cap over his head, climbed out, and checked the surroundings. They had come through the service entrance, through a gate that required a key code that had been provided by the buyers. No security personnel had been visible, and none had stopped them. The airport's tower was visible behind a row of hangars, one of which was open. He checked his phone to confirm the address and went to it. A Learjet inside. No pilots. Its stair ramp unfolded to the ground, but no one visible. He turned when a shoe scraped on concrete. His eyes widened at the suited man who approached. "General Palmer, I didn't expect you to be here in person." The retired officer looked every inch a military man. Erect bearing, close-cropped silvery hair, square-cut jaw, piercing gray eyes. He smiled thinly and squeezed Poole's shoulder. "I had to be present for a deal this size. Where's the product?" The vans rolled in at Poole's hand signal, and the furniture was unloaded. The general took in the Afghan men but didn't comment. He went to Gonzalez, who ripped open a couch and brought out a sealed plastic bag. Palmer tore it open with a pocket knife and sniffed it. He turned to the shadows in the hangar and nodded his head, a signal to a civilian who hurried forward with a test kit. "It's good," the man confirmed. "I said it would be," Poole grunted. The general's representative went around the furniture randomly testing samples and finally stowed away his gear. Palmer brought out a phone and typed swiftly. "Check. The rest of the payment should be in your offshore account." Poole confirmed it with a thumbs up and shook the officer's hand. "Feels like old times, sir." "Yeah, except that we were in Stan when we last did this. Do you need help loading the powder in the Lear? You'll fly across international borders with that cargo." "Did I say that's how I would move it? This went well. We have more business for you." "But," the general's face hardened, "you have too much attention on you. This man, Grogan—" "He's a civilian, sir. You've read his file. He's not just another PI. Him, the cops, the JTF. We won't do any business with you until this dies down." "The investigation will run out of steam, sir. They have nothing to go on. Besides, they're searching for terrorists." "That might be the case. I have inquired about Grogan, however. He won't give up. He never has. He never will. Not until he's dead." "Are we out of business?" Abbasi asked when they were driving back. "We have other buyers. Russians, European gangs. None of them will pay top dollar like your general. Besides, we don't have a trusted relationship with them. They could stab us in the back." "I meant what I said. The investigation will collapse soon." "How?" Poole smiled coldly. "When you kill 2 more men, Afghans, we'll plant evidence that will link them to Rasul and to the product." "He was my friend. His character." "He was ours, too. Look at it practically, however. He's no longer with us. We need to feed the investigation with just enough information so that the JTF is satisfied. What would Rasul say if he was with us?" Abbasi stared out of the window as Gonzalez drove and then nodded. "Hamid and I will get 2 Afghan bodies, but that still leaves Grogan. I have something planned for him. You said that before. He's still out there. He can't escape this one. Why can't we ignore him and go about our business?" "You heard the general," Poole said bleakly. "He's right. Cutter Grogan won't stop even if the JTF folds up. He's our biggest threat." 52. "There had better be a good reason to get me here so early," Cutter grouched as he joined Dupuy, Di Fiore, and Quindica. He accepted the plastic cup of coffee and took a swallow. "Early," the provot snorted. "It's 8 a.m. My people have been up for several hours." "What's up?" Cutter glanced around the parking lot in the business park, which had been sealed off by police tape. Several forensic technicians were working on a truck. He kept his face expressionless when he took it in. That must be the one Dmitri mentioned. Furniture was moved in that vehicle. We have found traces of leather and upholstery in it. It rolled up yesterday night. An eyewitness confirms that. "Furniture, Etienne?" Cutter pretended to sound exasperated. "You're looking for stolen sofas when there are killers in the city?" "Furniture," Dupuy said, glaring at him, "which could have been used to transport drugs that these killers were dealing in." "Hold your questions," he said peremptorily. "You came by taxi. Good. Join us." Cutter squeezed in beside DeFiore, who wore an inscrutable expression. The FBI SAC winked at him but didn't say anything as they were driven to the industrial park. 4 men were killed here yesterday night, Dupuy said heavily as he led them inside the crime scene. We got a call from a worker here, Dimitri. He claimed that the place next door was suspicious. He and the rest of the men were killed shortly afterwards. Cutter listened silently as the provot pieced it together for him. The FBI got a call from someone who saw that red truck. Another witness told us they saw it come out of this park. The neighboring warehouse has traces of furniture that match what we found in that truck. This is a big park, Cutter mused. People must have seen who was in that other place. Cameras have been hacked into, Quindica said, grimacing. All of them have the same video of that warehouse on loop. A truck coming in, workers unloading furniture, loading the same pieces back again. The vehicle departing. 3 men in the frame, all of them wearing hoodies. None of them can be identified. No one saw them. Are you blind? DeFiore flared. Can you see where these 2 warehouses are? At the back of the park. No one comes here. We interviewed workers from other places. They confirmed it. They had no reason to come this deep. All these storage units are equipped with bathrooms. Their staff are low-income men who often sleep in these places. Heck, they practically live here. Gina is right. Dupuy nodded. The workers in these 2 warehouses lived here. DNA. We are working on it, but don't get your hopes up. There are hair samples from sleeping bags, but the way these men work, they won't match anything we have in our system. Cutter went to where Dimitri's body had lain, its outline marked by flags and white chalk. He told me as much as he could, even while he was dying. Find anything else here? He asked Dupuy. Bugs. 1 in the phone and a few around the warehouse. That's how the killers heard about Dimitri's call. All of them are of a generic make, the kind that can be ordered online. Still, the JTF is trying to locate who purchased them. Cutter went to the neighboring warehouse and inspected its cavernous interior. Scuff marks on the floor where the furniture had been dragged. An untidy heap of sleeping bags in a corner, the smell of stale sweat and urine. Traces of powder, his friend announced grimly. They must have hidden the bags in the couches. Dupuy put his hands on his hips and surveyed the empty place. Now we know all these killings have nothing to do with terrorism. Your friend Roxana must have known about it and tried to warn you, and she was killed for it. Cutter nodded grimly and went to the door, where DeFiore accosted him. Were you here last night? I don't know what you're talking about. She held out her hand silently and, after he placed his cell phone in her palm, thumbed through his calls. You're smarter than that, she snarled and thrust it back at him. You would have deleted your messages. He couldn't help smiling. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. Riley and I had a great time in Paris. I was revisiting some of the places we had been to. Don't give me that emotional bull. We haven't told Etienne about Rami and Travis. The names. Quindica pressed her partner's shoulder softly. We couldn't find a way to let him know. We ran our searches, however. Both names aren't uncommon, but we haven't found anyone with links to Afghanistan and drugs. Rami and Travis. Cutter played innocent. Did Dimitri mention those names? They were the killers. DeFiore punched him in the belly and walked away in a huff. It's drugs, Cutter. Quindica watched her partner's back with a smile. Not terrorism. You can leave this to us. Go back to New York. You know I can't. She sighed. Don't break the law, she said, so softly that he had to strain to hear her words. She means I shouldn't get caught. Me? Breaking the law? Peyton? I don't even have driving violations. I live life on the straight and narrow. Your girlfriend, on the other hand, all that rage. He got punched in the shoulder. 53. Cutter drove through the city aimlessly on his Ninja after leaving his friends. The throb of the bike, The feel of the wind rushing past, Paris flowing past in a liquid stream, was calming. I haven't come across a Rami before. He knew several Travises and had checked out all of them. None of them is a stone-cold killer. It sounded like an American name, and judging by the man's call, he was sure they shared the same nationality. I'm sure it was him with the blue eyes who tried to abduct me at the industrial park. He remembered the impassiveness in the man's gaze as he had coolly brought out his gun and shot his own man. Is it personal for him? Did I make an enemy of him in Afghanistan? He shrugged. He had racked his memory for clues and hadn't come up with any. It came to him when he was sipping coffee in the Latin Quarter. There were two men who might know of Travis. Why didn't I think of them before? What? Beth Peterson demanded when she came on the video call. No hi, no hello, no how are you doing? Are Bwana or Roger there? Cutter asked. You think they'll help you more than Meg or me? In this instance, yeah. She looked like she wanted to take some more verbal pot shots at him, but her elder sister appeared on the screen, rolled her eyes and turned the camera to show the rest of their office. Dashes of color all over, rugs on the floor and draped on the walls, paintings, warm-hued couches, one of which Zeb was sprawling across. He waved at Cutter. A miniature golf strip was next to the floor-to-ceiling windows, on which Broker was practicing his putt. Bwana and Bear filled the frame, big as barn doors, muscles rippling underneath their tees. They didn't have to try hard to look lethal. The African-American operative's smile seemed to light up the room. You're doing a good job at it. At what? Cutter asked, puzzled. At raising Paris to the ground. He smiled ruefully when all the agency operatives burst out laughing. What's up? Bear asked. You heard about what's going on? Yeah. I've got two more names, he said, filling them in on the night's developments as his friends gathered around the screen. Rami and Travis. Zeb considered for several moments. Haven't come across any Rami for sure. He looked at his crew who shook their heads. The Travises we know, you do as well. None of them are the killer I want. What about him? Cutter loaded up the portrait of the dead abductor outside the Montrouge Park and shared his screen with them. He's not in any system. Zeb frowned and shook his head, as did Broker, Roger, Chloe, and the twins. Bear squinted at it and looked at Bwana, whose face hardened. That's Thierry Grenier. You heard of Protection? Who hasn't? Cutter made a face. The PMC had been a high-profile contractor to the U.S. military during the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. It recruited former soldiers from Western armed forces and deployed them per the Pentagon's directives. It grew fast, became powerful, and then exploded. It turned out that several of its operatives had been court-martialed by their militaries for grievous misconduct. Its fighters were caught on video assaulting women and torturing prisoners. The PMC was accused of drug trafficking, embezzling funds, and looting occupied territory. The Pentagon severed its relationship with the PMC amid a spate of lawsuits and critical media coverage against Protection. Its founder killed himself, and that ended the military contractor. Grenier worked for Protection. Yeah, until it imploded. Bear nodded. Last I heard, he had gone freelance. 54. None of the agency operatives was a mere door-kicker. Chloe was a well-known scientist and climatologist who spoke at conferences, while Roger read philosophy. Bear and Bwana had unique skills, too. They were members of Mensa, but their ability to remember faces was why Cutter had thought of them. Having once seen someone, they seldom forgot him. I should have gone to them much earlier, Cutter reflected. Thierry Grenier, Bwana repeated grimly. All kinds of bad. The world is a better place without him. You all have seen him. Bear looked at his friends and fellow former soldiers. Remember that knoll in Baldacci? We were surrounded by Taliban. Now I do. Zeb snapped his fingers. An unknown voice came over our comms asking if we needed help. He identified himself as a Protegean operative. I told him we didn't need their help. They were the last people we would go to. There were 5 men on that ridge, Bwana nodded. Bear and I Beano-ed them. Grenier was definitely one of them. They hung around for a while. I'm sure one of them was that voice on our radio. He leaned forward abruptly. You killed one of the men on the steps. That building on Rue Gaston Pinault. Share his photograph. Him too, Bear exclaimed when Cutter shared the image. He was on that ridge too. Yves Bondy. Why aren't they in any database? Cutter scribbled down their names. Because, Protegean, Bwana said bitterly. That company has gone bust, but its people are still around. They have all gone freelance, and many of them still have the highest contacts and access to powerful people in the Pentagon, in the British Ministry of Defense, in France, Germany, every Western country. A single phone call would do it. Bear cracked a knuckle. Their records would be wiped from every database anyone has access to. They are ghosts. They're masquerading under false identities, with maybe only a handful of people knowing who they really are. Roxana! Bwana shot to his feet and growled, Now I see the connection. You've lost me. Cutter spread his hands helplessly. You saw them at her auto shop in Ishkashim. You, me, Bear, all of us. Not you, of course. He squeezed Beth's shoulder and smiled at Megan before the hard lines returned to his face. I remember that too, the bearded operative said softly. 2 occasions. We were drinking tea with her both times. They were way back, in an armored vehicle. I saw them when we were leaving. They turned their faces away, but not fast enough that I didn't recognize them. You didn't say any of this to us, Zeb told him. It wasn't important. A lot happened in those days in Stan. Those dudes weren't important. Heck, as far as we were concerned, they didn't exist. Bwana and I dug out their names after that Knoll incident, and the only reason we did that, you know how we both are. Cutter nodded. They're detail-hungry. It doesn't compute, still, he thought aloud. Why would they kill Roxana just because... Shall I tell him, or will you? Megan drawled. Oh, let me. Beth smiled wickedly. This is what you get when dealing with Cutter. You have to draw everything out, then explain it to him, then make him repeat. She knew or suspected what they were up to in Paris, he said hurriedly. See, she said triumphantly, that wasn't too hard, was it? She could have called me. She had my number. She might have not known until she boarded the flight. She must have overheard something then. You said there were 4 men, Cutter reminded Bwana. Yeah, I was wondering when you would get to that. You said the man who killed Grenier had blue eyes. Yeah. Blue eyes, blonde hair. He's their leader, Travis Poole, 55. Ricky Gonzalez and Todd Hudson could have been the other 2 men in the van, Bear said, recalling the names from his prodigious memory. You know anything else about them? No. Like I said, they weren't important then. Zeb roused himself from deep thought. Gary Kaplinger. Contact him. I'll send you his details. Former infantry officer. He joined Protegeon after leaving the army. He tried to recruit me. He's in Paris. Abbasi was flanked by Hamid and Hanif as they toured the Louvre's glass pyramid and navigated around the long line of tourists. Here is best, the team leader murmured as he smiled politely and ducked beneath a visitor's camera. I thought you wanted it to be spectacular, Hanif asked in surprise. This is one of the most visited attractions in the world. Look at the number of tour buses on the streets around it. What I have in mind will set the world on fire, but here, Abbasi jerked his head at the museum, isn't all I have planned. Hamid and Hanif looked at him in confusion and followed his gaze. Looks of understanding crossed their faces when they spotted the entrance to the Louvre Rivoli metro station. Once we kill some Afghans, Hanif said, grinning, the police will stop looking for us. That won't stop Grogan, Hamid warned. Travis will take care of him, Abbasi said confidently. He hasn't been successful so far. You don't seem worried about that. I am not. Abbasi's face took on a feral look, because we will be there if he fails. 56. Let me make it clear. Gary Kaplinger played with his knife and fork. I am here only because Carter asked me to meet you. Let me make it clear too, Cutter growled. I'll need to shower after we finish here. People like you. I'm not with Protegeon anymore. That's because your employer went bust. How many dirtbag soldiers did you recruit for them? You went looking for dishonorable discharges. I hired great operatives as well. Not many. You're lucky Zeb didn't plant a bullet in your forehead. Kaplinger's face turned red. He made to retort but swallowed his words when a server approached with their drinks. I won't make a scene here, he whispered, referring to the bistro in the Latin Quarter. You won't make a scene anywhere because someone will take a punch at you if you do. Tell me about Travis Poole. Poole? I don't... Cutter's hand shot like a snake across the table, snatched his thumb and yanked it backwards. Kaplinger groaned and turned it into a coughing fit when several eyes swiveled towards them. He waved weakly at the other patrons and took several swallows from a glass of water. Do you think I remember everyone I recruited? You do. You were their handler for several months until they went fully operational. I know how Protegeon worked. I don't know much about him. We lost contact after the scandals broke. I knew he went independent, but he wasn't the only one. Kaplinger, Cutter rasped. I know you are still recruiting for other PMCs. You're the middleman for independent contractors. You broker jobs for them. I need only one call to shut down your operations, freeze your Cayman Islands offshore account. I can get you arrested, and if I give the word, Zeb and his crew will gladly execute you. Pest extermination is what they'll call it. Or you can spill what you know and continue to live your low life. I swear. A bead of sweat rolled down the recruiter's forehead. He wiped it away hastily with a paper towel. We were not friends. We weren't close. We met a few times. I knew he had a base in Paris. Where? He might not have it anymore. This was several years ago. Where? Cutter insisted. It's an apartment in the 16th arrondissement. Write down the address. The Protegeon scrawled it down with a shaky hand. A phone number. Don't remember it. In any case, he would have changed it. That's what I would do too. Does he have any aliases? I wouldn't know about that. Handler is the wrong word for my responsibilities. I managed them for a while from an HR angle, but I had nothing to do with operations. What about Ricky Gonzalez, Todd Hudson, Thierry Grenier, and Yves Bondy? I don't know them. I didn't hire them. Cutter stared at him. Poole's crew was a close-knit team. Why wouldn't Kaplinger manage them? Were they his friends? Yeah, that explains it. Every operative got a referral bonus once they got their contacts in, but after that, Protegeon assigned different handlers to avoid cliques. It was how the system worked. Do you know Bondy was killed? You must have heard of that incident on Rue Gaston Pinault, Roxana Lohani. Her name was all over the news. That dead man was your Protegeon operative. Kaplinger licked his lips. I never met him. I didn't know he was one of us. There must be Protegeon people around the world who would have recognized him. Why didn't anyone come forward? I don't know, the man mumbled. No one wanted to get involved, Cutter thought disgustedly. The cops could have made much more progress if any of them had gone to the police. He pulled out his phone and photographed Kaplinger several times. What are you doing? The man shrank. If I find out you're lying or have set a trap, I will circulate this to the police, an anonymous tip that you're involved in all the recent killings. And if the cops don't get you, I will, when you are least expecting it. Gary Kaplinger wiped his moist palms on his jeans and dialed a number. He bought it. Are you sure? Yeah, but you'd better succeed at whatever you're planning. He'll know it was me who set him up. The recruiter hung up and took several breaths to control the pounding in his chest. His fear and perspiration had been real when facing Grogan. The $200,000 deposit he had received in return for the meeting helped. What use will it be if I'm dead? He hoped Travis Poole succeeded. 57. The apartment was on the 4th floor of a building on Rue de Passy. Looks like a penthouse, Cutter mused as he checked it out on his first pass. Passy was a chic neighborhood in the 16th arrondissement, and the building reflected its upscale surroundings. Small balconies on street-facing windows with metal grills, flower pots hanging from walls on some of them. Art galleries, artisan bakeries, and food stores dotted the street. The place was in a long stretch of buildings. A fancy clothing store next to its entrance, a bookshop with a cafe, and opposite banks, takeout joints, hair salons. Cutter parked his Ninja in a bike stand in front of the bookstore and removed his helmet after entering it. He ordered a coffee, took it to a window table, and discreetly photographed the building. Does it have a rear exit? He brought up satellite images of the street and nodded to himself at the stretch of green at the back of the building. That's the communal garden. It'll be shared with that line of buildings on the street behind. He knew from his time in Paris that each apartment block would have an entrance to the shared space. That could be Poole's getaway exit. That won't be the only one, however. He was sure of that. He'll have one over the roof, too. I haven't been in this apartment in years. Poole opened the door and entered, followed by Hudson and Gonzalez. He disabled the alarm and turned on the aircon to remove the smell of stale air. "We can come up the stairs," he said, laying out an apartment plan on the kitchen table, or take the elevator. Those are the only two ways of coming up. On the ground floor, we can go out the front entrance or use the rear one to get away from the garden. Grogan will know about those. Gonzalez cracked open beer bottles and distributed them. He can access the street layout from mapping applications. But he won't know about the roof. Poole grinned. He led them up a flight of stairs to the upper level, cracked open a door, and waved dramatically at the view over the communal garden. "I paid a lot for this apartment just to get this private access to the roof. Here." He went to the parapet and tugged at a nearly invisible zip line. You won't be able to see it with the naked eye, but that goes over the green stretch to one of the buildings over there. They front on Rue Bois-le-Vent. I rent 2 adjacent apartments, and I've opened a door between the 2 of them. Neat. Hudson whistled. We can escape to one apartment and exfil through the other. Yeah, but, Poole's eyes gleamed, we won't be the ones making an escape attempt. We lie in wait? Gonzalez guessed. Something like that. He took them back inside and went to the front window, staying well away from the balcony. What if he doesn't come? He will, Poole said confidently. He wants us for Lohani's killing as much as we want him for Eve's and Thierry's. 58. You could drone it to get an aerial view and look through the windows, Megan told Cutter when she and Beth had finished walking him through the internal layout to Poole's building. He hadn't asked how they had gotten hold of the plans. They must have hacked the landlord's offices or even the architect's, he thought, grinning to himself. No drone, he replied. Someone might spot it and call the cops. Poole might have outward cameras that might detect it. There's no other way to know what he's got on the roof. Those satellite images we showed you. You can see he's built some kind of reflective roof. A drone could get a better look. We can get a military bird to... Don't. We know he's got Pentagon contacts. I don't want to alert him. He doesn't know the people we know, Beth drawled. Still, Cutter insisted, let's not take a chance. You can't go in blind. Megan looked at him doubtfully. You need to know more. I get that, but I don't want him to know that I can access that kind of juice too. You want him to underestimate you. Yeah. Buana entered the frame. Buddy, you want some help? We can be in Paris in 6 hours. Cutter couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. I want to take down Poole and his crew, Buana, not start World War III. His smile faded when the call ended. He had checked out the surrounding streets in Passy without learning much more about Poole's building, and then returned to his hotel to call the twins. Meg's right. I'll be going in without knowing anything about what's inside. For all he knew, Poole had abandoned the apartment. Someone's paying taxes and energy bills, though. The sisters had confirmed that. I have no choice. He shrugged. That apartment is the only link to Poole. I'll have to enter it. He glanced at his watch. 2 p.m. He had to figure out a way to enter the building and then the apartment. He opened his weapons bag and began preparing. I'll have to leave the hotel, too. I'll be an easy target if Poole's crew decides to ambush me here. He won't escape the apartment. Poole finished outlining the plan to Abbasi and his lieutenants. You're sure he will come? Hanif asked. Yes. Let's hope it works. It will. You'll wait for him? Hamid frowned. That's it? That's the plan? We don't need an elaborate one. He doesn't know he has been set up. He'll break into my apartment. He'll think it's empty, or might even expect to see me there. In either case, we outnumber him, 3-1. The front door is the only exit to the apartment. He doesn't know what else I have in there. It will work. Grogan will be our prisoner the moment he walks through that door. You think it will work? Hanif asked Abbasi as they returned to their apartment in Bercy. Poole and the Afghan team leader had anticipated that they might have to leave the warehouse and had rented a large apartment in the 12th arrondissement. The fighters hid there, masquerading as South Asian businessmen visiting the city for trade discussions. No one had seemed suspicious of their presence. Whether it works or not, the team leader said, shrugging, doesn't matter. We will be there. Deploy 3 men at the front of the building, casually waiting. The rest of us will be at the back, in that garden. You, me, and Hamid will be at the rear exit, while the others will be spread out. Grogan might escape Travis. He won't get away from us. 59. The pizza delivery man wheeled his bike to the stand and killed the engine. He removed a box from a brightly labeled case behind the rear seat and went to Poole's building. He pulled out his phone and dialed, cursing loudly when he got no response. A couple of passing women glared at him. Pardon, mesdames, he apologized. I get a bonus for delivering this ahead of time, but the customer is not answering his phone and the pizza is going cold. He paced up and down impatiently in his bulky leather jacket and cargo pants, and straightened when a resident approached the door. The delivery man didn't rush to enter the building, however. He waited until the resident had disappeared inside and then hurried to the keypad. He sprayed a fine mist over the keys, using the cover of his body to shield his activity from passers-by. The recently punched keys glowed green. He noted their numbers, wiped the pad clean with his elbow, and shouted at the mic. What? You canceled the order? No one told me. I drove all the way here for nothing. He kicked the air in frustration, swore, and looked around the street. Free pizza! He yelled, placing the box on a bench before driving away. Cutter drove to a narrow alley in Passy and parked behind a delivery truck. He unscrewed the case from his Ninja and stuffed it behind a trash bin. He patted his chest. Glock? Check. Spyderco on his thigh? Check. Spare mags in his cargo pants pockets? Check. The other equipment and weapons were on him, too. He partly unzipped the leather jacket, mounted his bike, and returned to the building. Showtime. 60. 6 p.m. An aircraft soared high in the Paris sky, leaving a white plume behind it. Couples held hands as they walked. A bunch of teenagers joked among themselves. Men and women browsed at store windows. Cutter registered them dimly. He was in animal mode. scanning every person and shadow, assessing potential threats, dismissing them when he found none. He parked the bike on Rue Bois-Levant and strode to Poole's building. He saw the side entrance to the communal garden, a small, wrought-iron gate, but didn't linger, didn't check it out. There was a possibility Poole had rigged it with cameras, and he didn't want to give himself away. He came onto Rue Passy and took in the pedestrians. A woman reading the poster on the Morris column, the iconic green advertising kiosk unique to France. A skateboarder weaving deftly through shoppers. A car parking in an open space. The bulky, bearded man on the bench reading a newspaper. Another bearded man down the street talking on his phone. None of them looked up when he arrived. He had the collar to his leather jacket turned up, shades over his eyes and the rim of his cap low over his face. He had considered a disguise but had rejected it immediately. Poole will capture or kill any intruder in his apartment. A disguise isn't going to help me. He was sure he wouldn't be killed outright, however. He wants me alive to know how much I know and who else is aware of it. Cutter punched the keys on the pad and entered the building confidently, as if he lived there. He closed the door behind him and scanned the entrance lobby swiftly. A row of letterboxes mounted on the wall to the left, 2 elevator cars ahead, a flight of stairs to the right, a door beside it which opened to reveal a janitor's room filled with cleaning products, brushes, and buckets. Cutter brought out a low-range EMP gun, jumped high, and blasted the 2 ceiling cameras. He went down the tiled floor past the elevators, through the small hallway to another key-code-operated door, another spray to show recent thumbprints. He punched the code and cracked the door a merest fraction to confirm it was the entry to the communal garden. Cutter returned to the entrance lobby and pretended to open a mailbox when a young woman entered with a dog. She barely glanced at him as she continued talking on her phone and tugged her pet impatiently when it sniffed at his heels, then disappeared inside an elevator. He took the stairs swiftly, putting every camera he saw out of commission. Heard the dog bark once on the 3rd floor and a door slam shut. That must be her. He brought out his phone from its Faraday pouch which had protected it from the EMP rays and dialed. "I need our help," Beth completed. "Yeah, we guessed. What have you got?" Cutter turned the camera on his phone to show the lock on the 4th floor door. "This opens to the hallway to his apartment." "That's a high-end device," Megan murmured. He heard keys click at her end. "It requires a thumbprint along with a swipe card. The manufacturer is one of the best out there." His heart sank. There goes my operation before it's even started. "Relax, you goof," Beth said, a smirk in her voice. "That doesn't mean we can't crack it open. You're lucky. We got into their system a long time ago. We know who they sell to, who their installers are." Her voice trailed off. "Here you go. Bought by Nicholas Bryze. That must be Poole's alias. The apartment is in that name too. It won't surprise you that he doesn't look like Buana and Bear's description for Poole." It didn't. "Try it," Megan commanded a minute later. "What?" No lights turned on the lock. It didn't click. He turned the knob, however, and the door swung open noiselessly. He dived to the porcelain floor, his Glock out and straight ahead. Empty hallway. It was wide and long and stretched the side of the building. The door he had come through was at the far end. A large window at the front of the building gave a great view of the street below. Cutter peered out for a moment. Nothing much had changed on Rue de Passy. Slow-moving traffic and shoppers. He looked up at the ceiling. Recessed lights, a chandelier, and 2 cameras at opposite ends of the hallway. He increased the setting on his EMP gun, put them out of service, and went to the large oak door that dominated the hallway. Similar kind of lock. He retrieved his phone from its case. The call had disconnected when he had slipped it back in. He had started dialing Beth's number when a text message appeared. "It's unlocked. Doofus." A second one came up. "If Poole is monitoring his cameras, he would have seen you enter. He could be waiting inside. No, we can't access his security system. Cutter nodded, even though they couldn't see him. He was aware of the risk. He burst through the door. 61. He slid across the marble floor, his Glock covering what his eyes saw, which detected no threat, no gunmen waiting for him. He bumped against a potted plant and caught hold of it quickly to stop it crashing to the floor. He got to his feet. The apartment opened directly to a sitting room with a high ceiling and white walls decorated with paintings. There were couches arranged in the room, but the place seemed barely used. No signs of wear on the central carpet, no used coffee mugs, nothing to show the penthouse was occupied. Cutter did his camera jamming thing, turned on the EMP gun to full power and fired it in every room to take out electronic devices. He searched the rest of the apartment cautiously. 2 bedrooms, both empty, with wardrobes filled with folded clothes. No signs of recent occupancy. Bathrooms were empty, with nothing in the medicine cabinets. The kitchen was immaculately furnished with a center island and a bank of appliances against the wall, all polished to a mirror finish. He could see himself in the oven's glass door as he searched the drawers and the dishwasher, empty and dry. A flight of stairs led up from the dining area in the open-plan kitchen to a mezzanine sitting room with a library on the far wall. Metal banisters overlooked the lower floor. A glass door opened to the building's roof, which had a high wall to the right. Beyond it, he figured, had to be the building's aircon equipment and elevator shafts. The roof was concrete, a line of potted plants, a couple of sun-lounging chairs. Cutter went to the parapet at the far end to get a view of the communal garden. He could hear children playing, the sounds of laughter and a few yells of delight. He thrust his phone over the edge, turned on its camera and checked out the view on the screen. The building was separated from the green by a narrow alley. That must be some kind of pedestrian walkway. He tried to zoom in, but the distance and the angle and resolution of his phone's camera didn't help. He noted the line of windows in the lower apartments and the ledges jutting beneath them. A rocket, a firecracker, rose in the air from behind the garden and burst loudly into a star pattern, followed by excited shrieks and screams. Cutter squinted through the darkness but couldn't see where the celebrations were occurring. It didn't look like it was far from where the kids were playing. Can't see them either. It didn't matter. Neither the party nor the children affected his plans. He was turning to go inside when he spotted a gleam in the air. What's that? He squinted into the evening light and reached high to feel it. A zip line. He had used a similar kind himself. They blended into the background and were hardly visible. They were lightweight, looked fragile, but could bear several 100 pounds of weight. He couldn't follow it far over the communal garden. That's Poole's getaway. It might end in one of those buildings from where he can escape. Cutter went back inside the apartment and attached explosives to the chairs and couches in both sitting areas, set up to be triggered by his cell phone, which he strapped to his left thigh, within easy reach of his left hand. A precautionary measure in case Poole entered the apartment while he was searching it. He started with the entrance room, going through drawers and riffling through magazines, then took his search to the bedrooms and the kitchen. He went through the cutlery drawers, tapped them to see if there were any false bottoms, checked out the appliances, and sighed in frustration when he came to the island. Nothing. He shook his head angrily, and that was when he caught the movement in the oven's reflection. 62. Cutter turned slowly and leaned against the island's countertop. His Glock was back in its shoulder holster, and while he could fast draw it, the HKs pointing at him were unwavering. He recognized Poole instantly from his blonde hair and blue eyes. The other dude must be Gonzalez or Hudson. I should have asked Buana and Bear to describe them. He shrugged mentally. It didn't matter anymore. He looked at the ceiling, at the dark openings through which the cables appeared. False ceiling, Poole said, guessing his thoughts. His voice was accentless. I burned a lot of cash getting it installed. You can't detect it from outside. There's an entire room up there. We had you on camera from when you entered the building. That was a smart move, though, to zap them out." Cutter caught more movement in his peripheral vision and turned to see a third man on the stairs, another opening in the high roof, through which a cable snaked down. Small, almost irrelevant details came to him. They must be wearing anti-squeak gloves to slide down. He knew the control it required to come down noiselessly while holding Heckler and Coke rifles. They've been around the block. They're battle-hardened. Cutter felt neither shock nor surprise. He recognized the feeling in himself. It was his mind readying his body for intense action. "Kaplinger set me up." "Yeah." Poole shook his head. "You should have spotted that a mile away. I've heard about you. I didn't think you would fall for it. I want you and your men." He would enter any trap set for him to get Poole. "Why?" "You know why. Roxana." "One Afghan woman." Poole shook his head. "Hundreds of them have died. What was so special about her?" Cutter felt the dark coiling inside him, a spring tightening itself, readying to release its tension explosively. You had to know Roxana to appreciate who she was. He didn't utter the words, however. They would be lost on the killers. Eve Bondi and Thierry Grenier. They killed her, didn't they? The shooters didn't speak. They didn't move. "Poole, you shot your friend so that he couldn't be recognized." He could feel their rage. It radiated off them like heat waves. "Why haven't you killed me?" "You can guess why," man on stairs snarled. "Who else have you told about our identities?" "The police, the FBI, the Joint Task Force, everyone." "He's lying," second man said. "We would know if that was the case." "I warned you to back off," Poole said tonelessly. They were spread out to present the smallest targets and avoid interfering in one another's firing lines. "That call I made to you, I figured I owed you that much. One Afghanistan veteran to another." "What now?" Cutter shrugged off his words dismissively. "Now you die." Second man's lips curled. "Not easily, though. You will hurt a lot and you will break, and then we will kill you slowly. For our friends you killed. We owe them that much." "You think killing me will change anything? You think the JTF will back off just because I'm dead? They're no threat to us. You, though, you keep coming after us. All this over drugs? That's what it's about, isn't it? You've found a way to smuggle them from Afghanistan. I'm guessing those fighters with you help you on the supply side. Where are they? Have you killed them all? They outlived their usefulness?" Poole stilled. His men froze. "He knows a lot." Man on stairs came down a step. Poole took a step forward. Second man raised his HK an inch. Cutter spread his fingers against his left thigh and jabbed one against his phone. The explosions ripped through the apartment. 63. The killers ducked instinctively from the blasts, which gave Cutter the window he needed to fast draw and cut them down. He hadn't anticipated the furniture debris flying in the air. The leg of a chair smacked his neck and sent his first shot high over Poole's shoulder. He hadn't figured on their quick reflexes either. The killers dived out of the way, below his burst of rounds, their HKs chattering, shredding the kitchen appliances, filling the room with flying shards of plastic and metal. Cutter lunged towards the stairs, leaped high, caught one of the banisters and vaulted over it. He came up behind man on stairs who was turning to face him, but the operative wasn't fast enough to dodge the kick and went tumbling down the steps right in the face of incoming fire. "Stop!" Cutter heard Poole roar. He didn't know if that was for him or to prevent man on stairs from being shot by friendly fire. He didn't stop to find out. He was up the stairs in 2 huge bounds to crash through the glass door. He rolled on the concrete floor, but the glass shards made it slippery and he lost his balance and crashed against the far wall before he could get to his feet. By then, Poole and Second Man were on the terrace, pointing their weapons at him. Cutter looked at the zip line and considered his chances. "Give yourself up," Poole told him mildly. "You have no place to go. We'll go easy on you." "Go for the zip line," Second Man taunted. "We'll cut it once you're on it. Your fall won't be pretty." "Are you Gonzalez or Hudson?" The shooter's eyes grew dark. His lips thinned. "I won't warn you again." He raised his HK. Man on stairs came up behind them, a thin streak of blood on his face. "It ends for you here, today." The darkness rose within Cutter. It made him grin. "You got lucky. I would have taken all of you out if that chair leg hadn't hit me." "Enough of this," Second Man snarled. "Whatever he knows won't hurt us. Kill him." "Yeah," Man on stairs agreed. Cutter threw himself over the parapet. 64. Cutter hurtled through the air with his left hand outstretched, reaching desperately for the window ledges. He missed the first one but caught the second with 3 fingers, which stopped his fall, making him slam against the side of the building. He looked up as he tightened his grip and covered the parapet with his Glock. He snapped off a shot when a head appeared. Was that the Second Man? Did I hit him? There was no way to know. He looked at the ground, 2 floors below, and let go of his grip. He rolled when he landed to spread the shock of impact and got to his feet to hurry down the dirt track, away from the building's entrance to the garden. He whirled at hearing a loud explosion and relaxed when it turned out to be more fireworks. Loud cheers followed, the revelers unaware of the firefight close by. Cutter turned and ran smack into 3 men, all of them with stubble, dark eyes, and dark hair, wearing loose jackets and jeans. They staggered back in surprise. Where did they come from? Were they hiding behind that bush over there? Did they come to check out the sounds of my fall? The questions raced through his mind as he tried to work out if they were innocents or hostile. "It's him!" Man in center hissed in Dari and reached for his jacket. That was his answer. Cutter lunged forward and slashed his chin with a savage blow that dropped the fighter to the ground in a heap. He pivoted on his heel and shot the man on the right, who was drawing his rifle. He spun to face the remaining man, whose eyes narrowed. His rifle seemed to have caught in his jacket, and he was struggling to free it when a woman and a child came up the dirt track from behind. The mother screamed at the sight of the guns and the fallen men. Fighter yanked his weapon out with a tearing sound of fabric and pounced on the pair, slapping the woman away and grabbing the young girl. "Non!" the mother shrieked. "Let her go," Cutter told the fighter in Dari. "Drop your gun and I'll let you walk away." "You American, you drop your gun." Cutter assessed his chances. The man he had dropped lay motionless, face down to his right. The second fighter lay on his back, bleeding from his chest. There could be more shooters. They must not have heard the sounds of shots above the noises from the park, but they will come. Poole and his men will come down too. Fighter had one hand on the shoulder of the crying girl, his rifle trained loosely at her head. The mother was several feet away on the ground, clawing the air, pleading desperately. A light breeze stirred the fallen leaves, sending one drifting their way. It skittered on the ground and came to a stop between them. A child yelled in the distance. Kids shrieked in delight at something. More fireworks went up in the sky, rattling window panes. Cutter felt cold, empty, as the sounds and sights faded. Only the fighters, the girl, and her mother remained. "I won't tell you again." The fallen man at his feet stirred. "Take him, Fayyaz!" Cutter stamped on Fayyaz's head before he could act, his Glock's sight remaining unwavering on the face of the captor, who was fractionally distracted by the fallen man. That gave Cutter the narrowest window. Cutter triggered once and dove at the girl, snatched her away and shielded her with his body as he rolled with her before firing twice more at the captor. The man's body fell to the ground, shuddered spasmodically, and went still. "Madame," he addressed the mother, who screamed and sobbed as she caught her daughter and held her close. "Madame," he repeated, aware that figures had appeared on the path some distance away. "Tell the police what happened, but I would be grateful if you didn't describe me. You can say that in the shock of the moment all you remember is a light-colored man." He didn't know if she'd heard him. She was smothering her daughter in wild kisses and crying softly. Cutter heard the scrape of gravel behind him. He dropped to his knee and whirled in a smooth move, his Glock coming up instinctively to train on the killer he had shot in the chest, who had now propped himself on an elbow and was straightening his gun arm. The man fell back as his head exploded from Cutter's double tap. Cutter took one last look at the dead men, the mother and her daughter, and sprinted down the dirt track. He returned his Glock to his shoulder holster, realizing as he ran why no one had reacted to the shots. Kids are playing soccer in that garden. Their shouts and the noise of the celebrations had drowned out other noises. If anyone heard the shooting, they must have thought it was fireworks. He scanned Rue Bois-Levant as he approached his bike. No signs of Poole or his men or anyone looking like Afghan fighters. He mounted his Ninja, fired it up, and wheeled it away. I had them. I would have taken out Poole, Gonzalez, and Hudson. The explosions had given him the shooting window, if only that chair leg hadn't hit me. He accelerated into the night knowing where he could find them. Gary Kaplinger lived in a 7th-floor apartment in Villette, in a building on Rue Riquet. It had a garden enclosed by a wrought iron fence with an underground garage. Cutter climbed the sidewalk and parked the Ninja on it. He vaulted over the fence and sprinted down the green towards the door, which was closing behind a family. He jammed his hand in the closing crack to swing it open and joined them in the lobby. Can't wait for the elevators. He searched hurriedly for the stairs, found them behind a fire escape door, and took them two at a time. His Glock by the side of his body, shielded by it, ready to swing up if Poole appeared. An amorous couple on the 4th-floor landing didn't look up when he passed. He heard a woman laughing from another hallway, and then he was on the 7th floor. He edged open the door to the hallway cautiously. 4 centrally positioned elevators, 2 on each side, a stretch of apartment doors going down both directions. Faded carpet on the floor, ceiling lights. Millions of apartment buildings around the world had a similar layout. A TV playing loudly behind one door, a couple arguing behind another, thumping beats emerging from the crack under the door of a 3rd apartment. Kaplinger's door was the 5th on the right. Cutter's heart sank when it opened easily but struck an obstruction that forced him to squeeze through a narrow opening to get inside. He knew what had stopped the door from opening, but he had to make sure. He turned on the lights in the dark hallway, and one look confirmed his suspicion. Kaplinger lay on his back, a hole in his forehead, his body still warm to the touch. Poole got to him before I did. He knew I would come to the recruiter to question him. A folded piece of paper on the dead man's chest caught his eye. He picked it up with the tips of his gloved fingers and unfolded it. A scrawl in black ink. Handwriting he didn't recognize, though he knew who had written it. The message was for him. Too late it mocked him. 65. "We were 10 men when we came to Paris," Hamid said bitterly as they hurried down the streets of the city. "Now, we are 6. "We should have gone to their aid," Hanif said darkly. "We saw Grogan take them out." "Fool," Abbasi swore at him. "We were on the other side of that track. Yes, we saw him fall from the apartment, but did you see how quickly he reacted? If we had gone to help them, he would have seen us coming. He would have either shot us or escaped. We should have fired at him. And bring the entire neighborhood down on us? It was your idea," Hanif spat back. "You were so confident we would get him. You said if Travis failed, we would be there. Travis failed, but we did too. Abbasi's cheeks burned with rage, but he controlled himself. Hanif was right. There was no point getting angry at his friend. "We have to forget him," he said, as they swiped their cards at the metro turnstiles and entered the platform. "Forget Grogan?" Both men looked at him in shock. "But we have to remember our primary mission. Yes, we lost 3 more men today, but we can still get it done. Remember, we need only 2 of us for the operation, and we don't have much more time. Bastille Day is not far away." The men sat next to each other in the train and brooded for a moment. "What about killing some Afghans to throw off the police?" Hamid muttered through the side of his mouth. "What's the point now? The police will find out what went down. They won't be fooled. That means they will still hunt us." "And Grogan, too," Hanif added darkly. "He won't give up just because we forget about him." Abbasi had no reply to that. His fists curled as the train hurtled along the subterranean tracks. 66. "No," Yolande Blanchard tried to keep her irritation out of her voice. "I told Le PP officers several times what happened. Why do you want me to retell it?" "Madame," the American who had introduced herself as Gina Di Fiore told her soothingly, "we remember things we might have missed initially. It is the way our brains work. It won't take long. Susie is scared. We need to go home. We have been here for almost an hour. Can't we do this later, at the station or somewhere else?" "We will want you to come down again," Etienne Dupuis said kindly. "But we would prefer if you go through it again, here, where it happened." Yolande recognized him from TV. He was Le PP's provot, and she had a secret crush on him that she hadn't admitted to her husband. His flashing eyes and energy sent a frisson through her whenever he came up on screen. She looked at her daughter, who seemed to have recovered quickly from what had gone down. Susie was trying on a police officer's jacket and giggling at the large fit which came to her knees. "I was leading Susie away from the football match," she began, "when we came across these 2 men. She went over the story again. "Can you describe him?" the other American woman asked. "The one who shot these attackers." Every moment of the incident was imprinted on Yolanda's mind. She knew she would never forget it to her dying day. The way the green-eyed, dark-haired man had moved like a panther, as if the gunmen he was facing were no trouble. The way his voice sounded when the fighter had caught Susie. It was calm. It didn't rise. There was no anger. And mon Dieu, when he moved, it was like a cobra's strike. "No," she said. "I don't remember how he looked. He was fair and tall. That's all I recall." "Madame." Di Fiore raised an eyebrow. "Please try to—" "That man was going to kill my daughter," Yolande burst out. "He could have killed me. Things happened too fast. Do you think I was sitting there and taking notes?" She thought she saw the American's lips twitch, but she couldn't be sure. "Very well, madame." Dupuis smiled at her. "I will arrange for a car to take you home." "There's no need. Francois, my husband, is there beyond the police tape. He came as soon as I called. We will go with him." "I insist, madame. He can join you. One of my officers will get your car back. We will make sure you get home safely." Much later, when Yolande had tucked in her daughter, Susie yawned sleepily. "Maman, why didn't you describe that man to the police? I remember him very well." "Shush, honey." Yolande kissed her forehead. "Try to forget everything that happened tonight. Don't mention him to anyone. Say you don't remember." "But why, maman? Everyone at school will want to know." "Because he saved our lives, honey. And I didn't get to thank him." "Cutter?" Dupuis looked at Di Fiore and Quindica when Blanchard and her daughter had left. "That was my first thought." The detective looked up at the building. "But you heard what she said. That description could fit 100 million men." "Besides," Quindica added, Other than those dead men who could be Afghanis, there's nothing to show this is connected to our investigation. That apartment where those explosions happened is in Nicholas Brise's name. His exec assistant says he is in Japan on a business visit and she'll get him to return our call. Maybe he's a drug dealer, maybe he isn't. Where's Cutter? In the hotel. Di Fiore held up her phone. I called the reception and they confirmed he hadn't left it. Dupuy checked that none of his officers was close by. He put his hands on his hips and cocked his head. Do you really mean what you said? No, Di Fiore sighed. That man who saved Blanchard was Grogan. I can feel it in my bones. 67. Cops will know all about us, Hudson grated as Poole led them out of the apartment and down to street level. Possible. The team leader grinned. But Grogan might not share our identities. He might want to keep them to himself. You find all this funny? Gonzalez glowered at him. He nearly got us. Those explosions he set off. If he hadn't been hit, we would have been peppered. He almost shot my head off on the terrace, Hudson agreed. That's on you. You should have known better than to look over the edge. I'm amazed how he managed to cling to that ledge. Hudson frowned as they hurried down Rue de Passy. I thought I heard firing from the garden. That was fireworks. Poole dismissed his concern. Didn't you see them going up in the air? And no, this isn't funny for me, but I can't help admiring the way he turned the tables on us. Hudson stopped abruptly and jabbed him in the chest with a forefinger. Grogan is our enemy. I know, Poole told him calmly. We will kill him. We will have to find him to do that, Gonzalez said sourly. We planned for this too. For now, all of us lie low, with new aliases, until we hear from General Palmer for the next deal. We'll get Rami to arrange the supply. Grogan might be at his hotel. I haven't forgotten that. He might have left it, but we'll check it out. Poole rolled his shoulders as he got on board the metro train. Say what you want. It feels great to get back into the hunting game. His friends fist-bumped in agreement. It will take some time, Abbasi commented when Poole told him about getting more product the next day. We have enough of that. The former protege on man smiled and waved at the server to take their orders. It was another small restaurant. The 6 of them were arranged around a corner table booked under a false name. Poole had a list of venues that didn't have security cameras and randomly chose from it for their meetings. We're in waiting mode until our buyer contacts us. What about Grogan? Hamid sipped his beverage when it arrived. He got away, Poole admitted. Yeah, I know we said we'd take care of him, but he got lucky. He outlined what had gone down in his apartment without mentioning the explosions. No need for them to know Grogan had us for a moment. About that other matter, duping the police with some bodies? Abbasi smirked. Didn't you see it on TV? 3 men found near the garden between Rue de Passy and Bois le Vent. I arranged for those. I killed my own men who had been on the flight with Lohani. I left traces of drugs on them. Your men? Poole asked him, shocked. Yes, my least useful hitters. I didn't expect that. His ruthlessness surprises me sometimes, even though I have known him for years. Poole drank his beer and traced wet circles on the table with his glass. Why did Rami kill the men there? Was he waiting there for Grogan? He shrugged mentally. What does it matter? If he was there, he failed to stop him too. That was smart to leave the bodies there. That garden is known for drug peddlers. Do you think the police will call off their hunt? I checked with my informers, and it looks like they will close this case soon. Abbasi lifted his cup in a silent toast. He must suspect we were there, Hanif spoke up when they were leaving the restaurant. Let him. Abbasi smiled grimly. There isn't much he can do about it. Killing Fayyaz and the others has taken the pressure off us. Let's get to work. Getting another consignment. That, but also our other plans. 68. Di Fiore charged into Cutter's room, checked it out swiftly, and turned to Quindica and Dupuy, who were following leisurely. "He isn't here," she said accusingly, as if it was their fault. "He has a life," her partner replied. She glowered at the SAC. Was that a smile on Quindica's face? "Life?" the detective snorted. "You know him as well as I do. The only people he talks to are Beth and Megan and us." "He has friends," Dupuy said placatingly. "He must have gone to meet them. We didn't tell him we would be coming here." She knew what the provot's sly grin meant. It was my idea to burst into Cutter's room. She was starting to reply when she spotted the camera over the door jamb. She went for a close look and smacked her fist in her palm. "He's watching us. He must be somewhere close by." Cutter waved at them when they came out of the elevator. He noticed Di Fiore's raging face and slurped noisily at his juice, knowing it irritated her. "Stop that!" she hissed. He stopped. He wouldn't put it past her to empty the glass over his head. The detective snatched the laptop in front of him and pointed at it. "See, he was watching us all along." "You could have stopped us from going up," Quindica reproached him. "What would be the fun in that?" Cutter grinned. "Have you followed the news?" Dupuy brushed imaginary lint from his suit. "That, after finding those bodies, JTF thinks all these incidents were about a drug war between gangs. We traced all those men to the same flight Roxana was on. You aren't looking for terrorists anymore." "No." "I agree. The warehouse, the furniture, Usman, doesn't point to terrorists. Poole and his crew are dirtbags, but even they wouldn't stoop to that level. I heard about an incident in an apartment near those bodies." He shrank when Di Fiore's face darkened and she made a threatening move. Quindica put a restraining arm on her partner. "Cutter, you're with friends. Forget that we're law enforcement. What do you know about what went down there?" "I can't tell them everything. It would compromise all of them. He couldn't do that to his friends. A home invasion crew in a financier's residence is what the TV channels are reporting. Is that correct, or is there more?" "Oui," Dupuy confirmed. "We spoke to Nicolas Brise this morning. He is in Japan, but he confirmed that his apartment was rigged to explode if there were intruders in it. He is happy to come down for questioning when he returns." "When will that be?" "In a week." "Was this a video call or a phone call?" "Phone call, arranged by his executive assistant. Poole must have someone in his crew who doubles up as the EA. He might have taken the call himself, routing it to show he's in Japan and after disguising his voice." "Where are you going with this, Cutter?" Quindica asked him curiously. "I was planning to tip them anonymously about Poole, but didn't get the chance. My sources tell me Brise isn't who he claims to be." Di Fiore's eyes widened. "Sources?" "Yes, them. Those shadowy agencies I mentioned a while ago." Dupuy's confused look disappeared at his explanation. "Nicolas Brise is Travis Poole, a cold-blooded murderer who was once employed by Protegeon, 69. Cutter held his hand up when Di Fiore's mouth opened. She closed it and nodded, indicating for him to continue. He took his laptop from her and brought up the artist's image. "That's Thierry Grenier, one of Poole's men. The dead man at Rue Gaston Pinot was Yves Bondy. Those two men killed Roxana. Poole has two more men with him, Ricky Gonzalez and Todd Hudson, and a few Afghan fighters." Dupuy was the first to break the stunned silence. "You have proof, Cutter?" "No. A couple of my friends saw Grenier and Bondy in Afghanistan. They have elephant-like memories for faces. They identified the men and put names to the rest." "But," Quindica began, "all of them were former U.S. Special Forces who left the military dishonorably. None of them were court-martialed, but I think that's only because the leaders they were working with protected them. They returned to Afghanistan as Protegeon operatives, and you know what reputation that outfit had." His audience nodded silently. My guess is, Poole has such powerful connections and backers that they wiped all traces of their real identities. Those moles in the FBI and DGSI are part of that network. He made a mental note to describe Poole, Gonzalez, and Hudson to Beth. She'll draw their portraits up and send them anonymously to the JTF. You could have told us, Dupuy reproached him. I only found out yesterday. I figured the JTF would identify them from its network. Di Fiore pursed her lips and eyed him speculatively. She knows what I mean, that I would have arranged to tip them off. We found nothing in Breezy's apartment other than papers that proved his identity. The provot frowned. However, there was a cleverly designed loft in which there was winching gear, weapons, and supplies. He said it was his safe room. Bullets, Quindica said dryly. HK and Glock rounds. We found several of them. You use a Glock, don't you? The NYPD detective arched an eyebrow at Cutter. So do millions of people. My gun, which I am licensed to own in France in case you ask, is unfired. You can check. I swap my Glock for a new one after every incident. They won't be able to match the rounds to the one I have on me. Sounds like a gunfight went down in that apartment, he said innocently. Poole didn't have cameras? They were burned by what feels like an EMP gun. All the cameras in that building up to that landing were in a similar state. CCTV footage didn't show any strangers arrive. That's Beth and Meg's doing. They found a way to hack into the building's system. What about Poole's backup? Fried. No electronic device worked in his apartment. Any update on where those drugs from the warehouse could have gone, hidden in that furniture? No, Dupuy sighed wearily. They could be anywhere. Our trail stopped at that van that you saw. But Poole and his team will tear Protegion apart and find him. He's an independent contractor. The PMC shut down a long time ago. Yes, I know, but these people work with trusted parties. There will be someone somewhere who knows about them. Didn't I read of a killing in Villette? Cutter asked casually. A middle-aged man? Gary Kaplinger, an American settled in Paris, The Prevot's face sharpened. Protegion, he whispered. I read his file briefly. He worked there. You think... My friends told me he was connected to Poole. It was the only way he could explain how he knew about the recruiter. You're right. There will be more military operatives out there who will know of Poole, either here or in America. They can't escape. Dupuy got to his feet, indicating the meeting was over. Why do you have a camera in your room? Di Fiore remained seated. You can guess why. You expect Poole to come for you. Yeah. I'm not staying in the hotel anymore. I haven't checked out, though. I'll sleep in unlocked vehicles at night, freshen up in other hotels. Those cameras back up to an online account I have, which will alert me of any intrusion. I can put you in a safe house. The Prevot clicked his tongue in frustration. No, this is the only chance we have of drawing him out. He might not take the bait, Quindica reminded him. In which case, all I'll have lost is a few nights of sleep on a comfortable bed. Your friends, Di Fiore said sarcastically, wouldn't know of this mystery man who killed those Afghan fighters, would they? We have let it be known to the public that it was a shootout between rival gangs, but weren't there witnesses? A mother and her child, Dupuy replied impassively. We have hidden their identities from the public to protect their privacy. They said it was a single man, fair-skinned. They didn't have any other description. It could be Poole, Cutter suggested. Those men must have fallen out with him, or he was covering his tracks. We found Glock rounds there that matched the ones in the apartment. They must be Poole's. Didn't you say there were weapons in the loft? Any Glocks in there? Cutter made a wild guess. The amused look on Dupuy's face disappeared swiftly, replaced by his expressionless mask. SIGs and Berettas as well, many other guns. There you have it then, Cutter said, offering an explanation. He was the Glock user. He must have had an attack of conscience and let that woman and child go. Yeah, that must be it, Quintica said dryly. A conscience attack. Stone-cold killers have them. She and Di Fiore flanked him as they walked out of the hotel lobby. Yolande Blanchard says thank you, she whispered to him when Dupuy was out of hearing distance. Who? Cutter wrinkled his brow. I don't know that name. Oh, stow it. Di Fiore said it in a disgusted tone, but instead of her customary punch, squeezed his forearm. 70. It was the JTF that got the breakthrough. It was using the databases and the computing systems of France's law enforcement and intelligence agencies, along with the FBI's. Multiple teams of officers were investigating various leads. Some were following up on the missing Afghans from the evacuation flights. Others were checking out every van in the city to see if they had transported furniture. A few teams were investigating the shootout in Montrouge, while several agents were going through CCTV camera footage. Sophisticated AI programs helped, but sometimes the human eye was better. Specifically, it was Valérie Broussard in Lebrun's team who got the lead. She came from a military family. Her brothers, father, and grandfather had served in the French armed forces. One of her elder siblings had been a special forces operative in the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment, which had been deployed in Afghanistan. He knew of several former Protégéon contractors in France whom Broussard interviewed. She showed them the portrait images that the JTF had received in an untraceable email. One of the retired soldiers recognized them. Oui, he nodded. I was with them on a couple of missions in Badakhshan. I wasn't close to them at all. Non, I don't know their names. They came as advisors to our team and left after a few days. He frowned and gazed into the distance, remembering events several years ago in a distant country. But I remember them meeting a senior officer, a general who was quite famous. They seemed to be close to him. Who was it? General Palmer. Palmer. Broussard read his file aloud to the leopard in his office. He was a colonel during his first tour of Afghanistan, got rapidly promoted to major general after spectacular success in fighting the Taliban. He served 2 more tours, leading the offensive to drive out the terrorists from villages in Badakhshan and the north of the country. He returned to the U.S., where he was promoted again and served in JSOC and then retired. He did some private consulting work and then joined Protégéon on its board. It was a big win for the PMC to hire him. He was there for 3 years and then quit when the company's reputation started to suffer. What did he do after that? Advisor to several DoD contractors. Lebrun played with a squeeze ball as he thought it over. We have just this operative's word that he saw Poole and Palmer together. We have nothing else to go on, she countered. You have something else. He read her expression and straightened. What's it? Palmer is in Paris. Everyone who served in Afghanistan, Etienne Dupuy said softly, has heard of General Palmer, accusing him. We aren't doing anything of that sort, Broussard protested. She, Lebrun, Di Fiore, Quintica, and the provot were behind closed doors in his office. No one allowed to interrupt them. No electronic recording of her findings to prevent any leaks. We have a credible witness, she continued, who saw Poole and him. We need to question him. We would do that to any other person of interest. Reputations don't mean What Gina means, Quintica broke in hastily, is that we have arrested several high-profile folks who, beneath their facade, were corrupt and involved in all kinds of criminal activities. Let's nail his— Yes, Broussard grinned. She liked the FBI women. That's what we should do. I know where he is staying, in a fancy hotel near Versailles Palace. He arrived in the country in a private jet along with 2 other retired officers, Colonel Dustin Brooks and Colonel Arnaud Michel. Both were in Protégéon. Brooks is a Russian military specialist, while Michel, a Frenchman settled in America, was high up in NATO. "Did they serve in Afghanistan?" De Fiore demanded. "Oui." "Don't let them leave the country," Dupuy ordered. "I will make some calls. Their passports will be declined when they try to fly out. Have them under surveillance." "I have. I know what they eat, drink, where they go. They aren't doing much. They play golf all day with other hotel guests. I'm running background checks on them too." "We need to look into their financials, bank accounts," Quindica decided. "I need authorizations for that." Broussard made a face. "You'll get them." Dupuy got to his feet, which was the cue for her to leave the office. "Roslyn," the provot challenged his officer, "why is Valerie still a lieutenant?" "I have sent several requests for promotion, Etienne, but I was shot down by my boss, La Chapelle. I wanted to bring it to you, but this case happened." La Chapelle. Dupuy's face darkened. He muttered beneath his breath, and then his expression cleared. "Valerie Broussard is a captain, effective immediately. I will sign the papers. If your boss objects, tell him to see me." "What was that about?" De Fiore asked when the leopard left the office beaming. "Men being sexist," the provot replied harshly. "Nail their bait." "I'll do just that." 71. Cutter found out about General Palmer and the other officers from Werner, which seemed to have access to the private communications of the JTF staff. "I need to know everything about them," he messaged Beth. "You are missing an important word." "Please," he replied. "That's better. We'll get Werner to dig up everything on them. Will it be anything more than what the JTF finds? You should know better than to ask that." Suitably chastised, he read up on whatever was available on the general. A military hero, commended by the then president. The men he served with spoke glowingly of him. He might have nothing to do with Poole. They must have known each other, that's all. Why did he join Protegéon in that case, he argued with himself. The company hadn't hidden the fact that it hired discredited officers, which had created a media stink, but the PMC had continued and with its contacts become successful. There were many other highly reputed officers who stayed away from Protegéon. He was the only one of his seniority to join it. "You are biased," he told himself. "You don't think much of anyone who worked there. That's coloring your judgment." He decided to wait for Werner's findings. Werner was in its happy place. It would do anything for Beth and Megan, and when they commanded it to look into the officers, it jumped onto the task as fast as its silicon chips were designed to, which was extremely fast. A straight-up look at the general initially. Divorced. No contact with former wife and kids who didn't seem to get along with him. No current partners. A nice house in Maryland, but nothing fancy. Nothing to indicate Palmer was earning disproportionate to his employment. A foreign holiday once a year, usually to the Caribbean. Nothing unusual about that. But wait, weren't the Cayman Islands in the region? And wasn't that a tax haven for people who wanted to stow secret income? Werner did the electronic version of when it discovered the general had visited the Caymans. Not just him, but Michael and Brooks as well, though not at the same time. Again, nothing unusual about that. Did they have bank accounts there? Not that Werner could find, but they could have secret ones. Werner got to the serious stuff of searching the Cayman security camera feeds. Well, it might be serious for some computers, but not for the agency's AI engine, which was housed in a cutting-edge supercomputer in New York. It already had access to many of the Cayman Islands traffic cameras, as well as public and private security camera feeds from previous missions. Oh yeah, there was Palmer in that restaurant on a date on one of his visits, a golf outing the next day, a visit to the local police force, a reception with the island's military officers, and then, on the final day, a visit to a bank. It was one of those institutions that guarded its clients' privacy zealously. It turned away customers below a certain net worth and appointed an account manager to everyone it took on. State-of-the-art security, biometric identification, hacker-proof systems. The bank had them all. It hadn't reckoned on Werner, which slipped inside like a knife through warm butter and scanned the millions of records in nanoseconds. Its electronic eyes lighted up when they came upon Palmer's account. It danced a version of a jig when it found Michael's and Brooks's accounts too. It pinged Beth and Megan and grinned broadly at their fist pumps. Nope, it didn't wipe the sweat from its forehead because software programs didn't perspire, and even if they did, it hadn't been a taxing assignment at all. 72. Cutter choked on his food when he read Beth's summary. He sipped water quickly, cleared his throat, and began reading. He was at a corner table in the bistro with no chance of anyone reading over his shoulder. He stared off into the distance when he had finished. His lunch had long gone cold, but he hadn't touched it. When the server came by, he waved her away. General Palmer, he thought bitterly, a cold anger sweeping through him. I can get to Versailles in 40 minutes on my Ninja. He started rising to his feet and then sat down again. There was a better way to handle it. Confronting Palmer, punching him up, would be satisfying, but the general didn't interest him. I want Poole. He's the one who ordered Roxana's killing. He created a throwaway email account and attached Werner's report to it. Beth and Meg have sanitized it. Nothing in it to show their involvement or how it was obtained. He fired off the message to Di Fiore and Quindica and returned to his food. His meal seemed tasteless, which fit how he felt. Di Fiore lunged out of her seat the moment she started reading the report. "You got it?" she exclaimed at Quindica. "Going through it." Etienne's office now. She hustled out of their room with her partner at her heels, tapped on Lebrun's door, gestured for him and Broussard to follow them, and went to the office of the provot, who was with a minister's aide. "This can't wait," she declared as they barged in. Dupuy smiled at his visitor. "It looks like we have a breakthrough, monsieur. If you'll excuse us." Di Fiore slammed the door behind the aide and went around to the provot. "Hook your laptop to the screen," she ordered. The most powerful police officer in Paris did her bidding silently. She handed him a flash drive. "Plug that in. There's only one file in it. Bring it up on the screen." She shifted impatiently while his machine scanned the insertion for viruses. "Patience, Gina," he said, grinning. "Whatever's on it will still be there in a few moments." She made a face and jammed her hands into her pockets. The file came up and the room went quiet as they all began reading. Broussard gasped. The Lepaire's eyes glowed. Dupuy's face hardened. "How did you get this?" the provot demanded. "Anonymous source to our JTF emails." "See for yourself," she told him at his disbelieving look. She logged into her email on his machine and brought up the incoming one on screen. "We ran traces on the sender. It's a throwaway account someone created an hour ago in Paris. We couldn't get anything more on it." She nodded imperceptibly when Dupuy's eyes flashed in understanding. "They have offshore accounts. They have transactions going in and out," Lebrun objected. "That doesn't prove anything. We have a sighting of him with Poole. Those recent transactions happened in the last couple of days when the drugs were shifted." "We don't need proof," Quindica said quietly. "She's right." Dupuy had cottoned on immediately. "For a man like General Palmer, his reputation is most important. He'll provide the proof himself. Where is he right now?" "At his hotel." Broussard consulted her phone. "Let's go." Dupuy slipped into his jacket. "Valerie," Di Fiore told the new captain, "you lead the questioning." Broussard looked at them with widening eyes and, when the provot nodded, burst into a smile that outshone the afternoon sun. 73. Jesse Palmer was giving an interview to a French military publication in the secluded courtyard when he saw the woman enter it. She was in a suit and white shirt, and considering the way she eyed him was obviously waiting for him. He didn't hurry. He often had autograph seekers, fans, and making them wait made them more grateful for his attention. His answers faltered when more people came in behind her. 2 more women, taller, and 2 men. He frowned at them. "Don't I recognize one of them?" His brow cleared when it came to him. "That's Etienne Dupuy of the police prefecture." He wrapped up the interview swiftly, and when the journalist left, put on a warm smile and went to greet the arrivals. "Mr. Dupuy, I thought I recognized you. Some problem? Can I help?" "Oui," the first woman told him in accented English. "You can tell us about your involvement in drug trafficking from Afghanistan." "I am Captain Valerie Broussard of the police prefecture," the officer explained, introducing the others. "Commandant Rosalind Lebrun. You know the provot, and those are FBI Special Agent in Charge Peyton Quindica and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Gina DeFiore. We all are part of the joint task force investigating recent killings in Paris." "Drug smuggling? Me? Shooting?" Palmer replied angrily. "Lady, do you know who I am? You are making wild allegations." "You paid Brizzy Holdings $3.75 million 2 days ago, from your offshore account in the Cayman Islands to that company's account." "What? How?" Palmer's face flushed. "I don't have an—" "This is your name on the account." Broussard couldn't help grinning as she showed him a sheet of paper with the details. "And this is one photograph of you entering the bank. Please don't tell us you have an identical twin with the same name." "How dare you?" Palmer roared in his command voice. "How dare you accuse me of something so heinous? Dupuy, I will report this to your minister. I will take it up to your president." "Please do," the provot said calmly. He settled himself in the courtyard's luxurious seat, poured coffee from a carafe into several fresh cups and handed them to his team. "Valerie, proceed." His eyes twinkled. "2 days ago," Broussard resumed, "the same day when drugs were moved from a warehouse from the 13th arrondissement, you took possession of those and sold them for $9 million. That money came into your offshore account. We are tracing the sender. You shared some of it with Arnaud Michel and Dustin Brooks. It looks like you paid off a few middlemen, too. We are tracing the identities of those other people. Our guess is street value of those drugs was in the region of $15 million. Our informers tell us there has been new product in Paris in the last couple of days of the very best quality. Chemical analysis shows it originates from the Badakhshan region of Afghanistan. You, General Jesse Palmer, served your country and NATO with great honor. You are also a drug dealer." "Enough!" Palmer shouted. "You are making wild accusations without any proof." "The proof is in front of you, monsieur." Broussard placed several sheets of paper in front of the general. "That bank account, those transactions. It won't take us long to find out who you sold the product to. We can put you in geographical proximity of the drugs." They couldn't, but she took a stab, encouraged by Lebrun's wink. "This conversation is over," Palmer said coldly and got up. "Whatever you have to say will be in the presence of my lawyer." Dupuy finished his coffee and wiped his lips. He got to his feet and buttoned his jacket. "Very well, General, if that's the way you want to play it. Rosalind, can you check if that journalist is still in the hotel? I'm sure he would like to hear about the secret side of the great General Palmer. I recognized his publication from the visitor tag around his neck. It isn't a big circulation magazine, but with a scoop like that, it will become the highest-selling publication in Paris, and he will become a celebrity." "You can't do that." Palmer's eyes grew stormy. "You are the police. You can't—" We are," the provot said solemnly, and then grinned. "But the reporter will protect his source. They do that all the time. Rosalind, hurry." "Wait," Palmer said in a strangled voice. Dupuy sat down again along with his team. "You don't need to say anything," he said kindly. Broussard looked at him in astonishment. Why is he saying that? We want a confession. You can call your lawyer and complain to the minister all that you were threatening to do. You are within your rights to do so. We don't want to pressure you. Valerie, Roslyn, are we pressuring General Palmer? No, sir. She shook her head. Where is he going with this? But you should know that we will interrogate your partners, Michelle and Brooks. We will offer them some kind of a deal. One of them might crack, or both of them. They might accuse you of being the ringleader. Your lawyer won't be of much help then. My minister and the president won't interfere. Your president and your military, see how quickly they distance themselves from you. You may be one of the most famous generals in the world now, but you will soon be viewed as a common criminal. Broussard looked at the provot with new respect. It was the first time she had worked closely with Dupuy. Now I can see why there are so many stories about him. Breezy Holdings, she said, enjoying herself, is the front for Nicholas Breezy, a businessman. But he's really Travis Poole, a former soldier. You knew him in Afghanistan. Both of you were in Protection. Is that where this started? She felt a momentary pang of pity on seeing Palmer's gray face. It disappeared instantly when she recalled Lohani's body. What do you want from me? Everything. 74. It was Poole's idea, the general began hollowly. We became close in Afghanistan. I was a young colonel. He was a captain. He was smart. He was ruthless when he had to be. He won several fights for us, cleared several villages. Colonel, Poole approached him in the evening, coffee mug in hand. I need to show you something. Let's go, the senior officer told him, and followed him through the shelled village, which had been cleared of killers earlier in the day. The firefight had been swift and brutal, with a few U.S. soldiers injured, but the young captain's brilliant strategy to outflank the terrorists had worked. None had survived. We could have had some of them alive, Travis. For what, sir? To have them celebrated as heroes by their followers. They still will be, now that they're dead. But they aren't killing anyone, sir. Palmer couldn't argue with the logic. He stiffened when he saw the bodies of women and children in a house. No one told me civilians were killed, he said harshly. That's what I wanted to show you, sir. It looks like the Taliban used them as cover and killed them when they knew they couldn't fight their way out. You saw this? Yes, sir. I was clearing these houses when I heard the shots. Who else was with you? No one, sir. Palmer knew he was lying. He could feel it in his bones. If there are no other witnesses, it will be just his word, though. Record their deaths, he said coldly. We'll have to report this up the chain. Yes, sir, but there's something else. Poole climbed over the rubble of a house and overturned a rock to show baggies filled with powder. It looks like this was a packing house, sir, for drugs. Take an inventory and report it. Sir, we should do nothing of that sort. We should lie in ambush and wait for the Taliban to retrieve their drugs. And then we will report it. No, sir, they might become useful. That's how it started, Palmer reminisced bitterly. My corruption. He kept those drugs. There was a firefight another day in which he claimed he had taken out terrorist fighters who had come to retrieve the drugs. I don't know how true that was. A few days later, I found an envelope stuffed with dollar bills in my carry bag. I instinctively knew it was from him. I don't know how he got them in my case. You could have reported him, Di Fiore told him coldly. You were the senior officer. You could have... You don't know what Afghanistan was like in those days. The amount of money we poured in, most of which mysteriously disappeared. Corruption was everywhere. Our arms got sold on the black market. Money for villages got routed to politicians. And then there was the drugs. We helped the local police and army burn poppy fields, but it was common knowledge that Western military were profiting from the trade. You did nothing. You looked the other way. The former officer didn't respond for a moment. Poole had a talent, he said softly, for seeing who could be corrupted. I was going through a tough divorce. My kids were alienated from me. I didn't publicize that, but people knew. I like luxuries. Yeah, I did nothing. I didn't even help him in any way. I just didn't report the envelopes, which became regular deposits. I got promoted. He did too. I heard stories of his ruthlessness. I covered some of those up and helped hush up others. And then I joined Protection. I recruited him, and that was like phase 2. The PMC was filled with dirty soldiers. Poole returned to Afghanistan, and when I joined him for a brief stint, he outlined his plan to become a drug supplier. I used my power and influence to make contacts on the buy side in Europe. Why not the U.S.? Broussard demanded. Both of you were American. Logistics. It's easier to move product from Asia to Europe. You became a criminal easily, Dupuy observed. Almost everyone in Protection was one. Sure, we carried out Pentagon contracts, but soldiers and senior officers were all involved in the take in some way. Padding expenses, selling arms illegally, taking a cut from politicians' bribes. The first deal we did was to a Russian gang that was headed by a former soldier I knew. He liked our product and placed a bigger order. We didn't look back from there. We left Protection and focused on this business. You got the customers? De Fiore guessed. Yeah, this deal, Palmer smiled thinly, was our biggest. An East European gang, again filled with former military soldiers. What about Bondi, Grenier, Hudson, and Gonzalez? They were from Poole's unit. They served together. He also has a few Afghan fighters who used to work with the farmers. He got them on the evacuation flights. Names? I don't have them. I've met a few of them, but Poole was careful never to mention their names. Why did they kill Roxana Lohani? Poole said something about her knowing what they were up to. I didn't interfere in their operations. Oui, the leopard said sarcastically. You didn't want to get your hands dirty. Palmer flushed but didn't reply. You erased their records from all the systems, Pentagon files, DMV, everything. I know people who could do that. It was essential to our business. He's spilling everything, De Fiore thought, as if he wants to get it off his chest. Where is Poole? She asked. It was the question on everyone's mind. I don't know. The general shrugged. I have a number for him, but it's untraceable. He moves from safe house to safe house. We message each other whenever we need to. We met in Beauvais Airport, where we took possession of the drugs and sold it to the customer. So, that's where the drugs went from that furniture warehouse. De Fiore looked at Quindica, who nodded in agreement. You need to set up a meeting again, she ordered the general. Why? So that we can arrest him. What's in it for me? She snorted at his gall. You will go to prison, General Palmer, she told him coldly. You are as dirty as Poole is, but we might be able to arrange a lighter sentence for you if you cooperate. Haven't I done just that? You need to make a formal statement. We need names, dates, places, bank accounts, everything from you. And, Dupuy said, crossing his ankles, we need you to help us get Poole and his team, 75. The Joint Task Force swung into action. Palmer, Michael, and Brooks were arrested in the hotel, discreetly. There were no prowl cars with flashing lights or sirens. Valerie Broussard and Rosalind Lebrun took care of the formalities. You'll continue to stay in the hotel, the leopard said, addressing the 3 men in a conference room the JTF hired. Continue to stay here as if nothing has happened. Don't even think of tipping off Poole and his team. He smiled grimly. We will monitor your calls, your communications, everything. We'll know everything you do. He might already know you're here, Michel said defiantly. He doesn't, Broussard replied confidently. We have background-checked every hotel employee and guest. We know who is visiting today and which car in the parking lot belongs to whom. He hasn't breached the hotel security system. No, Travis Poole doesn't know we have arrested you. He'll find it suspicious that we want to meet, Palmer objected. So soon after the Beauvais deal. Then, General, Di Fiore said, smiling at him sweetly, make it believable. That's something, Di Fiore said, rubbing her eyes tiredly. Late night. Back in Dupuy's office after interrogating Palmer and his associates and recording their confessions. We've got everything to nail down the biggest emerging drug gang in Western Europe. Snowdrift, Quintica said disgustedly. That's what Poole and Palmer called their operation. We start arresting his buyers, the middlemen, tomorrow. Broussard looked questioningly at Dupuy. No, he shook his head. We need Poole. Without him, we have just the peripheral players. He said it might take him a few days to make contact, the captain protested. Poole might escape. We haven't even alerted every agency because it might tip him off. He won't get away. He thinks Paris is safe. Palmer said he will be working on getting more inventory. Don't forget we haven't recorded these arrests in our systems. No one else knows about them. What about Cutter? Quintica asked. Grogan? Broussard traded a confused look with Lebrun. What's he got to do with anything? Everything. 76. Why did you have to admit to anything? Michelle accused Palmer over a very late dinner. We have had this discussion several times since the police left, the general said wearily. We three always knew Snowdrift would crash on us one day. We got into this to make quick, easy money. We have hidden that in offshore. Those accounts have been frozen by the JTF, Brooks cut in angrily. You have your fancy houses. How many of those do you own now, Dustin? The chalet in Switzerland, the apartment in Monaco, Florida, San Francisco. You've still got them. You too, Arnaud. Let's not fool ourselves. Sure, we lost our money, but we're still way richer than we were before Snowdrift. We'll be going to prison. We'll serve a soft sentence. The Joint Task Force knows that as well as us. We still have powerful contacts who'll be afraid of being dragged down with us. We mentioned a few names, but we haven't given up everyone. They will help us. And don't forget, he reminded them, you both would have been nothing if not for me. You would have been living on your military pensions if I hadn't recruited you into Snowdrift. He flung his napkin on the table and left them in disgust. Palmer went to his room but didn't turn on the lights. The darkness felt appropriate given all that had happened. He showered, changed into his nightclothes and sat on the bed, contemplating his future. What future? He snorted to himself. My ex and kids hate me already. They'll distance themselves even more once news of my arrest breaks out. Can Travis help out? What can he do? He's smart, resourceful. He could get us away from this hotel. We'll be fugitives if we escape. But isn't that better than being in prison? How can I warn him? Cops are tracking our phone and emails. We didn't tell them about the website. They had used a fake web page for a real estate agent to send messages to one another. It was the backup comms mode in case all others failed. Don't. General Jesse Palmer startled. He peered across the room to the stuffed chair, where he made out a darker shadow. Who are you? He asked in surprised anger, reaching for the light. Don't turn it on. Something in the voice stopped him. Who is he? I didn't sense him when I entered the room. Has he been here all along? A cold dread filled him. I'm Cutter Grogan. You might have heard of me. The dread turned to panic. Palmer forced himself to breathe slowly. What do you want? Why are you here? I should kill you, his visitor said, ignoring his questions. You are the reason Roxana is dead. I had nothing to do with that. I didn't order it. I didn't know Poole had done it until I heard about it in the news. So many Afghans died. He didn't see Grogan coming. The blow in the jaw sent him sprawling onto the bed. He lay stunned, gasping hoarsely until he gathered himself and sat upright. His visitor was a tall shape near the window, outlined by the light seeping from outside. What do you want? Palmer asked him desperately. Do what the police asked you to. Set up the meeting with Poole. Is that it? And don't warn him. That's what you were thinking of, weren't you? How does he know that? If you do, Grogan rasped, it's not the police or Poole you'll have to worry about. It will be me. 77. Customer wants to meet. Travis Poole scratched his cheek as he considered Jesse Palmer's message. What is it? Gonzalez turned away from the window. They were in a townhouse in Marais. Brise Holdings owned it outright, but through a complicated chain of shell companies, the building couldn't be traced back to Poole's alias. The general. He says a customer wants to meet. That's never happened before, Hudson exclaimed. He is our customer. Who he sells to isn't our business. In fact, he hasn't told us much about previous buyers. Uh-huh, Poole agreed absent-mindedly. He dialed Palmer's number and put the call on speaker. General, this is a surprise. It is to us too, his former superior officer's voice came through strongly. Have you heard of Stefan Reinhard? There was a German officer of that name in Stan. I met him a couple of times when we were carrying out joint operations. A brigadier general, that's him. He retired, and his career followed a similar path to mine. A criminal, Poole mouthed silently at his team, who grinned. He partnered with a few other folks, and they run a large syndicate in Western Europe. Powder, extortion, assassination, the usual stuff? Not all of it, Palmer said dryly. They don't do wet work, nor do they traffic in women, but yeah, they are into the rest of it. They want to meet. Why? You've always wanted to keep your customers close to you. It isn't my idea. The general's grimace was apparent in his voice. They like the product. Reinhard wants to meet everyone in the supply chain once, which is you folks. He'll have questions about product quality, security, logistics. You know the drill. Yeah. Aren't you worried they'll deal with us directly and cut you out? No. And aren't you worried we'll cut you out and go to them? Do it, and see how long you last in this business, the general replied casually. He knows we won't do that. It had nothing to do with the fact that they had served together, that there was a bond between them. He can expose us to the cops. We'll be on the run for the rest of our lives. When do they want to meet? Tomorrow. Make it the day after. You might be aware we can't move about freely. Where? Same place where we did the deal, Beauvais Airport. We'll be packing, Poole warned. So will they, I'm sure. We could have met them tomorrow, Gonzalez said, looking at him curiously. Nothing is holding us back. We need to track down Palmer. I want to be sure this isn't a trap. You think Grogan got to him? I don't know, Poole said slowly. It could be the cops, or I could be overthinking this. We need to be sure, however. Let's get to work. You know how the general likes his golf. Call every hotel with or near a course and check if he's staying there. I'll check with my police contacts. Lebrun, Broussard, and their team of officers were disguised as hotel employees, security staff. They were in suits with the hotel's nameplates discreetly pinned to their chests. 8 of them in the hotel, around the grounds, working with 2 other teams in shifts. The captain and her boss stayed on even when the replacement officers came on, stealing catnaps whenever they could. It's arranged, she murmured at the leopard as she strolled with him in the hotel's rear garden. The day after, at the private airport. Oui, I heard the recording. We'll follow him, Michael and Brooks. You, she looked at him with an impish smile, will be disguised as Stefan Reinhard. I have looked him up. You are the same height and build. A good makeup artist will do the rest. Poole is not a fool. He might check on Reinhard's whereabouts. I have taken care of that too, she replied smugly. Etienne, Gina, Peyton, all of them have contacts in the Bundespolizei. Brigadier Stefan Reinhard has been brought into the loop in exchange for a deal. He's being watched continually, just as we are monitoring Palmer. We'll know if Poole contacts him." "Great work," LeBrun complimented her. "Let's get Poole." Cutter didn't look up when the officers passed him. He chewed his gum as he laid an electric cable beneath the lawn and covered it with turf carefully. He was on the hotel's payroll as Louis Vachel, a maintenance engineer. Stocky, with thick, graying hair, a nose that had healed badly after a break. But they hadn't recognized him. It hadn't taken much to convince the real Vachel to take a holiday, not after seeing the cash I flashed. Impersonating the engineer had been Beth's idea. He has a speaking difficulty. Everyone converses with him in writing or sign language. That will make it easier for you. The twins had worked their customary magic. They'd hacked into the hotel's system, and when he turned up for work that day, his manager gave him a sheet of work instructions and he was in. He wandered to the shade of a large tree and swigged from a bottle of water. Broussard and Lebrun were in the distance conferring with another officer. They looked alert, ready for anything, as was he, 78. "You're sure?" "Oui," the man replied. Poole hung up and looked at Gonzalez and Hudson. "The general is not on the JTF's radar. The lead FBI agents are looking into Brise Holdings and chasing Japanese officials to have him arrested." "They'll have to get mighty lucky for that," Gonzalez drawled. "Yeah. And the police prefecture's officers are following up on the Afghan evacuees, the ones who escaped from the camp. Looks like Palmer was telling the truth." "I know where he is." Hudson's eyes gleamed. "He, Michelle, and Brooks are in Versailles in a hotel, registered in their own name." "Let's check him out." Di Fiore drove their rental vehicle into the hotel's grounds and parked in the lot, at its side. "This isn't a good idea," Quintica grouched as she got out and adjusted her suit. "We have been over this," the detective said, clicking her tongue impatiently. "I want to have eyes on Palmer. I want to get a feel for him. Will he double-cross us?" "That's not likely," the SAC said dryly, with him practically surrounded by Lebrun's team. She sighed when Di Fiore tossed her head and followed her partner silently. "He's there," Broussard whispered when the FBI agents joined her and Lebrun, "in the courtyard at the back. He goes there after golf with his friends, sits alone, drinks coffee, and reads the newspapers. He got the hotel to stop other guests from entering it." Di Fiore went down the hotel's carpeted hallway toward the back, where a paved path led to the courtyard. She sneaked a look as she walked past its entrance. Palmer, steel-gray hair, erect, with a lightweight jacket, sipping leisurely at his drink, flicking pages with one hand. She went to the rear garden and surveyed its green lushness. A man laying some kind of cable. One of the JTF officers checking out a security camera. The sounds of laughter and clinking of cutlery. "We have our people in the control room, monitoring all the exits. There's no way Poole can get in here without our knowing. Why do I feel uneasy then? It's Cutter. He's lying low. That's not like him. He's with some Afghan families who knew Roxana. I verified that myself. She had, but that didn't change how she felt. She swore at herself for worrying unnecessarily, took one last look at the garden and joined Quintica. Cutter recognized her even from a distance. There was no one else who stood like the detective. She gave out a vibe even when she was still, as though a tiger was caged inside her trying to get out. He grimaced. She and Peyton should have disguised themselves. Poole drove carefully out of central Paris and hit the Boulevard Périphérique, the circular route around Paris from which one could either enter or exit the city. He chuckled when Hudson made a show of licking his fingers. They were outfitted in dairy farm uniforms, with monogrammed initials on their coveralls. The farm had an exclusive contract with the hotel to supply it with fresh eggs, milk, and cheese. Poole hadn't flashed any cash to get the van or the outfits. He and his team had stolen the vehicle, which had contained the uniforms. It was strictly a recon run, but all of them were packing, with their HKs, handguns, and various weapons close at hand. He took the A6, cut onto the A86, and tugged his cap low over his head as they got onto the country road that led to the hotel. "Careful," he murmured and ducked his head when they entered its gates. Their tires crunched on the gravel track as the golf course spread around them. An electric cart drove past filled with players. Poole got close to the entrance and drove past it to get to the delivery door. A car came around the building and flashed past them. His jaws tightened as he watched it in his rearview mirror. He circled the hotel and drove out without explanation, checking out every vehicle once they hit traffic. "What happened?" Hudson broke the silence. "Did you see that car go past us?" "At the delivery's entrance?" "Yeah. What about it?" "Did you see who was driving it?" "No." "It was Gina DiFiore. Beside her was Peyton Quindica. They—" "FBI." "Yeah, we've been set up. 79. "General." Poole forced himself to sound jovial when Palmer answered his call. "Change of plans. We can meet tomorrow. Can Reinhard and you make it?" "What happened?" "We would prefer to get this over." "That's a good idea. Let me check with Stefan and get back to you." Poole hung up, sat motionless until his phone buzzed. "Yeah? Great. We'll see you tomorrow at Beauvais." He gave Gonzalez and Hudson, both on their phones, a thumbs up. "All set?" he asked when they hung up. "Yeah," Hudson replied. "There's an empty office building in Taverny with a basement parking lot. I have hired it for the day. Our cover is that we're a film shooting company. That building is just what we want." Poole loaded up a map on his laptop and zoomed in. "Taverny's off the A115, he muttered to himself. "Small town. Nothing much happens there." He looked up the building and nodded approvingly. It stood by itself at the end of a street in a state of disrepair. What was once a front lawn was overgrown with weeds and bushes. The entrance to the parking lot was through the side of the building. He blew up images from the internet as his friends came to him. "We can block that access road," Hudson said, pointing, "and have a camera mounted on that lamp pole. It will tell us who's approaching the building. See that rear exit? We can escape from there to Montmorency Forest, where we can hide a getaway vehicle and disguises." "An ambulance?" "Yeah, that worked for us. No reason it won't again." "I have the drivers lined up too. There are a mix of vehicles, some cabs, pickup trucks, and some vans, but they will get the job done," Gonzalez chimed in. "Let's do it." Poole fist-bumped his team. "Kill anyone who's with Palmer." "Should we get Rami to help us?" "No, we need him for the supply." "We'll need to find new customers." "We will. Our product is the best out there." "Once we hit the general, things will be different," Hudson warned. Poole nodded. "We'll have to replace our covers, but we anticipated this too." 80. "Did you go through the footage again?" "3 times, Gina," Broussard told her. "Roslin and a few other officers watched it too. There is nothing on there. Poole or his associates didn't turn up at the hotel." "Why did he change his plan? Why did he agree to meet Palmer tomorrow?" "It could be for any reason. In any case, we're ready for whatever he might try." DiFiore chewed her lip and looked out the window of Dupuy's office, where they had assembled after returning from the hotel. "I'm not so sure of that." "We'll have cars following Palmer, choppers in the air," the provot reassured her. "There is no way Poole can get to the general." "You know that's not correct, Etienne. All Poole needs is a sniper rifle to shoot him." "We've thought of that too. He'll be in an armored car. Look at it from Poole's angle. He wants to kill Palmer, but he also wants the general's customers so that he can reach them directly. He will want him alive for some time." The detective nodded, unconvincingly. "What do you think we should do?" "That's it!" she exploded angrily. There's nothing we can do except try to anticipate for every outcome. He'll be in an armored car. You can bet on it. Hudson traced a finger on the map. We don't want to kill him right away, Poole warned him. Reinhardt is a big buyer. We want his deets and also of all those Palmer knows. Got it. Gonzalez got to his feet and slipped into his jacket. I'm going to meet the drivers and give them their advances. Hudson rose too, and I'll arrange the ambulance. Poole went over the plans repeatedly in his mind when he was alone, until he was satisfied they had covered all angles. By this time tomorrow, Jesse Palmer will be dead. Cutter had a map in front of him too. He was in a van in the Latin Quarter, a vehicle that he had found unlocked. His Ninja was chained to the bike stand outside, his gear at his feet. Beth and Meg have taken control of the cameras on the JTF's computers. There's no other way they could have recorded meetings in Etienne's office. He marveled at their smarts for a moment and then focused on the video. Gina is right. Poole will make an attempt tomorrow. I have to let that happen. That's the only way I can get those killers. 81. The day was bright, sunny, with clouds moving lazily in the blue sky over Paris. It was a day to enjoy. Di Fiore wasn't paying any attention to the delights of one of the greatest cities in the world. Instead, she watched the makeup artist put the finishing touches on Lebrun and compared him to Reinhardt's photograph on the laptop. Do I pass? Oui. She nodded grudgingly. But you, she flared at Broussard, who was being similarly transformed. You shouldn't be with him. The captain raised her chin stubbornly. Roslin needs backup. He should not be alone in that car with Palmer and his associates. I agree with her, said her boss, in support of the detective. This last minute. Etienne signed off on it, Broussard said, looking pointedly at Dupuis, who nodded. I don't want my officers to be alone on such a mission. The leopard hunts alone. Lebrun raised his head loftily. Leopards might do that. You are a cop. Enough. Di Fiore slammed her fist in her palm. I don't have a good feeling about this, she said softly when they turned to her. Quindica squeezed her shoulder gently. We'll be right there, following them. We'll have eyes on them. Nothing will go wrong. By evening, Travis Poole will be arrested. Poole was in the same dairy farm outfit. He vaped as he leaned against his van, which was parked outside the hotel entrance. He could observe every incoming and departing vehicle and peer through their windshields. Cabs, trucks, and vans in place, Gonzalez said into his earpiece, all of them positioned on the roads around Taverny. The ambulance is in place too, Hudson added. The rest of them as well. Poole grinned. The additional emergency vehicles were an extra layer he had come up with to ensure their getaway. Smoke bombs? Those too. I'll let you know once Palmer leaves the hotel. Poole signed off and exhaled smoke into the air. Cutter wasn't visible from the hotel's entrance. He was on his Ninja, on his phone, which showed 2 dots marking the location of Lebrun and Broussard's phones. They're in the hotel with Palmer. 2 more dots sped towards the hotel on his custom map application. Gina and Peyton. They won't be alone. There will be prowl cars, unmarked police vehicles, the works. He wondered if Poole or his crew members were watching the hotel. They will. He was confident about that, but they'll be disguised too. He knew Dupuis, Di Fiore, and Quindica had considered checking out everyone outside the hotel's entrance, but the establishment didn't have cameras that scanned the street. Mounting new ones would give the game away to Poole. He stretched in his black leathers, which were loose enough for him to move freely, and kept watching the phone. It'll be any moment now. No tricks, Broussard warned as she squeezed in beside Palmer. Brooks was behind the wheel, Michelle at the front, while the general was flanked at the back by her and Lebrun. Is it just the 2 of you? The general turned around to look through the rear window. You focus on your job, she snapped at him. which is to make it look like a business meeting. Leave the rest to us." She checked with LeBron, who nodded and tapped Brooks on the shoulder. "Let's go." Poole was inside his van, behind the wheel, when the Mercedes nosed out of the hotel. He recognized Brooks and Michelle immediately and thought he saw shadows in the rear seat, but couldn't be sure. Palmer will be inside. "They're on the move," he announced. "Looks like they have company, too." He grinned when two dark-windowed cars followed. A third vehicle drove out of the hotel after a while, but he wasn't sure if it was a police car. There will be more joining along the way. He fired up his van and fell in line. Cutter powered up the Ninja and wheeled out onto the road. 200 horses in the engine, impatiently straining to be released. His phone vibrated in its mount. Standing by, the text read from Beth and Megan, 82. "Relax." Quindica patted her girlfriend on the forearm as Di Fiore drove through the traffic exiting Versailles. "I am relaxed," the detective snarled through gritted teeth. She sighed after a moment and threw a look of apology to her partner. "I want this over. You and me both. And Cutter dropping off the radar worries me." "He's the last one to be worried about. I know he's up to something. I wish I knew what." Di Fiore gritted her teeth and forced herself to focus on the road as traffic flowed past them. Palmer's vehicle was 2 cars ahead, clearly visible. They came out of the smaller streets and joined the A86, a bigger arterial road with traffic flowing in both directions. Sun glanced off the Mercedes. Di Fiore put on her shades and searched and found the police cars behind them. She craned her head to spot choppers, but they weren't visible. "They will be there. Keep driving." Broussard forced herself to be calm. She untwined her fingers and stole a glance at Palmer, who seemed to be snoozing. Lebrun caught her look and smiled encouragingly. "We are protected," he said softly. "We," she nodded, though she didn't feel his confidence. What can go wrong, she asked herself. A million things. That thought didn't reassure her. Brooks took the exit to the A115. Traffic flowed faster. Glimpses of small villages and countryside through gaps in the protective barriers on each side of the highway. A van powered up on their left, the driver handling it deftly even when it bounced on its shocks. It drew parallel. Some kind of farm vehicle. Broussard read its signage idly. Brooks was going at a steady pace in the right lane. No hurry. Overtaking slow-moving vehicles only when necessary, but otherwise sticking to the speed limit. The van kept pace with them. Broussard paid little attention to it until it lurched wildly, careening off its lane and slammed into the side of their vehicle at high speed. Her scream was lost amid Brooks and Michael's yells as their Mercedes was carried into the safety railings on the right. Windows shattered. Thrown back savagely against her seat, she desperately tried to unbuckle herself and deflate the airbag that had burst open. She thought she heard the driver's door open. "Oui," she thought dazedly as a shadow appeared at the front. 2 shots sounded. Someone yelled hoarsely. Brooks and Michelle fell back and a spray of blood filled the car. Broussard cursed. She felt Palmer struggling to get free beside her and Lebrun drawing his gun. The shadow at the front moved. Something sharp slammed into her chest, and she felt nothing else. "Watch out!" Quindica yelled as the van crashed into the Mercedes. "That has to be Poole," Di Fiore shouted, bobbing her head at the masked man who came out of the van and went to the Mercedes. She punched her lights and siren, navigated dangerously through the traffic, which was rapidly bunching up. "Police! Stay back!" she ordered at a car that tried to hustle around her. "What are you doing? Don't—" Quindica was out of their car before she could stop her. Di Fiore swore and punched the gas when there was clear space between her and the crashed vehicle. The masked man was dragging Broussard out. Quindica racing towards him, her gun in the air. The pickup truck seemed to come from nowhere. They roared up alongside the snarled traffic, sideswiping several vehicles, and spun on the concrete just in front of the SAC. Their drivers jumped out and fled towards the safety railing. "What?" Di Fiore screamed and ducked when they exploded. She reacted instinctively and automatically. She slammed on the brakes, lunged out of the car, and dove at Quindica, bringing her down with a running leap and covering her body with her own. The trucks burned fiercely, filling the highway with dense smoke. Di Fiore coughed and brought an elbow up to cover her nose and mouth. She blinked rapidly as she peered beneath one pickup. "He got them," she snarled, sliding away from Quindica, who extricated herself and followed her gaze to see the masked man's feet move to drag Lebrun to the van, which departed moments later. The SAC held her phone to her ear. Her angry outburst died away as she listened. "Burning vehicles on that side of the highway, too," she briefed Di Fiore rapidly. "Smoke has obstructed all traffic cameras. Reports of several ambulances speeding away from exits." "What about that van? Choppers in the air." "Smoke." The detective swore at the reply. She spun savagely on her heel, taking in the long lines of jammed vehicles, onlookers filming the scene on their phones, the wail of distant sirens. "He got away," she snarled. The bike came, threading through traffic, its purring drowned out by the ambient noise. It sped up when it came clear of the stopped vehicles. "Stay back," she shouted. The helmeted driver didn't pay attention. He was bent over the machine as if part of it, his hands gripping the bars firmly, outfitted in dark leather, something like a bag on the tank in front of him. "Stop!" Di Fiore yelled in horror as he raced towards the burning truck. He didn't slow down. He didn't swerve away. The bike angled smoothly to its left as the driver shifted his weight and brought it down, so low that metal scraped concrete, throwing a shower of sparks, man and machine almost parallel to the highway, mere inches separating them. And then he was sliding beneath the pickup truck and out of sight, hidden in the smoke. Only a suicidal driver would do that. Di Fiore didn't realize she had spoken aloud, but when Quindica sucked her breath sharply, she knew instinctively. The biker was Cutter Grogan, 83. Cutter took in the burning trucks and knew Poole had pulled off the same trick that he had used at the Montrouge warehouse. He's got exploding vehicles to block the police. He didn't react to Di Fiore's furious face and gesticulating hands. Quindica was behind her, but he didn't look at the SAC. He drove straight towards the pickup ahead. Smoke was dense in the air and visibility was down to not more than 10 feet, but it was sufficient. He had learned the maneuver from a Hollywood driver. He had been lost in the months following Riley's death and had thrown himself into learning high-risk, dangerous stunts, like driving bikes over trucks or sliding beneath them. The professional had taught him the trick on movie sets and then had gotten him to practice on the Laguna Seca track until he had become reasonably proficient at it. It was physics. Cutter leaned to his left, which got the ninja to follow him, its wheels spinning on concrete, biting, getting traction, allowing him to use its speed and torque to drop to what looked like an impossible angle in a controlled fall. He was in automatic mode. Di Fiore and Quindica were banished from his mind. Nothing existed except the truck and the powerful Kawasaki he was on, which seemed to sneer at the challenge in the maneuver and reacted to every command. It was physics, but it was also luck that came to his aid, since the pickup had a high clearance and was stationary. Cutter felt the burn dimly as his thigh leathers dragged on concrete when he went under the vehicle. Sweat trickled down his face. The sound of metal and plastic grating on the highway was loud. He was aware of the chassis streaking past above him. The ninja didn't let him down. It was effortless. It didn't break down and skid into an ungainly sprawl. It took him underneath the truck and to the other side, and that was where Hollywood ended and reality began. In the movies, The biker would have straightened and rolled towards the sunset. Cutter had to straighten his bike, mount it again, and wheel it away from the truck. Through swirling smoke, he could see there was no traffic on that side of the highway. The Mercedes had been slammed against the barrier. One look told him Brooks and Michael were dead. A van in front of it, empty. Poole must have switched vehicles. There was an exit ahead. Did Poole take it? Yeah, he did, Megan told him. 84. Her voice was calm in his earpiece. He switched to an ambulance when the smoke broke out, she briefed him as he gunned his bike to the exit. That was smart. It destroyed the visibility of the traffic cameras and the choppers in the sky. On top of that, there are several ambulances around the highway and on nearby roads. He must have deployed them. How do you know which one he's in? Werner did some calculations and worked out which vehicle was the likeliest, Beth chimed in. Your friends, the cops, they're stranded. They've lost him. Where is he? Looks like he's heading to Taverny, a small village. He's got about half-hour lead on you. How can you see me if the traffic cameras can't? We can't, doofus, not yet. We will be able to when you're clear of the smoke. We've tagged your phone, however. Stop talking and hustle if you want to get Palmer. You know what Poole will do to those cops once he finds out Reinhardt is a fake. Cops might be looking for me. We've taken care of that, Megan said smugly. We filed reports of several ninjas going in different directions. We'll use the same trick Poole did. Cutter saw the welcome sign to Taverny. Its railway station flashed past. Houses, neat lawns, kids playing on one of them. A cab driver outside a restaurant, listening intently to his radio. We sent you a pin, Beth informed him after several moments. They are in a deserted building. It's the only one at the end of the street where it dead ends. If it was us, he could hear her smile, we would have cameras on its approach and would have spiked the road. As Broussard came to consciousness, she found her hands zip-tied behind her back. She was face down on concrete. She felt woozy, but when she ran, a mental check didn't detect any broken bones or gunshot wounds. Lebrun's shoe twitched near her face. He grunted, made to sit up, and fell back. They're awake. She twisted her head at the voice and recognized Poole, Gonzalez, and Hudson. They were in paramedic uniforms, but there was nothing medical about the HKs slung confidently across their chests or the handguns at their waists. Poole yanked her hair harshly and got her to sit upright. He gave Lebrun and Palmer similar treatment. Travis, the general began confidently, we should talk about this. The killer slapped him brutally, a blow that dropped the elder man to the floor. You set a trap for us, the former soldier snarled. You got cops following you so that they could grab us. They gave me no choice. Choice? I served under you. We have known each other for years. We trusted you. Travis, listen to me. Hey! Broussard stiffened. Cold dread swept through her at Hudson's exclamation. He had Lebrun's wig in his hand. This isn't Reinhardt. Poole got to his feet and went to the officer. He looked at the false hair and punched the leopard in the belly. He followed up with kicks and more blows, while his team members removed his disguise. Broussard braced herself when they came to her and tried to control her moans at their blows. They're cops, Gonzalez whispered. I recognize him. He pointed at Lebrun, who was groaning, from a press conference. His face darkened. His hand streaked to his side to draw his Sig Sauer. No! Broussard screamed when he straightened his gun arm. A shadow streaked from behind and slammed into Poole. 85. Cutter drew his Glock as he sprinted across the parking lot. There wasn't time to aim. Gonzalez was already straightening his gun arm. Poole seemed to have heard him. The killer was half-turning. Cutter launched himself in the air. Gonzalez saw him and turned to aim at the new threat, but Cutter slapped the shooter's arm away, crashed into him, jammed his Glock tight against the killer's chest, and triggered twice. Cutter heard shouts behind him. An HK chattered and concrete chips flew off the floor behind him. Their aim will get better. He rolled to get Gonzalez's body on top of him and glimpsed Broussard trying to get to her feet. Lebrun was on his knees. Palmer was curled on the floor in a tight ball. Hudson and Poole were the threats, their mouths wide open, yelling in rage as they spread out to flank him. I can't take both of them out. Will someone from Taverny call the police? Would Di Fiore and Quindica come to his rescue? He stopped thinking. Cutter flung Gonzalez's body at Hudson with all his strength. He powered off the floor with a roar and charged at the killer, whose spray of rounds caught the dead man. Gonzalez sidestepped and whipped his HK around, which caught Cutter's gun hand and sent his Glock clattering to the floor. He winced at the shock of the blow, felt the burn of a round and smashed his elbow in the killer's face, crunching his nose. Blood spurted on Cutter's face. He was conscious of Poole approaching. He spun on his heel, turning his back on Gonzalez, caught the HK's barrel and yanked it forward, a move that caught his opponent by surprise. The shooter fired involuntarily, a burst that Cutter directed toward Poole, who dove away with a howl of anger. That bought him some breathing time. He stumbled when Gonzalez punched him in the back, but he didn't let go of the HK. Pulled it forward roughly and throat jabbed the killer when he fell forward. He followed it up with an eye gouge and tore flesh away. The former soldier screamed and tried to get away, but Cutter was remorseless. He bunched his fist and slammed it into Gonzalez's throat to choke him, caught him by the back of his neck, and with a massive heave bent him to the floor and smashed his head to the concrete. Cutter jumped away at the whisper of movement. He felt a round graze his shoulder. A second slammed into his chest with the force of a pile driver and knocked him to the ground. "I should have killed you when I called you," Poole said grimly as he approached Palmer cautiously. "Let me go, Travis," Palmer begged from the floor. The shooter's face twisted in rage. He shot the general with a short burst, which was when Broussard and Lebrun charged at him. "Stay away!" Cutter yelled, but the officers were beyond listening. They pounced on Poole, who sprang back and clubbed the leopard in the head. He trained his HK on Broussard and fired. It clicked on empty. Snarling with rage, he jabbed her with its barrel and was drawing his cig when Cutter pounced on him, caught his wrist, twisted it hard to get him to drop the gun, and body slammed him to the floor. He groaned when Poole kneed him in the groin and his hold on the man's hand weakened enough to allow the killer to slip free and knuckle jab him in the throat. Cutter sucked air hoarsely as his vision dimmed. He punched weakly at Poole, who laughed scornfully and drew out his Benchmade. "All this over that woman. I didn't even touch her. Rami Abbasi raped her. He and his men tortured and killed her husband and daughter. I was nowhere near her." Cutter heard his snarl. He saw the blade of the Benchmade approaching and turned, but not quite fast enough. He felt the warm trickle of blood from his neck as it slid past the blade. He didn't feel the burn. Poole's words were ringing in his ears. He caught Poole's knife wrist as he slid away from the killer's body. His right hand flashed up to snap the killer's elbow, and as Poole screamed, pulled the blade away from the man's unresisting fingers, spun it in his palm to get a grip on its hilt, and plunged it into Poole's belly. "Rokshana Lohani was my friend. Her husband, too. I taught Shada English." His head rocked when the killer chopped it with the edge of his palm, but he didn't let go of the blade. "Where is Abbasi?" He drew it out and slid it through Poole's ribs. Poole shuddered, but his eyes didn't lose their fury, nor did he stop trying to club him. "You will never find him. He will take over. He is smart." He drew a long breath. The wicked light in his eyes grew stronger. "He said he enjoyed rock—" "Non!" Broussard yelled, but Cutter ignored her and slit Poole's neck. 86. Cutter lay beside him. He watched the light die in Poole's eyes, felt him draw his last breath. Only then did he turn his head to check on the officers. Broussard and Lebrun had managed to free themselves. A knife lay on the ground with their zip ties scattered near it. They both held HKs, taken from the dead men, pointed loosely in his direction, their eyes wide. After a tense moment, Lebrun cursed and lowered his weapon. He hobbled to Gonzalez, searched his body, and pulled out his phone. He used the killer's finger to unlock it, but it didn't work. He tried the other men's phones. None of them responded to the finger trick. "Your head?" The leopard's lips twisted wryly. "I have a thick one. It was a glancing blow. It hurts, but I'll live." "And you?" Broussard's face was expressionless as she shook her head and rubbed her belly. "What were you thinking of?" Cutter flared at them. "Charging him like that? He could have shot you easily." "His magazine was empty," she retorted. Her eyes flicked to Poole's body and returned to him. "You didn't know that." "I knew." "How?" "I counted." "You counted?" Cutter stared at her. "Oui." Lebrun nodded tiredly. "She does that. She counts repetitive sounds." "It comes naturally to me." "We tested her with different guns in our range. She is very accurate if the bursts are short. She has never failed with HKs." "We wanted him alive," Broussard told him with that same expressionless face. "Too late." "I wanted him dead." "Monsieur Grogan, you are hurt. That round you took—" "Body armor." He felt his neck and temple with his fingers. They came away red. "Scratches. They will heal." "You were prepared." Sirens filled the air. Tires crunched and shouted commands came their way. Cutter stood back non-threateningly when officers approached cautiously. "There is no threat." Lebrun held up his hands at them. Di Fiore burst through them with Quindica and Dupuy behind. "You!" she yelled at Cutter. Her furious expression changed instantly when she took him in. "You're hurt! Paramedics! Where are they?" "Gina! Gina!" He caught her elbow. She swallowed and looked at him. "Most of it isn't my blood. I don't have any serious injuries." He felt her exhale, saw her shoulders slump in relief. They straightened instantly. "It is Di Fiore to you," she grated and shook off his hand. She surveyed the scene and went to Broussard and Lebrun with a concerned look. "You both need medical—" "We're fine," the captain said, waving dismissively. "Monsieur Grogan is hurt more than us." Cutter searched the ground while Di Fiore insisted that the officers get medical attention. "My phone and earpiece fell off during the fight. I can't let them be found by the cops." He spotted the hearing device near Quindica's feet and the phone near Poole. She felt his eyes and looked down. A well-shaped eyebrow rose. Her heel came down on the earpiece and crushed it. She followed his eyes and drifted to his phone, which met a similar treatment. "Thank you," he conveyed with his eyes and got a discreet thumbs up. "Grogan!" He looked up at Di Fiore's yell. She looked at him curiously, snapped a glance at her partner, and turned back to him. "Get treated, and then explain." "Them first," he said, nodding at Broussard and Lebrun. "We don't have anything much to tell," the leopard said, wincing when the medic wiped his temple and applied a salve. "Poole's van crashed into us. He shot Michel and Brooks and fired some darts at us that knocked us out. We were here when we came to. He must have thrown our phones away." "Oui," Dupuy nodded. "We found them at the crash site." "I took the Taverny exit," Cutter explained with a shrug when all eyes turned to him. "I asked a villager which was the most remote building, and he directed me to this one. I got lucky." "I hope they don't ask me who my helper was." "Oui," Dupuy said impassively. "If that man hadn't given you such precise directions, Valerie and Roslyn would be dead. We are thankful to him." Cutter looked at him suspiciously, but the provot made no further comment. "I got here just in time." "I warned him not to kill Poole," Broussard interjected. "Gonzalez and Hudson, I could understand. Things were happening too fast. But Poole, Monsieur Grogan could have let him live. He could have told us everything he knew. "Welcome to the world of Monsieur Grogan," Defiore said sarcastically. "He does what he wants and gets away with it." "Did you both want me to die?" he challenged them. "People like Poole. They don't give up. They always have a trick up their sleeves. He was wounded, but there was no certainty he would have allowed himself to be captured." "We got a name from him," Lebrun said, breaking the ensuing silence. "Rami's full name, Rami Abbasi." "He seems to be the leader of the Afghan fighters," Broussard added. "No." Cutter shook his head when they looked at him. "I haven't heard the name before. Poole's phone might have his contact details." "We'll get it checked." Dupuy put his hands on his hips and looked over at the dead general. "Why did they kill him?" "Poole shot him in anger. I guess they were going to question him to find out how much he had told the police. Get some of your officers to search the village. I'm sure they would have had an escape plan. Car bombs on the highway, ambulances to throw you off." "Yeah," Defiore snarled. "The same M.O. he used at Montrouge. We should have anticipated it." "We were ready for it," Dupuy said mildly. "But the smoke bombs cost us time." "And you, monsieur?" Broussard ran her eyes down his leathers. "You just happened to be out on a bike ride by coincidence?" "Something like that." "What's on your mind?" Quindica said, reading his expression. "Abbasi and his crew. All along we thought they were Afghan fighters that Poole recruited." "We?" Dupuy nodded. "Poole said it was they who raped Roxana and tortured and killed her family." "Yeah." He nodded at Defiore's gasp and the dawning light in Quindica and Dupuy's eyes. "They are Taliban. 87. "They moved from killing to pushing powder," Dupuy guessed. "Yeah, easy money, less risk, and with Poole with them, they could get away from Afghanistan. They'll disappear once they hear about Palmer and Poole's deaths." He made a face. "It's already all over the news. Those explosions on the highway and the killings. The media is all over them. My phone hasn't stopped ringing. I had to turn it off finally. Politicians must be calling him, demanding him to restore peace in the city. The provot's suit was in immaculate condition, his hair parted neatly, but Cutter could read his exhaustion from the fine lines around his eyes. "No," he replied. "I've got to end this soon. Abbasi will take over the drug business. They must have discussed contingency plans." "We don't have anything on them," Defiore growled, "other than one name." "We might get lucky. Werner might have something on Abbasi." Cutter winced when a medic cut his leathers and bathed the burn on his leg with an antiseptic. And Majidi. He needs to be reminded to put pressure on his network. "We could have gotten a police car to drop him at his hotel." Broussard watched Cutter walk out of the building. "You don't know Grogan," Defiore growled. "He'll have that bike hidden somewhere. He won't want us to find what's on it." "What will be on it?" "Enough weapons to start a war." I didn't thank him. He saved our lives. The way he charged at those killers. It was as if he didn't care if he died. "Cutter is like that," Dupuy said noncommittally. His fleeting look at Defiore and Quindica told them he hadn't shared their friend's backstory with his officers. "Let's find Abbasi before he does," the provot said grimly. Defiore nodded silently in agreement, "or else all we'll get will be more bodies." Abbasi muted the TV and brooded silently, conscious of Hanif and Hamid's glances at him. "That incident in Taverny." He raised his head slowly. "It can only mean Travis. Ricky and Todd are dead. The police are saying they killed some gang members, but who else would it be?" "Why are they hiding the names?" Hamid asked. "Standard procedure in the investigation. It happened just a few hours ago. I'm sure they will reveal the names tomorrow." "Did you see that video clip someone filmed of that biker? Could that have been Grogan?" "Le PP are saying it was a reckless driver. They're searching for him." "Even if it was Grogan," Hanif reasoned, and he got to Travis before the police did. We are safe. Yes. Abbasi nodded. The Americans didn't know where we're staying. I gave them a false address, and we use burner phones. This plays in our favor. LaPP and Grogan will be hunting for drug dealers. How are the explosive vests coming along? One is ready. The other should be very soon. We go ahead? Yes. Nothing has changed. We need to avenge Siddiqui's death as well. We will, after the Louvre explodes. 88. There were several Rami Abbasis in various databases, none the man Cutter was looking for. One was an academic in London, another an electrical engineer in Pakistan. He made calls and crossed the names off his list. The JTF would be investigating them as well, but he was sure Werner accessed more confidential records than the task force did. He threw his pen down after an hour and sipped coffee as he checked out the scenery at the Luxembourg Garden, where he was occupying a bench. A suit typing furiously on his laptop, another bunch of office-goers who seemed to be conducting a meeting, a woman reading a book. No one paid him a second glance. He fired a text to Beth. "Can you ask your network about Rami Abbasi?" He got a thumbs up in return. Vikram Kohli sipped his tea as he made several entries in his report and submitted it to his boss. He went through the unopened messages on his phone and frowned at a familiar name. He rocked back in his chair when he read it. Yeah, there was no doubt about the sender. Only his confidential network had his number. He went to the bubble, the secure communications room, shut the door behind him, and dialed the sender. Zeb Carter was in his New York office, squeezing a soft ball, studying a map, when his phone buzzed. "Vikram!" he exclaimed when he recognized the number. "This is a surprise. How have you been?" "I'm good, Zeb, and how are you?" "How are Anjali and the kids?" "She's running her marketing agency in New Delhi. She keeps telling me I should quit and find a less stressful job like selling insurance. I remind her that will kill me faster than what I'm currently doing. In any case, I don't go out in the field that much. Rohan and Shireen are growing up faster than you can imagine. You folks asked about Rami Abbasi." Zeb frowned and looked at the twins, who nodded when he mouthed the name. He beckoned them over and turned on the speaker. "Yeah, his name came up in another operation. He isn't in any system," he said, repeating Beth's whispered words. "He won't be. I think we're the only ones who know something about him." Zeb's face hardened when Kohli went through the backstory. "I need a favor from you. I'm going to patch in another friend. It will help if you narrate what you told me to him as well. It will save anything being lost in translation." "Who is he?" "Cutter Grogan, former Delta. We served together. He's good people." "If you trust him, sure." Cutter bought a baguette sandwich from a food stall and bit into it. He returned to his bench and was savoring his solitary meal when he felt a presence beside him. Di Fiore tore off a piece of bread from the half sandwich on the bench and chewed it. "That's great. Can't a man enjoy his food alone?" "Enjoy!" Quindica came from behind and sat to his right. "You don't know what the word means." "How did you find me?" His eyes narrowed when Dupuy joined them. The provot hooked his thumbs in his pockets and nodded at a camera on a distant pole. "Gina and Peyton figured you would have broken into some vehicle or would be in a park. I got Valerie to search for you on the cameras." "You got something on Abbasi?" Dupuy shook his head, but before he could reply, Cutter's phone buzzed. "That's my—" He trailed off when Di Fiore, who had no boundaries when it came to him, picked it up and took the call. "Yeah, who's this?" she barked. "Who are you?" A man shot back. "That's Zeb." He lunged to take the phone, but she evaded him. "I'm not alone," he yelled quickly. "You're in a public place. Who answered your phone?" "Gina Di Fiore." "I've heard of her. Is Peyton Quindica with you too?" Cutter grinned when the women traded knowing looks. "They've guessed who's calling." "Yeah, and Etienne Dupuy, provot of the police prefecture of Paris." We are out in the open, but no one's near us." "Dupuy," Zeb said thoughtfully. "There was someone by that name in the 1st Marine Infantry Parachute Regiment." "That was me," the provot said, leaning towards the phone as if he could see the caller. "Have we met?" "Non, monsieur. I have seen you, though, in Afghanistan," Zeb replied in fluent French. "You have the advantage over me, sir. Who are you?" "Someone with some information that could help you." "Is he a friend?" Dupuy whispered. What he's really asking is if Zeb can be believed and trusted. "Yes," Cutter murmured softly. "Cutter, I need to patch in someone who can explain." "Go ahead." De Fiore held the phone up at arm's length with the rest of them behind her when an additional caller joined the call. "Cutter." Zeb switched to English and made introductions when the newcomer's camera turned on to show a man who seemed to be in his late 30s, clean-shaven, short, dark hair and dark eyes. He was in a white shirt with sleeves folded to his elbows and appeared to be in a conference room. "Meet Vikram Kohli." "Vikram, that's Gina De Fiore, who's holding the phone. Peyton Quindica behind her. FBI ASAC and SAC. The man in the suit is Etienne Dupuy of Paris Police. The three of them lead the Paris Joint Task Force, which you might have heard of. That last man is Cutter. I trust them fully." "He's checking us out online," Cutter guessed when Kohli looked away from the camera. "Ma'am," Zeb's friend said in English, referring to De Fiore, "can you sweep your camera around so that I can see your surroundings?" He nodded when she completed a circuit to confirm there was no one nearby. "Thank you," he said formally. "I'm sorry for the cloak and dagger stuff, but I had to check. I work in India's RAW. Perhaps you might have heard of us." The country's Research and Analysis Wing was its foreign intelligence agency, responsible for counter-terrorism operations, among its many other activities. Cutter nodded slowly when it fell into place. That's why he checked up on us and wanted to see that we were alone. RAW was a secretive outfit that didn't even disclose who its agency head was. "But of course, Monsieur Kohli." Dupuy's eyes sparkled. "Your agency and the police prefecture have shared intelligence several times." "As has the FBI," Quindica nodded. "Thank you for your help." "Please call me Vikram." Kohli gave them a warm smile that faded quickly. "Rami Abbasi. I am possibly the only person in the world who knows something of him. This is him." Cutter stiffened at the photograph the RAW officer held up. It was of a bearded man dressed in a dark battle outfit and holding an AK-47, but he recognized him easily. "That's the man in Tuileries Garden," he exclaimed, "the one who came from behind the bush. And these are his associates." Kohli showed several more photographs. "That's Siddiqui." De Fiore pointed at one of them. "Yes, Rasul Siddiqui." "And those three are the dead men behind Poole's apartment building," Dupuy gasped. "Abbasi has a core team of 10 people, including himself, according to our intelligence. Looks like all of them are in Paris." "Why didn't you share their details with us?" Cutter challenged him. "None of them were recorded in our system. If they had been, we would have shared our intel on them." "Why weren't they recorded?" "I had an agent who infiltrated the Taliban several years ago. This was back when the U.S.-led alliance was carrying out operations in Afghanistan. My agent was compiling a dossier on Pakistan's ISI-trained terrorists. He was witness to a horrific rape and torture in Badakhshan. A young girl and her father— Was it an automobile mechanic's family? Cutter felt empty, his voice cold. "Yes, you're right. The father and daughter were killed, but the mother was spared. My agent witnessed that, along with a few villagers. He took those photographs secretly. How do you know about them?" "I knew that family. Rokshana Lohani, Sherbahadur, and Shaida. They were my friends. They are why I am in Paris." Coley sighed and rubbed his hand over his face. A look of immense regret appeared on his face. I should have made the connection. Yes, I heard about her killing. I should have. He blinked rapidly, looked away, and then turned back to them. My file is that old, and so many other operations have taken my attention that her name didn't trigger my memory. Only Abbasi's did when our mutual friends reached out to me. I'm sorry. Cutter held his hand up at his stricken look. Water under the bridge. We have their names now, but why didn't they go into your system? Yes, that. My agent informed the U.S. Army that same day about what had happened. He was killed that very evening, which made me wonder if there was a leak in RAW. I carried out an investigation which took several weeks, and by then, events had moved on. We had terrorist attacks in India that required my focus. Cutter nodded. CIA, RAW, all such outfits have to prioritize. They had finite officers and resources and had to optimize for the most critical missions. All the villagers who witnessed Roxana's rape and her family's killing said the attackers were masked. That's because Abbasi threatened them, Coley said grimly. He told every onlooker that they and their families would meet a similar fate. It looks like everyone who knew him is scared or dead, Cutter growled. No one described him. Now he's here, De Fiore said bitterly, turned into a drug dealer. Coley looked at her strangely. Yes, I have been following that. It makes no sense. What doesn't? Quintica asked sharply. Because Abbasi isn't Taliban. Yes, he said, nodding at their expressions. He and his gang joined the Taliban pretending to believe in their cause. They are much more hardcore, however. He went along with them because it suited his needs. If they aren't Taliban, who are they? Pakistan's ISI-trained jihadists, who are so extreme that even that agency has distanced itself from them, Coley said matter-of-factly. They are ISK fighters. 89. Islamic State Khorasan terrorists. Cutter was stunned. ESK is one of the most extreme and violent groups in Afghanistan, Dupuy said, his face darkening. Vikram, can you share those photographs and whatever background you have on Abbasi? There isn't much more than what I told you. We don't know where he is from, his origins. He came from nowhere. My agent got friendly with some other fighters who said Abbasi and his men turned up at one of their camps one day and pledged allegiance. I suspect they are of Pakistani origin, but we aren't sure. But I will send whatever I have got. And again, I am sorry. I should have... Vikram, Zeb cut in. Stop. We all are in the same business. We know how missions go south, how details can be forgotten. Don't blame yourself. Good hunting, the RAW officer said softly, waved and left the call. Cutter, Zeb called. You need anything else from us? Nope. Thanks for hooking us up with Coley. Tell your associates, De Fiore drawled, that they have been very helpful. Drinks are on us when we are in town. Zeb grunted non-committally and hung up. I shouldn't know who that was, correct? Dupuy guessed. Yeah. Cutter nodded and whistled softly when a message appeared from a throwaway account. He opened it rapidly and forwarded it to his friends. Check your messages. Coley has come good. Like he said, Quintica pursed her lips after reading it, there isn't much more to his file. We have photographs, though, Dupuy said savagely. We have names. Rami Abbasi, Faiz Hamid, Mohammed Hanif, Shaheen Bakhtiar, Salar Ahmed and Gul Mirza, the surviving team. Hamid and Hanif are his lieutenants, and we are back to hunting terrorists. What is it? Cutter asked Quintica when she looked up, troubled. Something Coley said. He suspected his agency was penetrated when his operative was killed. But what if it was Poole who killed his agent? I thought of that too, he admitted. Poole was in the country then, and he might have known Abbasi in those days. If only you had captured Poole alive, De Fiore fired at him. We could have interrogated him. We have more pressing matters, Dupuy said, looking into the distance. Cutter followed his gaze to the Eiffel Tower in the distance. Bastille Day is in 2 days. The 14th of July was France's National Day, celebrating the storming of the Bastille prison, a key event in the French Revolution that eventually led to the formation of the Democratic Republic. The day was celebrated nationwide and in Paris, in part with a military parade on the Champs-Élysées, attended by the president and high-profile international guests. De Fiore sucked her breath sharply. You think that's when they plan to target an attack? It makes sense, Cutter said softly. Now that we know who Abbasi is, I am sure Poole didn't know who he was or his real motives. Roxana. He snapped his fingers. Drugs wasn't why she wanted to meet me. She knew who Abbasi was. She suspected he had a network that would tip him off. That's why she wanted to meet me. He stuffed his laptop into his backpack and pocketed his phone. Where are you going? To make someone get us information. 90. Hit me, Francois Roux whispered when Cutter approached the Paris Nightingale's door. Huh? Majidi and Ghani have ordered me to stop you from entering. All bouncers have similar orders to eject you if you get inside. How many heavies are inside? None. The club's not open. It's just the bar staff, the cooks. Majidi and Ghani? Yeah, they are there. Won't they see you on camera talking to me? The security guard grinned. I'm responsible for the perimeter. The outside cameras are under my control. I will delete that footage as soon as... Cutter punched him in the belly, shoved him to the side, and barged inside the nightclub. He crossed the dining floor and backhanded a server who tried to stop him. Looks like Majidi has told all staff to watch out for me. The bartender came out, brandishing a baseball bat, and slunk away when Cutter brought out his Glock. Where are they? He growled. I'll call the police. Where are they? Same room. Cutter snatched the baseball bat from him and went down the hallway, where a bouncer lounged outside a door. The man straightened and reached inside his jacket, but before he could draw a weapon, the bat struck him on the shoulder and a second blow threw him to the floor. Anyone want a piece? Cutter snarled at the waitstaff in the private bar. They turned their eyes away from him and went back to their business. Cutter tried the door. It was locked from inside. It splintered and slammed open when he kicked it. Ghani and Majidi, sitting across a table from each other, turned around, startled. The security head sprang to his feet and doubled over, gasping when Cutter jammed the bat into his belly. Cutter searched the man swiftly, retrieved his gun, and shoved him out of the way before sitting down across from Majidi. He swigged water from the bottle on the table and wiped his lips carelessly. Find Rami Abbasi in the next 24 hours or you won't live. I don't know that name, the gangster said, showing no fear. You know, Grogan, with one call I can get 15 men here who will dispose of you. You will never be seen again. You know, Majidi, I can kill you in 10 different ways before you get your phone out and throw your body out for birds to peck at. A muscle twitched on the criminal's face. I don't know who that man is. Rami Abbasi isn't a name I am familiar with. Cutter drew his Glock with blinding speed and pointed it at Ghani, who was stirring. Sit, he ordered. The security head lowered himself into a chair, rubbed his belly, and stared balefully at the visitor. Cutter brought out Abbasi's photograph and placed it in front of them. Hamid, Hanif, Bakhtiar, Ahmed, and Mirza's images followed. Who are these people? I have never seen them in my life. Me neither. Ghani shook his head. They are ISK terrorists. We suspect they plan to carry out an attack on Bastille Day. His words landed on them like bullets. Majidi recoiled visibly. The security head blanched. Go to the police, the gangster said, recovering. That task force with the FBI. Inform them. They know. Every officer in the city is looking for these men, but you can find them. Me? How? I have nothing to do with terrorists. My business. Don't start with that. We all know exactly what you do. These men are a threat to you, too. They came into the country masquerading as Afghan evacuees on one of those flights. Your customers might wonder if you're involved in terrorism, too. Will they continue to do business with you? Majidi looked at the photographs. They are Afghans? We don't know. They could be of Pakistani origin. We aren't sure. I will see what I can do. 48 hours. That's all you have. I'm aware of that. Majidi pursed his lips when Grogan left. He tapped the photographs. Bashir, do you remember our early days in France? Not much to remember, Akhtar. We were cold, hungry, and were treated rudely. Yes, all of that, but this country also took us in. We are rich now, successful, but we haven't forgotten where we came from. We are Afghans. If these people carry out these attacks, it will give our people a bad name. Find them, Bashir. Shake whatever trees you have to. Don't care about whom you upset. This isn't like the last time Grogan came to us. This is about our honor. Bashir's lips twisted bitterly. We are criminals. Honor is not a word we should use. We are Afghans. That's why it's important to us. Find them. 91. I still think we should make their names and photographs public, Broussard objected. Lebrun sighed. Valerie, as I said before, if we do that, they will disappear. They might change their appearance. They might go to another country. No, this way is better. How? What are you and I doing right now? Questioning Afghan people. Don't you think Abbasi will hear about that? He won't know we are looking for terrorists. The captain tightened her lips and followed her superior officer into an apartment block where they began questioning a family. The scene was repeated across the city. Armed police officers questioned everyone who had come on the evacuation flights with renewed urgency. At the police prefecture headquarters, technicians used AI software to go through hours of security and traffic camera footage. Di Fiore and Quindica had returned from Luxembourg Garden to the JTF's war room in the headquarters. A series of conference calls had followed with various intelligence agencies. Dupuy had convinced the Interior Minister to keep the terrorist names out of the media. You are taking a big risk, Etienne, he warned. Oui, monsieur, but this way we have a chance. I still suggest we should cancel. The parade will not be canceled. Bastille Day is of huge importance for the nation. We will not back down for terrorists. Find them. If it goes south... Di Fiore grimaced when they emerged from the meeting. I'll be out of a job. Dupuy shrugged ruefully. Maybe the FBI can hire me as a consultant. He went to his office and began a series of calls while Di Fiore and Quindica checked on the officers who were analyzing camera and traffic footage. It's not hard to beat them, Di Fiore grouched. If they're smart, they'll have kept their heads down to hide their faces. She went to the window and looked down at the city. We need informers. That's what Cutter is working on. Bakhtiar was craving mantu, steamed dumplings filled with lamb and onion. Gul and I are going to die, he argued with Hanif. At least let us eat well before that. You know what Rami said. We will not order food from outside. We have a kitchen. We have enough provisions. Make mantu for all of us. That's what we have been doing all this time, Bakhtiar said bitterly. Cooking, cleaning. We can't go out. We're indoors all day and night, but you, Rami, and Faiz are going out. Everyone is, except Gul and I. You know the reason for that. You both are the most important people for the mission. Yes, because we will sacrifice ourselves. That's why you should feed us well, at least once. Hanif gave up. Hamid and Abbasi were out. Otherwise, he would have deferred to them. But he wasn't going to argue with Bakhtiar for long. He called an Afghan restaurant he knew and placed the order. The delivery driver arrived an hour later with the warm, aromatic food, which they consumed quickly. Azad Daskir knew Bersi very well. He had delivered to almost every building in the neighborhood. The men to whom he delivered the man to were new. He wouldn't have thought much of it, but his wife's sister was married to Bashir Ghani's cousin, which was how he knew about the photographs. Daskir made a call. Yes, it was him, he said, looking nervously at the green-eyed man who stood impassively with his arms crossed while Ghani and another man, who introduced himself as Majidi, questioned him. They were in the Paris Nightingale, a club he had heard of. He had been instructed to come to the venue promptly after his call and had been offered drinks and snacks. When the green-eyed man who hadn't been introduced arrived, the questioning began. Yes, I'm sure it was him, he insisted when Ghani tapped the photograph. The light was on him, and it took him a few minutes to get out the cash to tip me. Did you see anyone else? No, but the food was for 6 people. You picked it up from Kabul? Yes, I do deliveries for them and many other restaurants. How was he dressed? Jeans and a shirt. Beard? No, clean-shaven, but I swear it was him. Did you hear any voices? No, but I know that apartment. I helped the previous tenants move furniture there. It is a 4-bedroom place with a view of Rue du Gommier. In fact, I am sure these people must have moved in only a few days ago. I delivered food to the previous tenants just last week. Which floor? Topmost, 4th. Elevators? Oui, 2 in the lobby, but I take the stairs. It is good exercise for me. He swallowed when 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. It is a good building, well maintained. Any other exits? To the apartment? I don't think so. The building has 1 fire escape that opens at the back. Could you see anything beneath his tea? The green-eyed man asked, breaking his silence. How could I? What he means, Ghani said impatiently, is, do you think he had anything at his waist? Like a gun? Daskir's eyes widened. He felt scared. What had he gotten into? Non. He shook his head rapidly, but I wasn't paying much attention to his clothing. He waited, but no more questions came. Ghani brought out his wallet and handed over a thick wad of bills. You did well, but keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Except the police, the unnamed man said. They will want to question you. Tell them everything you told us. He's related to my cousin, Ghani said when Daskir left. He won't lie to me or make things up. If he saw Hanif in that apartment, it's the truth. Kabul. I called them. They said the man who placed the order paid by a card. He gave his name as Rahim. They don't know anything more. Yeah, what Daskir said. The order was for 6 people. Cutter uncrossed his arms. I need a van, a maintenance engineer's one, and I need coveralls. I can get those myself, but you can procure them faster. What do you think we are? Arrange it for him, Majidi cut in. You're going after them? Alone? I will check them out first. Get them. Stop them. Bad for your business, huh? Bad for me. Cutter looked at him for a long while, at the fire in Majidi's eyes. There might still be a man left in you, beneath the criminal. Abbasi stopped in the doorway the moment he smelled the food. He caught Hamid's collar, dragged him in, and closed the door. That doesn't smell like our usual cooking. It isn't. We ordered mantu from Kabul. Hanif grinned. Abbasi slapped him hard. He caught his shoulders and punched him repeatedly until Hamid dragged him away. I told you all so many times, he said, breathing heavily. We have to be careful, didn't I? Yes, Rami, but Shaheen insisted. You are in charge when I or Hamid aren't around. Why did you listen to him? And you, he glared at Bakhtiar, can't you cook mantu yourself? I can, the fighter yelled back, but I am going to kill myself in 2 days. I wanted to taste someone else's cooking for once." Abbasi breathed harshly in the silence. He had no retort to make. He shook his head finally. "We have to go," he said. "We can't stay here anymore. That delivery driver saw you. Get the vests. Everything that you can pack in 1 suitcase each. We have to leave in half an hour. We still have explosives left over. Take them." His voice trailed off as a thought struck him. "Let's rig them up." 92. Abbasi went down the stairs with Hanif and Hamid, with their bags slung over their shoulders. Bakhtiar, Mirza, and Ahmed had left earlier, the first 2, with their vests carefully stowed in their carryalls, all of them with hoodies drawn tight over their heads, which were bent to face the ground. It had become second nature to them to keep their faces down and raise them only when absolutely necessary, or when they were sure it was safe. "I don't like this," Hamid said when they went to the car they had hired. "We should go away. We should not linger here. I want to see who comes to the apartment." "You want to blow up Grogan if he arrives. You are obsessed with him. Forget him. We need to get away." Abbasi ignored him and got in behind the wheel. "Shaheen, are you in position?" "Yes, at the back of the building. Spread out. We can see who comes and goes through the rear entrance." "Police?" "No one is here." "Faiz is right," Hanif argued. 3 men in a car waiting. It will look suspicious." "Look ahead and behind," Abbasi snapped. "That couple in that car. Those men in that blue van. That Jeep over there with those people in suits. We aren't the only ones in vehicles. There are offices, restaurants, and apartment buildings on this street. It is busy. No one will give us a second glance." "It is not safe." "Stop!" he snarled. "I give the orders. You are obsessed with Grogan." "You fools! Do I have to do all the thinking? If Grogan or the police come, we will know our cover has been blown. That's why I want to watch." "What difference will it make?" Hamid asked, reasonably. "We have to hide somewhere else until Bastille Day. We have to assume that from here on we are suspects." Abbasi didn't reply. He knew deep inside that they were right. "We'll wait just a few minutes," he told himself. "We are safe here." He angled his side mirror when a white van came to the building and parked in front of it. "Can you read the lettering on its side?" "A plumbing company," Hanif replied. 2 men got out of it, laughing. One was tall, dark-haired, jowly-faced, while the other was stocky and balding. Both of them were in blue coveralls with the plumber's name stenciled at the back. They opened their van and brought out equipment and buckets and went inside the building. "Give me the number." He dialed it when Hanif read it out to him. "A van from your company came to our building," he told the operator. "I want to confirm it is genuine. We have had TVs stolen from our apartment by thieves who posed as elevator maintenance men. All residents are alert now." "Which building is that, monsieur?" the woman answered pleasantly. "We have several vans out in Paris at any time." "It's on Rue du Gommier." He gave the door number. "And you are?" "Paul Breton. I live in one of the apartments." "Oui, I have the details here. Jacques and Carl are our technicians. Apartment 10 reported a leak from its ceiling. They will be checking it out, and also apartment 13, which is above. Do you have any problems, monsieur? They can check your residence also since they are there. We have a contract with the building's owner to maintain the plumbing." "None. I don't have any issues. What do they look like?" "The technicians. You need so much detail, monsieur." "I told you," he said heatedly. "We have had burglaries in our apartments." "Oui, oui. Jacques is tall, Carl is shorter, with less hair." "Do you know every technician's looks?" "Non, monsieur," she answered curtly. "But I have their photographs on my system with all their details." He hung up without another word, got out of his car, and went to the building's door. He jammed the buzzer for apartment 10 and when the owner came on, asked if they had called for the plumbers. She confirmed it after asking who he was. He verified with apartment 13 too and then returned to his car. "That's not Grogan." "I'll hang around in apartment 10, said the man who had introduced himself only as Francis before ending the call he was on. "Someone called the company to check our identities. They might check with the apartment owners too." "What if they do?" "It's taken care of. We know both those places are empty. We routed their numbers and buzzers to the nightclub. Ghani will deal with any incoming calls." "You can do all that?" Cutter stared at him. Majidi and Ghani had arranged the van and the disguises and had asked Francis to go with him. Two men in plumbers' uniforms wouldn't look suspicious. They would take care of everything else, the gangster had assured him, without going into details. "Oui." "Who are you?" "Francis, monsieur. You don't need to know anything more." Cutter nodded and took to the stairs swiftly while Majidi's man took the elevators. He marveled briefly at the gangster's operation. No wonder his outfit has risen so fast. That plumbing company must be one of his fronts, Cutter thought. He didn't know how Ghani had tapped into the building system and the phone network, but it didn't matter. He was inside. He went to the door to the roof and cut the lock with a bolt cutter. He opened it cautiously, but there was no need for concern. He sensed he was alone. The top of the building had no particular characteristics. It looked similar to hundreds of others in the city. He checked his phone when it vibrated. "We're on our way." That was Di Fiore, responding to the intel he had relayed to them while he and Francis were driving to the building. "I want to check out the apartment before the cops." He wanted Abbasi. He didn't care about the rest of the terrorists. He went to the parapet and peered down carefully. There were several vehicles on the street, the plumber's van visible, people coming out of offices, lights turning out in stores. He bino-ed the vehicles but couldn't make out any occupants. He brought out his phone and paired it with his tablet, which he placed on the parapet. He turned on his phone's camera, strung it with a cable and lowered it down, with the lens facing the building side. A drone would be best, but this is what I've got. A police van turned into the street, its roof markings visible from his vantage point. No lights or sirens on it. Another prowl car appeared. Cutter was aware of them in his peripheral vision as he lowered his phone to the top floor. While heading to the building's entrance, he had snuck a glance at the fourth-floor windows and noticed they had curtains. "There might be a crack through which my phone can see." Armed officers spilled out on the street quietly, with many more clearing a bunch of passers-by and onlookers. Two cars fired up far ahead. Cutter paused his phone's descent and bino-ed them. Most people will linger to watch police action. One car was a gray sedan, the other blue. He memorized their plates and tried to see who was in them, but there wasn't enough light. He returned to his phone as the officers entered the building. White curtains filled his tablet screen. He maneuvered it to check for gaps and found one at the top edge. That's the ceiling view. Not much help. He moved a couple of paces to his right and stilled when a vertical crack appeared near the side of the window. One of the curtains must have been pulled all the way there to meet the other one. Living room. Dark, but there was some light filtering from outside for him to make out a couch, food cartons and wrappers on the floor. No human shapes that he could detect. No other lights seeping from other rooms. Have they escaped? He had started a second sweep when he spotted a flash near the door. What's that? He held his right hand as still as he could and zoomed in on the feed on the tablet. Nothing there. He was making to move the phone when a street light flickered, which helped him see the flash. There, near the bottom of the door, about a foot from the floor, there's something reflecting the light. It came to him instantly as the commotion from the street grew. He snatched a glance. More officers filling the street. He hauled his phone up quickly, stuffed his tablet in his bag and dialed a number. "Gina, do not enter the apartment. Stop the police. Abbasi has rigged it." Copy, Di Fiore replied calmly. Check out 2 cars. He recited the plates to her. Got them. He ended the call before she asked any questions and hurried to the rear of the roof and glanced down. A small communal garden, some kids playing in it, a walkway, police entering it at the far end. They were at some distance, however. Why didn't they coordinate with those at the front? Abbasi could have gotten away from the back. A shape got up from a bench. A man. He seemed to look in the officer's direction, held something to his head and walked away. Could be an onlooker. Could be one of Abbasi's watchers. Will the police stop him? He heard them shout, but the man didn't look back or stop. I will be closer to him than the cops if I go down the building. Cutter calculated his chances and made his decision. He tightened his backpack, checked that his coveralls were zipped down to chest level, and threw himself off the roof. 93. Cutter caught the first window ledge at the 4th floor, heard a shout in the distance but didn't wait and let his hands go. He fell 2 floors and barely caught the ledge at the 1st floor. His arms felt like they were wrenched out of their sockets and his body slammed against the wall. Can't think about all that. He dropped to the ground, rolled over once and sprinted in the direction of the hurrying man. "Monsieur," he panted. The stranger turned to him right underneath a street lamp. Dark eyes, tight-lipped mouth that turned into a snarl. Cutter was close enough to recognize him. "It's Bakhtiar." The terrorist's eyes flicked towards the police officers, who were shouting and running at them. He swore and dove into his backpack, unzipped it and brought out what looked like a sleeveless jacket. "It's a suicide vest." "Don't do it," Cutter told the man in French. "There is no one else here. You won't achieve your goals." A child shrieked nearby. Cutter shifted his head an inch to take in a few kids scuffling over a ball to their left, about 20 feet away. No adults visible. The police were more than 40 feet away. He sensed another figure and turned to his left to see another man approaching. Where was he? Behind one of those trees? He isn't wearing a vest, but he's got a bag. "Surrender. The police are here. You can't get away." Bakhtiar isn't holding a dead man switch. "Stop! Put it down!" an officer yelled. Cops are still too far away. With those kids nearby, they won't risk shooting. Cutter saw it on Bakhtiar's face, his jaw clenching, his eyes narrowing. "Don't!" he roared. His hand streaked towards his chest as the terrorist grasped his vest and went for the trigger. The Glock came out with a whisper. Bakhtiar's fingers fumbled at the explosives. He shouted. The other figure, Mirza, moved. Cutter didn't. He stood where he was, feet planted, presenting his full front to the killers, his eye peering down the sight of his Glock, trained on Bakhtiar's chest. His first round hit the killer in the center. His second blew his head off. A burst of fire from behind took out Mirza. The 4th floor exploded. Windows shattered and the ground shook. The kids screamed and fled, and before Cutter could turn, bodies slammed into him and brought him down. 94. "It's over." Hanif shook his head when Abbasi triggered his phone. The terrorist leader caught the explosion briefly in his car's mirrors, and then they were down Dalmasneil Avenue and out of sight. "We have to ditch the car," he said. "Look for one." Hamid pointed ahead, at an elderly man who had parked in front of a restaurant and was exiting his vehicle. "There's space behind it." Abbasi swung his wheel hard and jammed their car into the empty bay. He lunged out of his ride, clubbed the man viciously, and dropped him to the ground. Hamid and Hanif dumped him on the sidewalk and threw themselves into the car, wheeling away in a squeal of tires. It had taken just a few seconds too fast for any onlooker to react. "It's over," Hanif repeated when they went through a light. "Shahin, Gul, and Salar are captured or dead. There is no other explanation for why they didn't answer their phones." "The police jammed the area," Abbasi said quietly. He felt empty. He knew he would be filled with rage and fury later, but at that moment, he felt nothing. "How did you trigger the explosives then? I saw you press the button on your phone." "It didn't work. The bombs had a timer. That was the fail-safe. I didn't tell any of you. We should have left the apartment. We shouldn't have waited to see who came." They are right. His hands tightened on the wheel, but he didn't lash out. He accepted their criticism in silence. "All that planning, our scheme of getting into the Taliban, making friends with Travis. What have we got to show for it?" Hamid said bitterly. "That explosion might have killed some police." "You don't know about that, Rami. You are hoping. Shaheen and Gul were willing to be martyrs. Now they will be locked in cages if they have been captured, along with Salar. I can't go back in the past and undo anything." The thought of it filled him with darkness and bile. Abbasi swallowed. He met Hamid's eyes in the mirror. "But we can get the man who is responsible for our failure." "Grogan? Going after him was the big mistake. We should have stuck to our mission." "Faiz, do you really think he will forget about us? Do you think he will go back to America, knowing we are still out here? He had some kind of relationship with Lohani. I am sure he knows by now what we did to her." "Let's take him," Hanif agreed. "That won't undo our failure, but we will at least do right by the brothers we lost." "How will we find him?" Hamid demanded. "He will come to us," Abbasi said confidently, "on Bastille Day, 95. "He isn't talking." Broussard handed Cutter a cup of coffee and joined him at the one-way mirror that separated them from Salar Ahmed. "He hasn't admitted even his own name. He has answered only the basic questions, nothing else. He managed to crush his phone when we arrested him. Our technicians are working on putting it together, but they aren't confident. There was a fake driving license in his wallet, but nothing else. We got lucky with him." "We?" She nodded. "If he hadn't stumbled over one of the parents who was hurrying to their children, we might not have got him." Cutter grinned, recalling the furious mother who had caught hold of Ahmed's sleeve and shrieked at the top of her voice, "He's got a gun!" "That was a big risk she took. He could have shot her." "I asked her about that. She said she would have died to save her daughter." "She was one of the kids playing soccer, wasn't she?" "Football." Di Fiore came from behind and rolled her eyes. "That's what they call it here, Grogan." He straightened when the door opened and Quindica, Dupuy, and Lebrun filtered in. "How are you, Cutter?" the leopard asked. Cutter winced as he rubbed his jaw. "That was some punch you landed." "If Valerie and I hadn't charged at you, my officers could have shot you as well. We warned them that you weren't hostile, but you know how things turn out in the heat." "Tell me about it." "I lost many buddies to friendly fire." "You should have hit him harder," Di Fiore said dryly. "Masquerading as a plumber. What were you thinking?" "I had to tell the rest of my force," Dupuy said, glowering at him, "that you were a JTF member. Where did you get that outfit? How did you get into the building? No, don't tell me. I don't want to know." "I'm surprised you recognized me." "Who else could it have been, Monsieur Grogan?" Broussard's eyes danced. "The moment Gina warned us you could be nearby, we knew it had to be you." "You took a big risk," Quindica told him soberly. "Either Bakhtiar or Mirza could have set off their devices." "It was a calculated one. Their vests were in their bags and Bakhtiar's fingers were nowhere near the trigger. The explosion in the apartment—" "No one was killed, thankfully. The neighboring one was empty. One of our officers got cut by a shard of glass. 2 civilians on the street got hurt by falling concrete, but nothing serious." "How was it triggered?" "Set to go off by phone." Di Fiore scanned him. "But it also had a timer which went off. We had jammed—" "My call—" "Got through because it was just before the jamming. Those cars, we found the gray one on Dalmesnil. It was Abbasi," she said bitterly. "He, Hanif and Hamid attacked an old man, stole his car, and got away. We located that one too. Dupuy took over the narration, 2 metro stations away. No passers-by saw who left it there. They can't get far, however. At the earlier press conference, we revealed everything. The link between Poole and Abbasi and who he and his fighters really are. Those 3 are now the most wanted men in France. Airports, trains, ports, every bus and metro station is being watched by armed police. They might go to crowded places and explode bombs. None. Cutter shook his head. Abbasi and his lieutenants won't kill themselves. They're the leaders in the ISK cell. Everyone else was disposable, which is why Bakhtiar and Mirza were the suicide bombers. We are assuming that. But I'll buy the drinks if I am correct. Go to your hotel, Dupuy told him when he stifled a yawn. It's late. We have another press conference in an hour, and then I have to brief the Interior Minister, the President, and the rest of the cabinet. We have asked Pakistan's ISI for information as well. Good luck with that. That agency is well known for its cooperation, Cutter said sarcastically. They'll just wash their hands of the whole thing. They'll say they don't know who Abbasi is. We have to try. Go, Dupuy urged him. There is nothing you can do here. Your hotel has enough security in it. You will be safe there. Cutter fist-bumped his friends, the officers, hugged the provot, and left. He went without protesting, De Fiore observed. What do you mean? Broussard asked her curiously. Grogan wants Abbasi. He won't give up. He knows how to get to the terrorist. I suspected that. Lebrun grinned slyly. I have plainclothes men tailing him. Cutter is too smart for that, Quindica replied, shaking her head. Gina is right. He is planning something. Those explosives were meant for me, Cutter thought as he settled in the back of the police car, which took off towards Rue de Rivoli. That's why Abbasi was hanging around in that car and why he had Bakhtiar and the others at the rear. He would have triggered the bomb if I had shown up. He saw the police coming, which is why he had to get away. He hadn't mentioned the terrorist's call to the fake plumbing company or to the apartments. I can't give up Majidi. Police officers were gathered on every street corner as they drove through the night. Traffic was sparse, and there were hardly any pedestrians. People are scared. They won't sleep easily until those 3 men are captured. He rubbed his ribs where Broussard's elbow had caught him and breathed deeply. Abbasi will come for me. He knew what he had to do. 96. The whole country is looking for us, Hamid whispered. They were in a van in the parking lot of an office building. In the lobby of the building, a TV was showing the news. A bored night security guard at his desk yawned sleepily. He didn't look up from the magazine he was reading. They had stolen the vehicle, which bore a courier company's logo on its side, from the company's garage and had driven it through the back streets of the city without being stopped, despite the highly visible police presence. Let them, Abbasi responded to Hamid, barely glancing at the TV on which their faces were displayed, visible through the lobby window. These are the 3 addresses. We need to kill those men and take their place. Hanif took the crumpled piece of paper and smoothed it. You're sure this will work? All 3 are single. They live alone in their rental apartments. They work in the hotel where Grogan is staying. We kill them and replace them at work. Won't. Abbasi closed his eyes and controlled his anger. He whirled on his aide. This, he spat, is why we watched the hotel and followed those 3 men. They look similar to us. Similar build, skin coloring, eyes. The 3 of us will disguise ourselves. I will go with cheek pads and say I have come down with some illness. You can do a nose job. Faiz will do both. All 3 of us will disguise our voices. No one will suspect us. We need to pull this off for one day only. The day after tomorrow is when we take down Grogan. He drove to Belleville, the 20th arrondissement, where all three workers lived. The hotel must have arranged their accommodation, he thought as he parked in the building's lot and led the way to the elevators. Hoodies drawn tight, faces down, through the empty entrance and into the lobby. He rang the bell on the third-floor apartment and smiled politely when the employee opened the door. "Emmanuel, your mother sent me." He shoved the man inside the residence, turned him around swiftly before he could recover his wits, and knocked him out. "Stay here," he ordered Hanif when they had secured the man. "Wear his uniform and come to the hotel in the morning." The employee for whom Hamid would take over was dealt with in similar fashion. Abbasi gave in to his violent urges at the third worker's apartment, the man he would impersonate. He punched the man several times, broke a rib and laughed at his squeals of pain. He tied up his prisoner when he was done, taped his mouth and shoved him into a closet. He inspected the employee's wardrobe and brought out his uniform. Faiz will be working in the kitchen, Mohammed in the maintenance department, but he had the best job. I'll be in housekeeping. His lips twisted coldly. I will have access to Grogan's room. Cutter made his preparations in the morning. He put the Do Not Disturb sign outside his door and then remade the room until he was confident housekeeping wouldn't detect the changes he had made. He removed the camera from its position over the door and hid it in the coving facing the entrance. He peered through the window and checked out the traffic on Rue de Rivoli. No more TV vans or journalists. He could see the awning below, knowing alfresco dining beneath it had resumed. He hoped he wouldn't have to use the window to get away. I may not get lucky again. Bastille Day dawned bright and sunny. Paris looked no different than it had on previous days, other than for the presence of heavily armed police and military personnel on the streets and at all public venues. Cutter had turned off his phone to stop Di Fiore's calls and messages. He was aware the JTF members were working through the night, trying to nail down Abbasi and the remaining terrorists. Hourly news updates kept citizens clued in, while Dupuis hosted news conferences and reassured residents that the capital was as safe as it could be. Cutter joined the crowd at the Arc de Triomphe after passing through a scanner, after which he was wanded by an officer. Choppers flew low in the air and several police drones circled high above. Abbasi won't be here. He watched the parade for a while, listened to speeches, and then walked back to his hotel, which had security scanners he had to pass through as well. Cutter showered, dressed in his jeans, strapped his phone to his thigh, and was re-entering the bedroom when he stopped short. Rami Abbasi was sitting in the chair at the window. Mohammed Hanif and Faiz Hamid were at the door, aiming their handguns at him. 97. Cutter didn't move. Hamid grinned wolfishly at him while Hanif regarded him impassively. Abbasi's eyes were dark pools of hate. "You did that," he said, nodding at the TV, which was relaying the parade. "If you hadn't interfered, there would be blood everywhere." Where would Mirza and Bakhtiar have blown themselves up? "He knows our names too," Hamid said savagely. "At the Louvre." That was why Siddiqui was there, on Rue de Rivoli that day. "He was waiting for you too, but he was checking out the traffic, the police presence on that street." Abbasi shook his head. "You, one man, finished everything for us, everything we worked for. What was that? To kill innocent civilians." "No one is innocent in the West," Abbasi screamed. "We were going to teach you a lesson, that the Islamic State isn't dead." "Who are you? You're not Afghans." "Afghans?" The terrorist laughed scornfully. "We are warriors. From Pakistan?" Abbasi stiffened in surprise. "He knows too much. Kill him," Hanif whispered. "Why did you kill Roxana?" The terrorist leader drew a wicked-looking curved knife from beneath his tee. He held it in the air as if to admire the light reflecting off it. "Lohani," he pursed his lips. "She was why you were hunting us. Who was she to you? Your girlfriend?" Why did you kill her? Kill her? No. Travis did that. Didn't he tell you? But we enjoyed raping her, again and again, in front of her husband and daughter. The dark fury that rose in Cutter almost blinded and deafened him with its force. Don't lose it, a thin voice whispered in his mind. He's goading you. Don't fall for it. She saw us with our handler, Abbasi continued, unaware of Cutter's rage. ISI, he asked thickly. Oui, but she didn't know he was there to break it off with us. We were too volatile for that group. Those were his words. She knew him? We used to meet near her garage. She must have overheard us. And when she was on the plane, she recognized us and must have realized we weren't Afghan civilians. Thierry worked on her. He said she screamed a lot, just like when I was on top of her and when we killed her family. You will scream too and beg for mercy. The neighboring rooms are empty. Everyone has gone to see the parade. No one is there to hear you cry. I will remove your guts, slice your skin, and watch you die. Cutter jammed his forefinger against his phone. The shaped explosives he had concealed in the door and in the wall next to the bed blew inwards. They killed Hamid instantly and tore a hole in Hanif's chest, making his finger trigger involuntarily. The bullet pierced the bed harmlessly. Cutter dove at Abbasi, who recovered swiftly and brought his knife down. It caught him on his left shoulder and dug deep, but the rage in him blunted the pain while it powered his punches and finger gouges. The chair toppled over. Abbasi slid awkwardly on the floor and freed his blade. Cutter, rolling on top of him, blocked it with his left hand, felt the edge cut into the side of his palm. He head-butted the killer in the face, felt the splatter of blood when the terrorist's nose broke. Abbasi howled and retaliated savagely, kicking and punching with his free hand, attempting to get his knife down. He felt the top of the side table, grabbed the lamp from it and smashed it on Cutter's head. Cutter fell sideways, momentarily stunned, but the move loosened the knife from the killer's hand and it fell to the carpet. Abbasi got to his feet, swaying. He felt beneath his tee and came out with his handgun. Cutter lunged at him, feeling the round burn through the air over his head. He crashed into the terrorist and slammed him against the window, shattering it. They fell through the window, landing on the awning, which absorbed the impact but tore from its restraints to dump them on the ground, enveloping them in fabric. Cutter grunted when he landed on a table which shattered. He heard people screaming and shouting. He put them out of his mind as he felt Abbasi strike at him blindly, the killer cursing as he struggled to get free. The awning tore from their struggle, freeing them. Abbasi sprang back, eyes wild, gun waving in the air. His eyes landed on his attacker, who was swaying on his feet, bleeding from his shoulder and palm. The terrorist snarled and raised his gun. Cutter grabbed another table and sent it sliding across the concrete. Its edge caught the killer in the belly and spoiled his aim, sending the round into the air. "You will die today," Abbasi roared. Cutter dove to the street, caught an empty wine bottle that was rolling on the ground, broke it against the hard surface and levered himself off the ground with his left palm, feeling a searing lance of pain from the cut on his hand. He gritted his teeth and crashed into Abbasi, jamming the broken edge of the bottle deep into his belly. He pulled it out with a savage suck, felt another round graze his temple, slapped Abbasi's gun hand away and thrust the bottle into his throat with all his force. He lay on top of the terrorist until the killer stopped shuddering and the light died in his eyes. 98. Cutter. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up woozily to see Di Fiore bending over him. "Let him go." He released the bottle and staggered to his feet, with help from her and Quindica. His vision and hearing cleared to take in the scene. Police and emergency vehicles thick on the street, forming a screen to block the body. Heavily armed officers ranging on Rue de Rivoli. Onlookers crowded behind barriers some distance away. The hotel was sealed off as well, with its window blinds pulled down. 2 choppers hovered in the sky while sirens wailed on several streets. "How did you get here so fast?" He followed a medic to her vehicle and sat on its rear step while she tended to his wounds. "Monsieur, that cut in your shoulder is deep. You should go to a hospital." He became aware of the throbbing and looked down to see blood covering his side. "No hospital. Stitch it here if you can." "Monsieur," he won't listen. Dupuy appeared. "Fix his shoulder here, please." His face was hard, stony, but his eyes were worried. "How did we get here so fast?" Di Fiore repeated his question as the medic shrugged and got to work. She and Quindica were immaculately turned out as usual, but the fine lines around their eyes gave away their concern. "We weren't far, and when we got reports of the explosion, we guessed what was going down." "Your room is like a war zone," Quindica observed. He grimaced when the medic bathed his wound, applied a local anesthetic and stitched it. "It felt like I was in one. Hamid and Hanif? Dead." Dupuy exhaled. "You got lucky." "Luck?" Di Fiore attempted a snort, but it was weak. "Grogan planned all this." "Tell me it isn't true," Dupuy demanded. It was evening, in the prevot's office. He hadn't spoken to his friends at any length. After being stitched up, he had been hustled to another room in the hotel, where he had slept for several hours. A prowl car had driven him to La PP's headquarters after he had awakened and freshened up. He was there now, along with Broussard and Lebrun. "What have I missed?" he said, eyeing the TV in Dupuy's office, showing news coverage from the front of the hotel. "Press conferences?" "Don't dodge my question," the provot demanded. "Did you plan it to go down the way it did?" "No, but I guessed Abbasi would come for me today." "Bombs!" Dupuy roared. "You filled your room with explosives. Have you lost your men?" "Shaped charges, controlled blasts. The damage didn't spread to more than a few feet. Were other rooms damaged?" "No, but that isn't the—" "Was any civilian hurt?" "No." "What are you griping about then?" Dupuy looked for a moment as if he would swing at Cutter. He controlled himself, however, and breathed deeply. "How do you put up with him?" he snarled at Di Fiore and Quindica. "We try not to," the detective replied. "You had a camera in the room, which alerted you of their presence," the SAC guessed. "Yes." "Why didn't you tell us that you suspected he would come for you?" "What if I was wrong? That would have diverted your attention." "The men they impersonated, are they dead?" Cutter asked fearfully. "No, they were beaten up, but they are alive. All 3 are single and look similar to the terrorists." "Which is why Abbasi chose them. Did you get anything on their phones?" "Our technicians are still going through them, but there's enough. Messages between Abbasi and his team. The suicide bomb attack was their intention all along. They shortlisted several venues before settling on the Louvre." "Other cells?" "Doesn't look like anyone else was involved." Cutter slumped against a desk, relief spreading through him. "There's a recording on my phone, Abbasi admitting that he had an ISI handler." "We heard it," Di Fiore interrupted him. "We took your phone when you were at the hotel. You were so out of it that you weren't aware of it." He patted his pockets and found them empty. "I didn't think of looking for it when I left my room." "Did they find my messages with Beth and Meg?" Her wink was so fast that he almost missed it. She followed it up with a head shake. "We passed it on to Vikram," Quindica told him. "He said his government will take it up with Pakistan." "Who will deny any knowledge of Abbasi?" Cutter grunted. "Yeah, but it's not as if we weren't aware of ISI's involvement in terrorism." "Press conferences. What have you disclosed?" Cutter asked Dupuy when the president came on TV. "Everything. I couldn't keep your name out of the media. You have made a habit of falling out of hotel rooms. You have become a celebrity. Social media companies have taken down most of the graphic clips of you fighting Abbasi, but there are still a few out there. Your hotel has decided to name your room the Grogan Room." Cutter shrugged. The publicity had no meaning for him. "And people have started a welfare fund on social media for the Afghan evacuees who have arrived here." Broussard's tone made Cutter look up. "There is talk of sending some of it to the relatives of Roxana and her husband back home." "Oui," Dupuy nodded. "A few organizations got in touch with me and asked if we could help. We can't. It would become political if we did, but we asked them to set up a charity to manage these donations. This is our city," he said proudly, "but this is also the world city. Paris is showing it cares." "Oui?" Cutter asked when Broussard kept looking at him. "You could have died. You weren't afraid of that?" He didn't reply. No one did until Di Fiore broke the silence. "One day, Valerie," she told the captain, "you will know more about him, and that will give you your answer." Dupuy nodded and glanced at his watch. "I've got meetings, calls." He straightened his tie, came to Cutter, and hugged him tightly. "Get out of my city. Go back to America, and when you return, don't fall out of hotels." A limo was waiting on Rue de Lutèce when Cutter emerged from the building. Its door opened and Majidi stepped out. "It's for you," he said. "Use it as long as you are in the city. This doesn't change anything. You are still a criminal." "I am a businessman." "Don't start," Cutter groaned and waved him away. "Thank you, but I don't need your car." "Who was that?" Di Fiore asked when she and Quindica joined him. "Majidi. He lent me his limo." "You turned him down? You didn't think about us? That we could have toured the city in style?" "You make your own style, Gina Di Fiore. You don't need fancy vehicles." She hooked her arm in his while Quindica joined him on the other side. "Treat us to the best meal in Paris, and then show us the city." Cutter did just that. He took his closest friends to Riley's favorite haunts in the City of Love, with the evening sun bathing them in a golden-orange glow. The End. Bonus. Chapter from Moscow, a Zeb Carter thriller. Moscow. Elena Zakharova was scared. She looked out of her apartment in Remenki and didn't see anything but kids playing on the common lawn. Her building was on Mikurinsky Prospect, a wide street with a line of stores fronting it. GUVD can come only from the street. There is no other way. GUVD, Moscow Police. Olga will tell me if they arrive. She had become close to the hairdresser over the years and was a frequent customer at her salon. They had bonded over failed relationships and a hatred for the government. The investigative reporter checked her phone again. No signal. She knew that was because her service had been cut. Her landline was out of order too, as was her gas and electricity. Her bank account had been frozen. It was standard operating protocol for the police before arresting someone. No, she thought fiercely. This is how thugs operate. GUVD do not work like this. Thugs. She shivered. There were several agencies in Russia that wielded enormous power, who could make people disappear, but there was only one that operated in this manner. SVR, the country's Foreign Intelligence Service. Gorshky hates me for the articles I have written on him. The agency's head wasn't someone anyone in Russia would want as an enemy. The man had no lack of resources, tremendous political support, and had been accused of making reporters disappear, killing political opponents, and making life unbearable for anyone who criticized the government. The agency's remit was external, beyond the country's borders, but by declaring investigative reporters as foreign agents, the SVR could target them. Elena went to the window again and swore when she saw nothing alarming. "Stop," she told herself. "Think how you can get out of this." Her introspection didn't get her far. She had some cash, but that wouldn't get her anywhere. Every airport and train station would have people looking for her. Even the taxi drivers might be informed about me. Her editor had fled the country and gone into hiding. "Elena, get out while you can," he'd said in his last message to her. "When your article is published, nothing can save you." She went to the kitchen to salvage some breakfast from her rapidly warming refrigerator, and that was when her door burst open. 4 men in plain clothes lunged at her. One raised a baton and struck her on the head. "At least I sent that message and hid my notes," was her last conscious thought. New York. Zeb Carter stared at the message on his phone. "What's up?" Beth shoulder bumped him. She sucked her breath sharply when he showed it to her. "I am Elena Zakharova. Please help me." "Zakharova! She's that reporter who has promised to expose Russia's military plans on Belarus and Ukraine." It was news all over the world. The journalist was well known for hard-hitting reports on government corruption, media harassment, and the erosion of democratic rights. In a recent interview, she had hinted at the biggest scoop of her career, one that would reveal the government's lies about plans to attack its neighbors. The segment had been picked up by The Guardian and spread around the world, at a time when several countries had little trust in Russia's actions. The country's president had denied it, planned to invade its neighbors. Its ambassadors around the world made reassuring noises, but those following Russian politics were eagerly awaiting Zakharova's bombshell. Her editor disappeared. Megan joined them with a worried look. "A week ago. The Truth, their newspaper, is no longer available on the street. Its press was vandalized. By hooligans, the police say," she snorted in disbelief. "Their online edition has a promo, read Elena Zakharova's article, but the hyperlink doesn't work." "How did she get your number?" Bwana demanded. "During our last mission," Zeb replied with a faraway look. "She was one of many journalists we rescued from that terrorist camp in Syria. She was investigating Chechen fighters in the region. I gave her one of our front numbers." Any caller to the number was met with voicemail with an instruction to send a text. Werner scanned incoming messages, verified that they came from authentic numbers, and only then forwarded them to Zeb. "That is her number." Beth looked it up on her screen. She dialed it, listened for a while, and shook her head. "It's dead." She made another call, spoke in Russian, and turned to Zeb. "No one has seen her." The end.